Chapter 26-29. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor. Nearly a day later, the first fusion of the meteorite armor was finally completed. Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and checked the Meteorite Essence Starlight Armor that he had obtained after the first fusion. He found that its defensive capabilities had indeed improved by a large margin, and its outer appearance had also changed. It was completely black and had a bold design. Specks of starlight occasionally bloomed on the surface of the armor, flashed, and then disappeared into the armor again. In short, this was a very practical and eye-catching protective armor. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. With a thought, he directly equipped it on his body. However, when it wasn't activated, it was hidden within his body. Only when it was in battle would it appear and become an outer defensive armor. At this point, Yi Xian had completed all the preparations for his quick escape after the auction ended. In fact, he did not have much to prepare. After all, his cultivation level was still too low, and there was not much he could do. It was just a suit of armor that had been fused and a small private warship that was terrifyingly fast. Although it was simple, it should be enough if he was caught off guard. At this time, the bidding for the last item of the auction had finally been completed. Next up was Yi Xian's level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin. When the auctioneer below announced that the Star Core Origin had officially entered the auction segment, all the bidders in the venue immediately became nervous. In fact, even outside the venue, many people were paying attention, including the two big shots of the Sky River planet, Bai Zhangjun, and the commander of the Federation military, Zhao Long. Next up is the last item of this auction, which is the level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin that has been announced before. The seller has requested that the bidders must have a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or above. Those who meet this condition can start bidding now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire conference room was filled with discussions. However, no one made a bid for it. In the private room where the girl in the purple dress was, the personal maid called Lu Luo seemed to be a little anxious. She urged, "Miss, why aren't you bidding? Genetic cultivation fluid is nothing to us. The Shenyuan family is one of the 3 major genetic families in the empire. We are also one of the families in the entire empire that is able to formulate level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. You have a lot of them, so I'm sure they will be satisfied. In that case, what is there to be anxious about? Let's wait and see, there is no hurry." The girl in the purple dress Essence Starlight Jade Essence Starlight Editor, Transan. She was thinking about something. In the other private room, there were 2 men who had only arrived halfway through the auction. Both of them had the surname Bai. One was Bai Hao, and the other was Bai Hong. They were both Bai Zhengjuan's trusted aides. This time, the 2 of them had brought 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid that Bai Zhangjun had temporarily transferred from the capital, Tianchen Star. Their purpose was to exchange for the level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin. These 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only 20 milliliters each, which was about the same amount as a tube of oral fluid. In fact, all gene cultivation fluids were like this, and the amount was also the same. The only difference was the amount of energy contained in the liquid inside the tubes. Even though the amount of these 2 level 8 gene cultivation fluids was so small that it was not eye-catching, its value was very shocking. Although such a thing could be obtained from the Tianchen Star of the Tianchen country, in fact, such a level 8 gene cultivation fluid was impossible for a small country to concoct. Only in the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires under the Everlasting Dynasty would there be a few clans that possessed this ability. Therefore, the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in Tianchen Star was actually distributed by the imperial capitals every year. The amount was fixed. Because of this, even though Bai Zhangjun had a good son who held an important position in the Tianchen Star, he could only obtain 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in such a short period of time. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were not enough to exchange for the level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin. Therefore, under Bai Zhengjuan's authorization, Bai Hao and Bai Hong brought many other treasures this time as supplementary items for the owner of the star core origin to choose from. It seems that no one in this group can produce a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. After waiting for a minute and seeing that no one made a bid, a smug look appeared on Bai Hong's face. Come to think of it, in the entire Tianhe star, only Xinjiang and Zhao Long have the ability to obtain a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid from the Tianchen star. However, this is an auction. Even if Zhao Long has the ability, he is too far away to deliver it immediately. It seems that this level 9-colored star core origin is destined to be our Xinjiang's. Ha ha ha. In that case, let's not delay any longer. This time, we have made a great contribution. Let's end this quickly and go back to receive our reward. On the side, Bai Hao raised his head and laughed, then transmitted his voice. In the private room, this guy could have made a bid with a divine sense imprint, but now he deliberately did so, obviously to show off. In addition, he deliberately provoked and demonstrated to Zhao Long since no one is bidding, I, Bai Hao, will not be polite. I offer 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. In addition, there are 10 top-quality warships, armors, magic weapons, and other treasures for you to choose from. Of course, you can only take away 5 of the 10 top-quality items, but in addition, the Bai family of Tianhe Star can also promise a favor. Hearing this, the whole venue suddenly became noisy again. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were indeed not as good as the level 9-colored star core origin, but with the addition of the 5 top-quality treasures, although it was not enough, it was not far off. In the end, if the Bai family of Tianhe Star promised a favor in public, then this amount was obviously a little bit more than what was needed. The Bai family of Tianhe Star, this was just a vague way of saying it. In fact, it was completely a promise from Tianhe Star, because who dared to call themselves the Bai family here, except for the people sent by Zhengjun, the Bai family of Tianhe Star? The significance of the promise of an administrative planet, and the value that it could reflect at certain times, may in fact surpass the level 9-colored star core origin. From the looks of it, Bai Zhongxing was determined to obtain the star core's origin core. Chapter 2630. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. What was the Bai family? The Bai family. Yi Xian frowned immediately. At the same time, he was caught in a dilemma. No one had made a bid for an entire minute. At that time, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. He had thrown away 200 million star coins for nothing, but the key was that he did not get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid he needed. After leaving this time, he had no intention of returning to the Sky River Star in the near future. Since that was the case, it was basically impossible for him to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid in the near future. The closest administrative planet to the Sky River Star in the Tianchen country was located in the distant void of the galaxy. With the speed of the purple hidden shuttle he had just obtained, he might not be able to reach it even after several years. Therefore, Yi Xian was quite unwilling to accept this. Later, when Bai Hao made a bid, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised at first. However, when he heard that his surname was Bai, Yi Xian already had a bad premonition in his heart. When he heard the latter part of the bid, his heart completely sank again. Although he needed these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, if he were to give away the level 9-colored one, the result would be no different from giving away the enemy. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Although these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were a little lacking, they were the hope of restoring the immortal superbrain fragment in his hand. They were also the hope of Yi Xian obtaining more devouring origins. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a dilemma. Should he trade or not? For a moment, Yi Xian was completely unable to make up his mind. Just as he was hesitating, a second voice suddenly rang out like a pleasant surprise. Moreover, it was actually a woman. His voice carried a kind of coldness, a kind of indifference, and even a strong sense of arrogance. I'll offer 6 vials of grade 8 gene cultivation fluid. Wow, the entire auction hall was in an uproar again. Firstly, it was because of this unexpected turn of events. Secondly, it was because the other party had made a bid for 6 tubes. Even on the capital's heavenly dust star, A level 9 9-colored legendary level star core Origins market price was only comparable to 5 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. For this woman to have this type of thing in her hands, there was no way she didn't know about this, yet she just had to report an extra tube. On the one hand, this showed that she was determined to get this 9th level 9-colored crystal. On the other hand, it was actually a hint to some people with bad intentions in the venue. My background is not simple, you'd better not make a mistake. In fact, the effects were already showing. The eyes of the black hole stage old man lit up when he heard someone bid again, but when he heard that the price was 6 tubes, he frowned again and fell into deep thought. Apart from that, Yi Xian could also tell that there was a third layer of meaning behind his words. As for the third level, it was specifically targeted at Yi Xian alone. Previously, when Yi Xian had bid for the glazed jade phoenix armor, due to various reasons, he had purposely paid an extra level 7 purple level star core origin. And now, he had encountered the same situation. Unfortunately, the other party was also a woman, which was one of the conditions to be the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor. Therefore, Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that this woman who had 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid was most likely the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor and the purple lightning shuttle. And the reason why she had taken out 6 tubes, other than to reciprocate Yi Xian's previous actions, was more likely to be a hint. If I can casually take out 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, then why can't I have one of level 8 and above? This was ridiculous. After all, in the entire Everlasting Dynasty, there was only one clan in the Everlasting Star that could concoct level 9 gene cultivation fluid. There were only a dozen tubes in a year, and normally, they wouldn't leak out of the capital. However, it wasn't completely impossible. For example, Yi Xian himself. Who would know that he still had 2 cubes of the 8th level black and a total of 107 cubes of the 9th level 9 colors? Judging others by their own standards, Yi Xian suddenly developed a strong interest in this woman. Just as Yi Xian was pondering this, Bai Hong's voice rang out again. This time, he obviously couldn't continue to bid, because no one on the Sky River Star could take out more than 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Bai Hong had spoken up because he was angry because he thought that he represented Bai Zhengxing, the local tyrant, so he had issued a public warning. Although this was not in accordance with the rules of the Sky River Auction Center and could even damage its reputation, the auction center was originally an official organization. Even if the person in charge was dissatisfied, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Girl, you'd better consider carefully before you make a bid. Don't be fooled by the fact that you've taken out 4 extra vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. We also have 10 top-grade treasures and a promise from the Bai family. Especially this promise, its value is immeasurable. It might even be more valuable than your 6 vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Since it's not worth as much as my bid, and you're behind me, aren't you deliberately making trouble? These words were shameless enough. What the other party wanted was a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Naturally, they would choose a bidder with 6 vials. However, this Bai Hong was pestering them endlessly, insisting on making a fuss about the total value. This was simply a blatant attempt to force a deal. In fact, although these words were directed at the woman who made the next bid, they were also a warning to Yi Xian. The latter obviously understood. A cold smile appeared on his face and he was about to speak up. However, before Yi Xian could open his mouth, the woman's voice was heard again. A favor from the Bai family? What does the Bai family count for? This young lady is from the imperial capital. Do you think this sentence carries enough weight? The imperial capital? A large number of gasps rang out. This time, even the expression of the Black Hole Realm Elder changed. The so-called imperial capital was naturally referring to the heavenly underworld star. One of the 3 great empires under the immortal court was the heavenly underworld empire, and its imperial capital was the heavenly underworld star. The heavenly dust country was just a small country under the heavenly underworld empire. Many of the powerhouses present had never even been to the heavenly dust star, so when they heard about the imperial capital, they were scared out of their wits. Bai Hong and Bai Hao were completely speechless. They didn't even dare to say a word. The reason the Bai family was so well regarded on the heavenly river planet was because Bai Zhengjun had a good son who held an important position on the heavenly dust star. However, even he couldn't afford to offend a giant from the imperial capital. No one doubted the woman's words, because the level 8 gene cultivation fluid wasn't something a small country like the heavenly dust star could produce. It came from the imperial capital, and a certain amount was distributed every year. This woman casually offered 6 tubes, so if she wasn't from the imperial capital, could she be from the heavenly dust country? If that was the case, to be able to hold 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid meant that she was at least a princess of the heavenly dust country. She couldn't be offended either. Chapter 2631. Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor. Naiwabo Studio. The only hope before the auctioneer had even announced the results, many people had already started to leave, especially those in the private rooms above. If they left now, it would prove that they had nothing to do with the person who possessed such a large amount of star core origins. If they left after the transaction was completed, they would definitely attract some suspicious gazes. That would be unnecessary trouble. Of course, there were still many people who remained in the private rooms. For example, Yi Xian and the girl in the purple dress were definitely still in the private rooms because the two of them were currently in the middle of a transaction. The other party was rather generous. He directly placed the 6 tubes of pale gold level 8 genetic cultivation fluid into a space box and sent it to Yi Xian's private room through the auction center's directional transmission array. After checking and confirming that there were no mistakes, Yi Xian flipped his hand and sent it into the undying world. Then, he took out another space box. Inside it was a level 9 colored star core origin. He placed the space box on the coffee table in front of him. Before Yi Xian pressed the green button to send it to the other party, his hand suddenly paused. Then, he said, "Can I request to speak to the other party?" This small request was quickly answered by the Sky River Auction Center's artificial intelligence. The answer was naturally affirmative. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and pressed the green button. Soon, the small space box disappeared and should be in the other party's hands in the next instant. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the girl's voice suddenly rang out from the private room's sound transmission system. "Actually, Ziying would like to have a small chat with you. It's mainly to express my gratitude. It's not just the cube of level 7 purple star core origin, but also the cube of level 6 blue star core origin from the purple lightning shuttle. These high-grade star core origins are indeed things that I urgently need. Originally, it would be very difficult to obtain them in such a short time here." The other party's words were meant to test him. On the other hand, there was no doubt that she was implying that if they weren't here, it wouldn't be very difficult for her to obtain these things. This was a type of pinching gesture. It was obvious that he could tell that Yi Xian had a request for her. Yi Xian sighed in his heart at Ziying's shrewdness. Since she was a straightforward person, there was no need for him to hide anything. He smiled faintly and replied, "It's just as I expected. Fellow Daoist Ziying is straightforward. I am Yi Xian, and I would like to thank fellow Daoist for the 6 vials of 8th grade cultivation fluid. These are also things that I urgently need. Did you ask to speak to me just to express your gratitude? First of all, I have enough high-quality star core sources. In fact, I don't need that level 9 colored star core at all. I plan to keep it for my collection. After all, this kind of thing is rare even in the imperial capital." Ziying's voice came from the sound transmission system again. "Considering that you've helped me a lot this time, if you have any other requests, I can do my best to help you. The Heavenly River planet isn't very peaceful after all." This was a very obvious hint. She was clearly telling Yi Xian that if he didn't have the confidence to escape, she could lend him a helping hand. After all, with her background, no one on the Heavenly River planet would dare to attack her. Of course, this woman's cultivation must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she dare to come to the remote graveyard star field alone from the imperial capital? Yi Xian naturally understood the meaning behind her words. However, he didn't intend to accept it. On one hand, Yi Xian didn't have the habit of accepting favors for nothing. On the other hand, he was confident that he could leave safely. Of course, The most important thing was that he didn't want to waste this opportunity and wanted to use it where it was more needed. Even though his attitude wasn't bad right now, it was obvious that he had a high and mighty attitude. If Yi Xian were to accept his protection, then if he were to ask about the level 9 gene cultivation fluid again, he would truly be shameless and have no self-awareness at all. Thinking of all this, Yi Xian immediately thanked him. Then, he changed the topic. Fellow Daoist Ziying, I do have something to ask you. If you know about it, I hope you can help me. I will be very grateful. As far as I know, there's a level 9 gene cultivation fluid below the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. That's enough. You don't have to ask anymore. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish, Ziying decisively interrupted him. I think you're dreaming. There is indeed a level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but only a certain existence on the immortal star of the everlasting dynasty's imperial capital can produce it. There are only a dozen vials a year, and most of them are used up on the immortal star. Each year, the 3 great imperial capitals can only get 1 vial. Do you think I have something like that on me? When she said this, Ziying's tone was clearly different from before. There was a hint of embarrassment and anger in her voice, which puzzled Yi Xian very much. However, if he knew that Ziying was from the Shenyuan family, one of the 3 families in Tianming Nation's imperial capital, Tianming Planet, who were able to concoct the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, he would be able to understand the situation. This girl was clearly indignant about the existence on the undying planet that could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't accept it even if she didn't want to. That was why she was so embarrassed and angry when the level 9 item was mentioned. Alright, let's end the conversation here. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid is definitely not something you can dream of, so I advise you to give up on it. Not to mention that it rarely flows out of the immortal star. Even if it was right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to exchange for it. Can you take out at least 10 level 9 gene cultivation fluids with 9 colors? Just as Yi Xian was pondering why the other party was suddenly displeased, the voice of the mysterious woman named Ziying sounded out once again. This time, it was slightly more relaxed. It was obvious that she knew that she had vented her anger on Yi Xian earlier. Of course, it's not completely impossible. Don't even think about the 3 tubes that the 3 great imperial capitals give you every year. However, the immortal star keeps the other 11 tubes. Every year, 1 tube will be handed over to the WN Luo Federation for experts with large amounts of Federation contribution points to exchange for it. This is the only way to obtain it. However, it's also out of reach for you because if you want to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, you need 10 million Federation contribution points. Go to the Heaven, Earth, and Man rankings and you'll know how terrifying 10 million points are. At this point, she suddenly sighed and continued, however, I advise you to think about the current crisis. To be honest, I have a good impression of you, but I have my principles. I gave you a chance just now, but you rejected it. Therefore, this time, I can only wish you a safe journey. I hope that we'll meet again in the future. Take care. Chapter 2632. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The way to obtain contribution points. Yi Xian naturally knew about the Federation contribution points. In the myriad Luo Federation, the first thing that came to mind when the Federation contribution points were mentioned was the Federation rankings. The so-called contribution points were actually Federation contribution points. The Federation rankings had a total of 3 rankings: the Sky ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Sky ranking was based on the 1st to the 100th place with the highest contribution point. The Earth ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. The Human ranking was based on the 1001st to the 1000th place. These 10,000 places had not changed much in the past several hundred years. Those who could make it to the Human ranking were the most elite members of the Federation. The last few people on the Human ranking all had more than 100,000 contribution points and a cultivation base above the black hole realm. As for the 900 people on the Earth ranking, their cultivation bases were all question marks. When Yi Xian had first arrived on the Sky River planet, he had checked the Sky, Earth, and Human ranking of the Federation. He had sighed inwardly and set this as a goal. He had never expected that the level 9 genetic cultivation fluid he needed the most would be related to the sky, earth, and human ranking. The last few people on the human ranking list had obtained more than 100,000 contribution points, while the first half of the human ranking list had more than 10 million contribution points. In the Federation Exchange Hall, exchanging for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid required 10 million Federation contribution points. This meant that if Yi Xian wanted to use his Federation contribution points to exchange for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid at the Federation Exchange Hall on the administrative planet, he would have to make it to the top half of the human ranking. The human ranking was from the 1001st to the 1000th place. The top half of the human ranking, which had 10 million contribution points, referred to the top half of the human ranking. The entire Myriad Luo Federation was huge, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to make it to the top 5,000. There were two ways to obtain the Federation contribution points. One was to kill the Myriad Luo Federation's enemy, the Heavenly Fate Race, or the experts of some of the Heavenly Fate Race's slave races. The second way was to obtain some special items or resources and hand them over to the Myriad Luo Federation. Of course, these items had to be of great help to the Federation in its fight against the Heavenly Fate Race and its slave races. The Myriad Luo Federation would appraise these items and give the Federation contribution points. It seems I have to leave the Sky River planet and enter the graveyard domain. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He knew that due to the uniqueness of the Graveyard Star region, not only did it attract the experts of the various races of the Myriad Luo Federation, but even the experts of the Heavenly Fate Clan and the many slave races of the Heavenly Fate Clan from the first universe had come. There were wormholes in the depths of the domain of the buried falling that connected the three universes. Most of the powerful experts from other universes were active in the depths of the domain of the buried fall, where they would have a chance to run into powerful experts from the Heavenly Legacy race's slave races. And by killing them, one could obtain federal contribution point. Of course, Yi Xian still had a long way to go. What he needed to do now was to leave the Sky River planet safely. There had to be a trap waiting for him outside. Although his personal battleship had successfully completed its third fusion and was extremely fast, his personal strength could still be improved. The fifth level of the core realm was still in the middle stage. The sixth level of the core realm was also in the middle stage, but it was close to the late stage. In terms of controlling a battleship, it was definitely different from the fifth level. However, if he continued to make breakthroughs, his realm would become unstable. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to break through to the sixth level of the core realm first before leaving. Although it was only a small increase in rank, his chances of escaping had increased by quite a bit. Although the auction had ended, the experts who had entered the private rooms could still stay in the auction until the next auction started. This was also because of the special nature of the auction. Many experts would be in danger if they left the private rooms after bidding for some extremely sensitive treasures. Therefore, they would need some time to prepare in the private rooms. From this point of view, the Sky River Auction Center was very humane. Yi Xian immediately put aside his other thoughts and took out a large amount of level 5 red stellar core origin from his undying world. At the same time, he ordered the devouring system to start absorbing its energy. Time passed slowly. 2 days passed unknowingly. When the system beeped in his mind again, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. The host is now in the 6th level of the core realm. The 6th level. Yi Xian was excited. He clenched his fists and felt the surging energy in his body. His confidence instantly increased. Calculating the time, it seemed that the next auction would start the next day. In other words, even if Yi Xian was unwilling to leave, he couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately got up and raised his hand to form a divine sense imprint. The door to the private room opened and Yi Xian stepped out. For the past 2 days, the surroundings of the huge castle-like building where the Sky River Auction Center was located were normal. However, under this normal appearance, there was an undercurrent surging. Under some intentional investigations, Yi Xian's identity had been exposed. Some people even knew his identity as a member of the Federation. After finding out that the person who had a large amount of stellar core origin was actually a citizen of the Federation called Yi Xian and wasn't strong at all, many people started thinking of robbing him. This included the old man with the Black Hole Realm cultivation base. He had also investigated the identity of the purplish warbler, but he couldn't find anything. However, he was sure that the other party was from the Tianming planet, where the Tianming imperial capital was located. As a result, no one dared to touch the purplish warbler. Those who could come here from the imperial capital were not ordinary people. Even if their cultivation base was not strong, they definitely had a strong background. No one could afford to offend them. Furthermore, the purplish warbler's cultivation base had already reached the Black Hole Realm level 2. She was also an extremely strong existence. It was even more impossible for anyone to have any thoughts about her. In the past 2 days, those who wanted to make a move on Yi Xian had all stayed around the Sky River Auction Center and closely watched his movements. At this moment, when Yi Xian walked out of the Sky River Auction Center and appeared in front of everyone, these people were all excited. Some people even had little stars in their eyes. In their opinion, Yi Xian was a moving treasure trove with a large amount of stellar core origin. Chapter 2633. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The two black-hearted tycoons. Yi Xian was not a hothead. In fact, he had experienced more life and death situations than most of the powerhouses in the WN Luo Federation ever since he started out as an ordinary person. As soon as he walked out of the Tianhe Auction Center, he sensed something. It was an unseen feeling, and he knew that he was being watched by many people. These people had concealed their auras and did not even look in Yi Xian's direction. However, Yi Xian could sense them, but he did not care. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a rather playful smile. He leaped up and rushed toward the sky screen passage he had come from. Not long after he left, many figures chased after him at a leisurely pace from all directions. Yi Xian did not care about these people at all. He knew that he would not have any interaction with them, so they would not have any chance to do anything to him. Although he did not know about Zhao Long's arrangements, he was certain that Bai Zhengxing would not let him go. That level 9 colored star core origin was very useful to Bai Zhengjun, but there was nothing he could do about it now that it had fallen into the hands of the girl called Ziying. Since that was the case, he could only look for a breakthrough from Yi Xian. Of course, even Bai Zhengjun would not dare to make a move on Tianhe planet. He was only a planet manager, and he was temporarily in charge of the Tianhe planet's spacetime superbrain. It did not belong to him, so the superbrain could refuse certain orders from him. For example, the star defense array of an administrative planet was an independent system. It was also controlled by the spacetime superbrain of the administrative planet. However, even a planet manager would not be able to interfere with this part of the array. This was why Zhao Long's method of making money could only be done on Tianhe planet. He could only wait until he was outside of Tianhe planet before he made his move. It was not just to avoid arousing suspicion. It was really impossible to make a move on Tianhe planet. Of course, this didn't mean that Yi Xian could always stay in the Heavenly River planet to seek refuge. If he needed resources, he had to leave. Moreover, if he stayed in the administrative planet, as the planet's leader, Bai Zhengjun, he would be able to find an opportunity to make a move on him. In fact, even Bai Zhengjun had not expected that Yi Xian would leave so soon. When he received news that Yi Xian had left the Tianhe Auction Center and rushed to the entrance of the Star Defense Array, he was overjoyed. So he immediately sent a signal to the forces that had been deployed outside of Tianhe planet. Yi Xian had the planet. A dignified leader of a planet actually plotted against an ordinary federal citizen. One had to admit that Bai Zhengjuan's heart was truly black. He had also received the news that Yi Xian was preparing to leave Tianhe planet. Originally, he had asked Zhu Hong to handle this matter. However, this was a matter of great importance. Yi Xian might still have a large amount of high-grade star core origin on him. Furthermore, Bai Zhengjun might also make a move on him. Zhao Long had no choice but to take action himself just in case. He was a Black Hole Realm powerhouse, but he was only a rank 1 powerhouse. In this regard, even Bai Zhengjun was inferior to him. There was only one Black Hole Realm powerhouse on Tianhe planet, Zhao Long. Even the old man who had appeared at the Tianhe auction center was an outsider powerhouse. After leaving the entrance of Tianhe Planet's star defense array, Yi Xian did not immediately take out the hidden purple shuttle and flee. He knew that there must be some kind of trap outside. However, he had no idea what it was or where it was. It would not be wise to leave at full speed now. At the very least, he should wait until all the other parties' arrangements were revealed before he made a targeted decision. That way, his chances of escaping would be higher. Therefore, after leaving Tianhe Planet, Yi Xian merely relied on his physical body to travel through the void of the Star River and gradually skimmed off into the distance. If that was the case, then with his cultivation at the 6th level of the Star Core realm, his speed definitely wouldn't be fast. After a full 4 hours, Yi Xian still hadn't gone far from the Heavenly River planet. As long as he turned around, the enormous Heavenly River planet was still within his field of vision. This situation had long caused the nearly 100 experts behind him to curse in their heart. This little brat did not know what was good for him. He was clearly a hothead. He was already being watched by hundreds of people, yet he was still traveling through the void unhurriedly with his physical body. Then again, even if he took out his personal battleship, it was obvious that he would not be able to escape. However, traveling at such a leisurely pace was really irresistible. Yi Xian did not pay any attention to the group of people behind him. Another 2 hours passed. Just as Yi Xian was starting to feel a little impatient, 4 battleships finally appeared in the starry sky ahead. These 4 battleships were all planet-grade, but they were not the standard battleships of the Federation military. Furthermore, these 4 battleships were clearly engraved with a concealment array formation. No one had discovered their existence until Yi Xian had swept over them. Perhaps they had been waiting outside Tianhe Planet's star defense array from the very beginning. However, they had always maintained a concealed state and quietly followed Yi Xian. They only revealed themselves when they felt that they were far enough away from Tianhe Planet. This was the prelude to making a move. Not only did Yi Xian's eyelids twitch with the appearance of the 4 planetary-level concealment battleships, but even the 100 or so experts behind him who had hidden themselves also collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of them did not hesitate at all. They turned around and left, directly giving up. Only the old man with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm Level 2 decided to stay after a short moment of hesitation. Obviously, he was not willing to give up just like that. These 4 battleships were all Bai Zhengjuan's private battleships. There had always been a rumor in the Tianhe Planet that there were 4 such concealed battleships active in the surrounding areas. It was rumored that they were related to Bai Zhengjun. Therefore, as soon as these 4 battleships appeared, the powerhouses tailing Yi Xian understood that since Bai Zhengjun was taking action, there was basically nothing for them to do. Rather than stay and be silenced, they might as well turn around and go back to sleep. Although they were also planet-grade battleships, the value of these 4 battleships was obviously much higher than the planet-grade battleships of the Federation military. The value of the concealment formation alone made them much more valuable than the standard battleships of the military. Although they were all concealment formations, the effect of the concealment formation engraved on a small private battleship was obviously different from that of a planet-grade battleship. The value of these 4 battleships was astonishing. It must have cost Bai Zhengjun a lot of money to equip them. However, at the same time, with these 4 concealed battleships roaming around Tianhe Planet, they had obviously helped Bai Zhengjun reap a lot of wealth. Judging from this point of view, none of the Tianhe Planet's planet manager and military commander were good people. All of them were doing this kind of shady business. At this moment, as soon as the 4 battleships appeared, they were already in formation, blocking Yi Xian's path. Behind them, the old man with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm also appeared. Chapter 2634. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A loach in the starry sky, brat, I advise you to come to me obediently. At least you can still keep your life. After his figure appeared, the black-robed Black Hole Realm old man immediately sneered and sent a sound transmission to Yi Xian. I presume you've also heard of the rumors about Heavenly River Star. Those 4 hidden battleships belong to Bai Zhengjun, and if you fall into their hands, you'll definitely be silenced, but this old man is different. I, He Luo Ying, am a rogue cultivator, and am alone. Things like reputation don't matter to me. As long as you give me enough benefits, I can spare your life. Almost at the same time, two figures appeared on the 4 planetary battleships opposite him. They were Bai Hong and Bai Hong, but their faces were obviously covered. At this moment, Bai Hong, whose voice had changed, raised his head and laughed as soon as he appeared. Yi Xian, you'd better come to us quickly. Do you know who the old man behind us is? The famous space pirate He Luoying. This old man is famous for his ruthlessness. All the experts who fell into his hands were robbed and then silenced. It is for this reason that, although it is rumored that he is a space pirate, no one is alive, so he has been able to get away with it. Even when he came to the Heavenly River planet, the authorities couldn't do anything to him. Although we are also space pirates, at least we have never shown our true faces in front of anyone. So, as long as we can get enough benefits from you, what's the point of letting you go? This won't affect our defense at all. So, the road to survival is here. You'd better not make a mistake. This is about your life. Yi Xian currently knew that there were 8 Starry Sky Realm experts, which were star core, meteor, satellite, planet, star, nebula, galaxy, and black hole. The space pirate He Luoying behind them was a black hole realm powerhouse, but Bai Hong and Bai Hao were only at the planet realm. There was a difference of 4 realms between them, but they were fearless. It was obvious that they were relying on the power of the 4 concealed battleships. Yi Xian was already cursing in his heart. None of these fellows were good people. It was a pity that his current cultivation was too low. He had actually fallen to the point where he was being threatened by these 2 fellows at the same time. A huge sense of anger rose in Yi Xian's chest. After entering the starry sky, this was the first time he was angry at his low cultivation. It was also at this moment that he came to an incredibly clear realization. The world set against the backdrop of the starry sky was no different from what he had experienced before. The Myriad Net Federation might appear to be rather orderly on the surface, as if all the races were tightly knit together to resist the Heaven's Legacy race. But in fact, this was all a facade. The entire Starry Sky world was not just a battle between the Myriad Net Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in any small camp, the law of the jungle was the same. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his state of mind had improved to a certain extent. The endless anger rising in his chest seemed to have turned into a heart full of pride. When it came to fighting for supremacy, when had Yi Xian ever been afraid of anyone? With this thought in mind, Yi Xian was no longer angry. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. A bunch of flies and dogs. Do you think you are qualified to kneel in front of me? After cursing, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Taking advantage of the fact that old monster He Luoying and the experts on the 4 hidden battleships were still in a daze, he directly took out the purple hidden shuttle and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he transformed into a purple ray of light that shot towards the void to the right and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Its speed surpassed the standard battleships of the Federation military. All of this happened too quickly, and before anyone could react, the purple light had already disappeared. He Luoying opened his mouth wide. *T. What kind of battleship is that? It's like a loach in space. It's too fast, and it's small. This is definitely a godly item for escaping. On the other side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao's faces were extremely gloomy. Bai Zhengjuan's 4 concealed battleships were indeed faster than the standard battleships of the Federation military, but they definitely could not compare to a Star-State battleship that was 3,000 meters long. That small battleship that turned into a purple light was faster than an ordinary Star-State battleship. How were they going to catch up? I was careless. I'm afraid I won't be able to report back now. Sigh, this kid is too strong. Where did he get such a super extreme small private battleship? Unwilling to give up, the 4 warships under the 2 of them gradually disappeared. Obviously, they were leaving quickly. They couldn't see the light in the first place. Now that they had appeared in this void, they had to leave immediately. As for the space pirate, old monster He Luoying, he unwillingly stared in the direction that Yi Xian left in and coldly snorted. Then, his figure quickly disappeared and he left as well. The void became empty again. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that two figures slowly appeared in a corner in the distance. It was Purplish Warbler and her personal maid, Luluor. At this moment, the two women had strange expressions on their faces. Their bodies flashed, and they chased after Yi Xian. I didn't expect that we were all wrong. That kid actually has such a stunning small private battleship. Just looking at its speed, it's even faster than your Shen Yuan boat. But why do I feel that his battleship is somewhat familiar? And its appearance is so unfamiliar. Could it be that just because of its purple body, it gave me the illusion that I'm looking at the purple lightning shuttle? That doesn't make sense. By the way, miss, where are we going now? Don't tell me we're going to chase that kid. Now that we have the Star Core origin, we should. Shut up. Do you think we're the only ones here? After Purplish Warbler's last words, her maid, Luluor, stopped talking. The two figures quickly disappeared into the distance. At this time, Zhao Long's figure appeared in a remote corner in the distance. His eyes were shining brightly as he watched Yi Xian and Purplish Warbler leave. He muttered to himself, "What a powerful girl." As expected of a rank 2 black hole realm expert, as expected of the Shenyuan family of the imperial capital, as expected of a genius ranked in the top 5,000 on the Federation's contribution list. And that kid, although his cultivation level is too low, his temperament is indeed impressive. What's even more rare is his luck. TSK, TSK, TSK. A mere Star Core realm cultivator can sit on such a huge amount of Star Core origin and that super quality battleship. Fortunately, I didn't show up this time. I don't believe that he won't come to Sky River Planet again in the future. When that time comes, he. Chapter 2635. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That was the Purple Lightning Shuttle. The Shen Yuan boat was actually a small private warship, but it was rather special. From the word Shen in front of the name of the warship, it could be deduced that this warship was a unique warship of the Shenyuan family. The Immortal Dynasty was the technological faction of the Third Universe's human race. Although they also had cultivation techniques, in general, they still used gene cultivation fluids to break through realms. The gene cultivation fluid didn't need to be like the energy from a planet's core source. It needed to be continuously absorbed and accumulated. After breaking through, the powerhouses of the technological faction no longer needed the same level of gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the exact amount of gene cultivation fluid required to break through depended on the person's talent. Level 1 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the first of the 8 realms in Yi Xian, the core realm. Level 2 corresponded to the meteor. Level 3 corresponded to the satellite. Level 4 corresponded to the planet. And so on and so forth. Level 8 corresponded to the black hole realm. As for level 9, it corresponded to the stronger realms after the black hole realm. If the citizens of the technological faction wanted to become cultivators, they had to inject the level 1 gene cultivation fluid. If they succeeded, they would reach the level 1 core realm. Of course, if they wanted to succeed, some people could break through with just 1 tube, while others couldn't break through with 10 or 100 tubes of level 1 gene cultivation fluid and become a level 1 core realm powerhouse. After successfully breaking through, they didn't need the level 1 gene cultivation fluid anymore. They could use other methods to increase their realms, such as absorbing the energy from the core source. Only when the level 9 core realm needed to break through to the next major realm, the meteor realm, would they need to use the level 2 gene cultivation fluid again. Then, when they reached the level 9 meteor realm, they would need to use the level 3 gene cultivation fluid again. In other words, in the technological faction, gene cultivation fluid was used to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, just like how it was used to increase one's life level. Small realms within the same major realm didn't need it. Even if they injected it multiple times, it wouldn't have any effect. Because of this, the families that could concoct gene cultivation fluid were the true tycoons of the technological faction. Ordinary level 1 to level 3 gene cultivation fluid could be concocted by some pharmacists, so it wasn't precious. Level 4 and above wasn't something ordinary people could concoct. As for level 8 gene cultivation fluid, in the Sky Underworld Empire, only the 3 major families of the Sky Star could concoct it. The Shenyuan house was one of them. From this, it could be seen how it wasn't difficult for such a huge family to be able to gather some craftsmen from the cultivation faction and warship manufacturing base to create a warship for the younger generations. It wouldn't be difficult for such a big family. Translation. The Shenyuan Ju represented the Shenyuan family in the imperial capital. This was a form of protection as well. After all, the greater the size of a clan, the more the disciples of the clan would be sent out to gain experience and tempering. When they encountered danger, the formidable Shenyuan boat was not only a method to protect their lives, it was also a form of deterrence and warning to their enemies. At this moment, Shenyuan Ziying and Lu Luo raised the Shenyuan boat that represented the Shenyuan family in the capital and quickly chased after Yi Shen. However, although the speed of this Shenyuan boat was astonishing and wasn't any weaker than an ordinary 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warship, it was still a grade lower than Yi Shen's purple hidden shuttle. Even the purplish warbler, who was from the Shenyuan family and had a black hole realm cultivation base, could only match the speed of a star-level warship. It was obvious how rare Yi Shen's hidden purple shuttle was. Of course, what was even rarer was the fusion system. Miss, we have already gathered the star core origin that Master Shu requested. Aren't you going to look for him to refine the Xthi Shenyuan house? He is a famous master refiner in the cultivation camp. It's rare to meet him, and he even agreed to our request. If we don't go now, what if he leaves? Glancing at the purplish warbler, Luluor asked in confusion, look at the direction we're heading. We're obviously going to chase after Yi Shen. That kid has a good warship. Even your Xthi Shenyuan house can't compare to it. But, as long as Master Shu helps us refine it again and improves its performance, it will definitely be better than his. That's the safest choice. It's better than robbing him or asking for a trade, right? We might not be able to catch up to him. Even if we do, he might not agree to let us have it. So, didn't you say that although his purple warship had a different appearance, it gave you the illusion that you were looking at the purple lightning shuttle? Before Luluor could finish, the purplish warbler interrupted her. She had grown up with Luluor. Although they were maids, they were actually sisters. Therefore, she was very clear about this girl's personality. If she didn't understand some things clearly, she would probably continue to nag endlessly in the days to come. The purplish warbler had no choice. In order to have some peace and quiet, she could only say, I can tell you with absolute certainty that that warship is the purple lightning shuttle. To be more precise, the purple lightning shuttle has only fused with that warship. What? Miss, how is this possible? Luluor was stunned. She sucked in a breath of cold air and covered her delicate cherry lips with her small hand. How many years did I use that purple lightning shuttle before I left the imperial capital and received this Shenyuan boat from the patriarch? Only after I obtained the Shenyuan boat did I erase the divine sense imprint I left on it. Tell me, how could I be wrong? The purplish warbler turned her head and glanced at Luluor. She seemed to have suddenly thought of something and faintly sighed. This time, I really made a mistake. I didn't expect this person to be an artifact refining Grandmaster who is much more formidable than Grandmaster Shu. How long has it been since he obtained the purple lightning shuttle? If I'm not wrong, this person should have successfully refined his original battleship during the few days of the auction. Moreover, during this process, he fused the purple lightning shuttle into it. You should know that the purple lightning shuttle is a top-quality small private warship with a speed formation inscribed on it. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have kept it for so many years. Similarly, it is also because of this that I can explain why the warship he possesses now possesses such terrifying speed. A personal warship used by a Grandmaster weapon refiner would never be ordinary to begin with. Furthermore, he obtained the speed formation of the purple lightning shuttle. This person was able to refine a warship while auctioning items in just a few days. This is simply shocking. Even Grandmaster Shu has to go into seclusion to refine weapons. He can't be disturbed by any external force. Under such circumstances, do you think we should look for Master Shu or him? Chapter 2636. Everything starts from scratch. At this moment, Yi Shen was driving the purple concealed shuttle towards the depths of the domain of the buried fall at full speed. However, He was not in a good mood. He felt like he had fallen into a vicious circle. This time, the purple hidden shuttle that had just completed the third fusion seemed to be exposed again. The shape of the shuttle was seen by many people, but there was no other way. He couldn't activate the concealment array of the purple hidden shuttle before taking it out. He had to enter the battleship before he could do so. In other words, if he wanted to return to the Heavenly River Star, he would either not take out the hidden purple shuttle, or he would have to undergo the fourth fusion. Of course, with the current speed of the hidden purple shuttle, it didn't matter even if they were exposed. Under normal circumstances, as long as they didn't fall into a trap, they could basically escape. But the problem was, if Yi Xian had concealed his appearance and returned to Sky River Planet, he must have come back with a purpose. How could he simply escape? Of course, then again, being forced to fuse the battleship again and again was not a bad thing. At least, without this pressure, he probably wouldn't have the purple hidden shuttle now. However, there was still a problem with the fourth fusion. The battleship he chose for the fourth fusion was the moving star that he had obtained from the auction. This battleship was engraved with a teleportation array, but unfortunately, it was damaged. If the array formation had not been damaged, Yi Xian would have immediately looked for a place to start fusing with it. At that time, his personal battleship would possess a concealment array formation, a speed array formation, and a teleportation array formation at the same time. If he were to fuse two battleships with a defensive array formation and an offensive array formation, TSK, at that time, it would simply be a top-grade battleship amongst the top-grade battleships, and there probably wouldn't be a second one in the entire Heavenly Dust Kingdom. But now was obviously not the time. He had to repair the teleportation array on the moving star first. Besides, the purple invisible shuttle was still in use. Yi Xian was driving it to the depths of the burial grounds, so there was no time to fuse the warship for the fourth time. Since that was the case, he might as well fuse with other treasures. The journey through the starry skies was boring to begin with. As Yi Xian put his meteor sword, the last two pieces of starry sky-grade meteorite iron marrow essence, the meteorite essence starlight armor and the glazed jade phoenix armor into the system, the notification of the devouring system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered meteorite sword, starry sky-grade meteorite iron marrow essence. Do you want to fuse? Ding! Discovered fusion treasures fallen essence starlight armor and glazed jade phoenix armor. Do you want to fuse? Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. At the same time, he threw out a large amount of star core origin as the energy for the two simultaneous fusions. Soon, the fusion began, and the reading progress was slow. Although these two treasures were only fused for the second time, because they were fused at the same time, their progress was much slower than when they were fusing the battleship for the third time. It would probably take a few days for them to finish. Fortunately, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have anything else to do right now, he was only rushing to the depths of the graveyard star region. Of course, the burial grounds was vast and boundless. Even with the terrifying speed of the purple invisible shuttle, he would not be able to reach the end in a few years. However, Yi Xian did not have a destination in mind. He just wanted to get as close as possible to the depths of the burial grounds. The closer he got, the higher the chances of encountering the experts of the Heavenly Fate race and the slave races affiliated with them. This time, he came out to earn contribution points from the Alliance. Speaking of contribution points, one had to talk about the fragment of the immortal grade superbrain. This time, Yi Xian had obtained various treasures from the Sky River Star. Currently, there were only 4 that had not been dealt with: the fragment of the superbrain, the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, the moving star, and the fragment of the Dongshu scripture. The others, such as the purple lightning shuttle and the meteoric iron essence, had been used up. There was nothing that could be done about the moving star. He would have to find another opportunity to repair the Dongshu scripture in the future. As for the fragment of the Dongshu scripture, Yi Xian had not had time to study it yet. As for the fragment of the immortal grade superbrain, Yi Xian had already soaked it in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. He had used all 6 vials at once. This fragment of the immortal grade superbrain was only the size of a ping-pong ball. It was thin and looked like a slice of a walnut. Moreover, it was dried up. Its material was similar to that of a plant. If it was thrown into a plate of dried walnuts, no one would be able to recognize it. Now, it was placed in a sealed container by Yi Xian. The 6 vials of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only worth a little more than 100 liters. They were light gold, and the fragment was soaking in them. However, there was no reaction at all. Of course, it was definitely absorbing the energy of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, this process was way too slow. Yi Xian had a feeling that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid might not be enough. After all, the immortal grade superbrain fragment on the immortal grade superbrain on the immortal grade dynasty's immortal planet usually consumed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Yi Xian was only doing his best by soaking the fragment in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, he had actually made 2 backup plans. That was to earn a large amount of Federation contribution points. Once he had accumulated 10 million contribution points, he would exchange them for a level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Once level 9 was obtained, this fragment would definitely be able to recover its vitality. At that time, once the independent communication system of the devouring system was activated, even if Yi Xian didn't go through the superbrain on the administrative planets, he would still be able to actively connect to the capital network of the next level, or even the capital's starry sky network, under the prerequisite of paying a certain price. This way, the chances of finding the devouring system's origin would increase exponentially. Right now, his Federation contribution points were still 0. Everything could be said to be starting from scratch. With Yi Xian's current cultivation realm, killing a true member of the Tianji tribe was basically a no-brainer. His target was the powerhouses of the Tianji tribe's slave races. He would start from the weakest to the strongest. While trying to get in touch with these existences that the myriad Luo Federation had designated as enemies, he would grow rapidly. He believed that as time passed and his cultivation realm continued to increase, the day would definitely come when he would possess the ability to kill a true Tianji tribe powerhouse. With such beautiful expectations in mind, Yi Xian composed himself. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world. Right now, he was already at the 6th level of the star core realm, but before he escaped from Heavenly River Planet, Yi Xian had a feeling in his heart. He felt that his heart had made a small breakthrough at that time, so he could continue to increase his strength. In the short term, he didn't have to worry about his realm being unstable. Chapter 2637. Times have changed. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the purple hidden shuttle had been traveling toward the depths of the graveyard star region at an extremely fast speed. On this day, Yi Xian, who had been cultivating all this time, finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a system notification rang out in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. Realm upgrade. Current realm, level 7 star core grade. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. It hadn't been easy to make a small breakthrough. For every major realm, level 1 to level 3 were the early stages, level 4 to level 6 were the middle stages, and level 7 to level 9 were the late stages. Previously, Yi Xian hadn't even spent 2 months cultivating from the 1st level to the 6th level of the star core realm. On one hand, this was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it was to increase one's cultivation level. It required a large amount of star core origin energy. On the other hand, level 6 was the middle stage of the star core grade, while level 7 was the late stage. Therefore, advancing from level 6 to level 7 was extremely difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Yi Xian still managed to cross it in the end. Moreover, it was precisely because of this difficulty that once he crossed it, his personal strength would change so much that it was like a heavenly abyss. After all, the difference between the middle stage and the late stage was that one had almost reached the pinnacle of the major realm and was about to advance to the next major realm. If that was the case, how could one's strength be the same as that of the middle stage? In short, Yi Xian's personal strength was no longer what it used to be after he had advanced to the late stage of the star core grade. Ever since he had entered the starry sky level, his personal strength had always been his shortcoming. After all, he had only just started. On the other hand, other than his personal strength, he was far ahead of the rest. He had even surpassed many other starry sky-level powerhouses. This was all thanks to the devouring system. Of course, this kind of auxiliary power outside of one's cultivation realm was actually also an aspect of one's strength. Taking everything into consideration, Yi Xian wasn't considered too weak now. At the very least, if a black hole realm powerhouse wasn't fully prepared, such as setting up traps or killing formations, they wouldn't be able to hold him back under normal circumstances. For the past 2 months, Yi Xian had been immersed in training, trying to break through the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th star core realms. He didn't even have the time to check on the fusion system. According to his calculations, the second fusion of his defensive and offensive treasures should have been completed a long time ago. Now that Yi Xian had finally broken through to the 7th level of the core state, his aura had changed greatly. His state of mind had also completely relaxed. Therefore, the first thing he did was to check on the fusion system's second fusion of the 2 treasures. As soon as his thoughts touched the devouring system in his body, the long-awaited notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained Meteorite Essence Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful merger. You have obtained Glazed Starlight Armor. After the second successful fusion, his meteorite sword had turned into the current Meteorite Essence Sword. Its exterior was pitch black, but it was clumsy and lacked a sharp edge. It gave off a simple and heavy feeling, which Yi Xian liked very much. As for the original Meteorite Essence Sword Light Armor, it had turned into the current Glazed Starlight Armor. Its previous bold and powerful appearance had become much more graceful, perhaps due to the fusion of the Glazed Phoenix Armor. It no longer had the same bold and powerful aura. Instead, it seemed to have become lighter and more gentle. Furthermore, the tens of thousands of starlights that bloomed and disappeared on the armor had also turned into a beautiful glazed color. At a glance, this armor already had a neutral and soft feel to it. Previously, it was obvious that this was an armor used by a male powerhouse who walked the path of strength. But now, it was more like a woman's heroic outer armor. This caused Yi Xian to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he thought about it, this kind of defensive outer armor wasn't always on his body. Normally, it was hidden within his body and would only be activated during battle. Only when it was added to his body did he feel slightly better. However, although its outer appearance was a little feminine, its defensive ability had obviously increased by a large margin. After all, it had fused with a top-grade glazed Jade Phoenix armor, and it had also undergone a second successful fusion by the system. It would be strange if its attributes did not increase. It wasn't just this glazed starlight armor, even Yi Xian's offensive weapon, the current Star Essence Sword, was the same. It was even more powerful. With these 2 treasures, one for offense and one for defense, coupled with Yi Xian's breakthrough in realm strength, and the purple hidden shuttle, which had already completed its 3rd fusion and become a supergrade small-sized private battleship, the current Yi Xian could only be described as a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes compared to when he had first entered the Tianhe Auction Center. After all, it had been less than 3 months since Yi Xian had entered the starry sky world, but his cultivation realm had already entered the 7th stage of the late stage of the first major realm. This speed was absolutely shocking in the human race of the 3rd universe. However, now that he had suddenly entered the late stage of the core state, Yi Xian realized that he could not continue to make breakthroughs. The insights he had gained from his previous state of mind had been mostly filled by this breakthrough in strength. If he continued to make breakthroughs, he would face the awkward problem of his realm being unstable again. When he realized this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Could this have something to do with his cultivation technique? With a thought, Yi Xian took out a spacebox from the undying world in his body. Inside it was the incomplete Dongshu technique that had been appraised by the devouring system as a starry sky-grade supreme treasure. This cultivation method came from the 3rd universe's human race's cultivation camp. It was a starry sky supreme treasure level cultivation method. Unfortunately, it was incomplete. It only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms. After reaching the black hole realm, there was no more information for the rest. However, for the current Yi Xian, this was more than enough. The 8 major realms would allow him to last for a long time. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation technique was the 9 Heaven Star technique. Perhaps the name of the technique sounded grand enough, but in reality, this cultivation technique was only the most ordinary, most common, and could be said to be the most popular basic cultivation technique in the human race of the third universe. It could be said that there was nothing outstanding about it. Although Yi Xian's current cultivation speed was quite fast and could even be said to be amazing, this was entirely because he did not lack the core source. At the same time, he had the devouring system and the Star Devourer beast bloodline, which allowed him to absorb the core source energy at an extremely fast speed. It had nothing to do with the 9 Heavens astral art at all. Chapter 2638. Exposing the truth. Yi Xian would be extremely hesitant if his cultivation base was already high enough and he suddenly had to change to a new cultivation method. After all, cultivation base was one's foundation. Dispersing one's cultivation and recultivating often meant that he was putting himself in a dangerous situation. But now that the environment was safe and his cultivation was not high, Yi Xian did not hesitate for too long and made the final decision. The insightful void fragment was not a book, nor was it a sheepskin scroll. Instead, it was a broken tortoise shell. It looked very simple and there were many scratches on it. It did not look like an object that carried the inheritance of a cultivation method. However, when Yi Xian sent his divine sense into it, he immediately received the inheritance information of this Dongshu cultivation method. First, there was a picture of an ancient giant turtle that was even larger than the stars. It was roaming in the galaxy with its physical body. It raised its head and roared. A black energy rushed out from its mouth, like a small meteor, and rushed into the endless horizon. At first, it was a small star core. Then, it grew into a meteor. Slowly, it grew into a satellite, a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then, it suddenly exploded and condensed into a black hole in the vast starry sky, swallowing everything. This whole process was the first 8 realms of the starry sky level cultivation. There was no more after that. Because the tortoise shell was only damaged, the inheritance was broken. By the time Yi Xian retracted his consciousness, 8 sections of obscure cultivation mantras had appeared in his mind. Among them, the mantra for the first major stage, the star core stage, was particularly clear. He only had to ponder for a moment before he understood it. What shocked him the most was that the cultivation method of the insightful void technique was actually condensed and born from the roar of a huge starry sky giant tortoise. Then, how powerful was that terrifying starry sky giant tortoise? Was this whole emptiness created by it and passed down its legacy? If so, where was that giant tortoise now? Yi Xian sank into these divergent thoughts for a while. After a long time, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be thinking too much. No matter the origin of that giant tortoise or where it was, it seemed that it had nothing to do with him now. With a bitter smile, Yi Xian adjusted his state of mind and sank his consciousness into the star core chapter of the insightful void technique. He focused his mind and started cultivating from the first level of the star core stage. At the same time, in the Star Leader by Zhengjuan's luxurious star editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Tales by Xian, by Xian by com. Patriarch, I feel that this brat looks a little familiar. By com. That's right, I find this suspicious too. On the side, Bai Hong continued, the guy who killed young master Bai stole a young Star Devourer beast. It is said that this kind of Star Devourer beast is very sensitive to the aura of a star core origin. They don't even need to dig up a star to be able to smell if there is a star core origin that hasn't been exhausted yet. This guy is only a cosmic core grade cultivator, but he has such a huge amount of cosmic core origin. This doesn't make sense. Therefore, we have very good reason to believe that this Yi Xian is most likely the culprit behind young Master Bai's death. He obtained the star core origin thanks to that space-devouring beast's latent ability. Planet Manager, we can amend our arrest warrant. Before this, we didn't have any specific information. Now, we can make Yi Xian's personal information public. This way, he won't be able to enter any of the administrative planets. Once he enters another administrative planet, he will immediately be trapped and killed by the Star Defense Array. What? There's such a thing. Bai Zhengjun, who had just calmed down, suddenly became furious again. After thinking about it carefully, there were indeed many suspicious points. If he was not mistaken, this Yi Xian was really the culprit behind Bai Shili's death. You damned little bastard! If I, Bai Zhengjun, don't skin you alive, then I'm not a man. Bai Zhengjun roared through gritted teeth. He calmed down, sat back on the sofa, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke again. 2 things. First, issue an arrest warrant in the name of the Sky River planet. Make public Yi Xian's personal information. Do your best to arrest him. Second, the experts sent by the capital to deal with the black hole incident should be arriving soon, right? You go outside and wait. As soon as they arrive, immediately invite them in my name. Say that there is an important situation to report. Humph, this time, the Zhao family will definitely not let go of this opportunity. They want to bring down my Bai family, but the sudden appearance of this guy surnamed Yi has given me a chance to turn defeat into victory. Go do your job. On the side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao looked at each other, feeling a little confused. They quickly retreated, not daring to say anything more. 2 days later, a huge fleet arrived at the Sky River planet. This fleet came from the capital of the Tianchen Empire, the Tianchen Star. The reason why it took them 2 months to arrive here was that they had made several wormholes along the way. In the star field of every small country in the Everlasting Empire, some wormholes were built on the basis of various planets. However, these wormholes were usually not opened. Only under certain urgent and special circumstances would the small country's capital give the authority to send out a fleet with wormhole jumping authority. Otherwise, it would take at least a year to reach the Sky River planet from the capital of the Tianchen Empire. The entire fleet had a cosmic river-level space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters, 2 cosmic cloud-level space fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters, and 100 star-level Federation military standard warships as scouts. This was definitely an extremely powerful fleet. Even in the Federation military branch on the Sky River planet, the power in the hands of Commander Zhao Long could not compare. Not to mention other things, just for space fortresses alone, Zhao Long only had 1 cosmic cloud-level space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. This time, in the fleet sent from the capital of the Tianchen Empire, there were 2 such fortresses, and they were only used for protection. The flagship of the fleet was the cosmic river-level space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The countless experts on the Heavenly River Star had never seen such an existence before. Therefore, when the entire fleet appeared outside the Heavenly River Star, the entire Heavenly River Star was in an uproar. The Star Commander Bai Zhengjun and the military commander Zhao Long personally walked out of the Heavenly River Star and went to the Star Defense Array to welcome them. Chapter 2639. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Master Shu's Promise. Oh, Master Shu, I didn't expect you to come. Bai Zhengjuan's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed old man. He immediately trotted over to greet him with a warm smile on his face. In fact, Zhao Long, who was standing beside him, was also shocked. He had wanted to greet Master Shu as well, but Bai Zhengjun had taken the initiative. He immediately looked unhappy, but he quickly concealed it. He also walked over to the other major general of the Tianchen nation. General Li, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? After exchanging pleasantries, the host and the guest entered the Tianhe planet. The huge fleet, which had a 10,000-meter-long space fortress, remained outside the Tianhe planet, attracting a large number of experts to watch. The monarch of the Heaven Dust Kingdom had sent this fleet to solve the problem of the black holes in the domain of the buried falling stars. The general named Li was only a guard, while the one who was actually in charge was Master Shu. He was not an expert from the everlasting dynasty of the technology faction. Instead, he was from the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace of the Cultivation faction. He was a top master in array formation and refining. He was the Master Shu that the Purplish Warbler had mentioned earlier. Now, even the Purplish Warbler did not know that Master Shu had come to the Tianchen planet at the request of the monarch of the Tianchen nation. He wanted to use his array formation skills to temporarily seal the black hole that had suddenly appeared and was slowly expanding in the graveyard domain. He would think of a better way to solve it in the future. Of course, It was impossible to achieve all this by relying on one person's strength alone. Moreover, although Master Shu was known to be a master in both refining weapons and formations, his cultivation was not very strong. He was only at the Starry Star realm, which was the fifth major realm in the cultivation world under the starry sky. Even so, Master Shu had to be treated with caution in the Tianchen nation, even some black hole realm experts. In the technology faction, it was not easy to find a master who was a master in both refining and array formation skills. Even the monarch of the Tianchen nation had to treat him with respect. This wasn't to say that the cultivation faction was more powerful than the technological faction. Instead, it was because once the technological faction was able to invite such a master to integrate the cultivation faction's array elements into their magic treasures and refine them again, the final result would often be able to break through the limits of the technological faction. This had long become a consensus. Therefore, although Master Shu's cultivation was not strong, due to his special identity, his status in the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was still very high. At this moment, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Star by Zhengjun was entertaining Grandmaster Shu and General Li at a banquet in the Heavenly River Stars official residence, accompanied by a group of Heavenly River Stars higher-ups, including Zhao Long. Bai Zhengjun took advantage of this opportunity to spill the beans about Bai Shuli's death and Yi Xian under the pretext of describing the formation of the black hole. Zhao Long frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was an expert in the black hole realm, he could not put on airs in front of Master Shu. What? How could there be such a murderer? Nephew Bai was tailing a starry sky devourer and found a large amount of star core origins on that black star. However, in the end, this guy called Yi Xian not only took away all the star core origins, but also planned to capture the starry sky devourer alive. He even plotted against Nephew Bai by bombarding the space with the star cannon, which caused the black hole to appear. After listening to Bai Zhengjuan's exaggerated and willful explanation, Master Shu flew into a rage. How can such a murderer be allowed to get away with it? Sigh, there's no other way. That kid has a super top-grade battleship, and this time he entered the Heavenly River Star in disguise. He exchanged a large amount of level 7, level 8, and even level 9 star core origins for a large amount of resources from the Heavenly River Stars auction. By the time I realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, he had already escaped to the outskirts of the Heavenly River Star. Bai Zhengjun sighed faintly and continued, Master Shu, although my son is innocent in this matter, it was still caused by him. Now, I have issued an arrest warrant, and I believe that this person will be arrested soon. Now, I only hope that Master Shu can uphold justice and put in a good word for me in front of the Emperor when you go back. If the Emperor does not listen to other greedy words, I will be very grateful. Of course, this time, in order to deal with this black hole, it has also caused the capital to lose a lot of money and manpower. No matter how you look at it, my Bai family has to bear a part of the responsibility. So, after capturing that guy called Yi Xian alive, all of the gains, including a large amount of level 8 and level 9 star cores, will be handed over to Master Shu. Master Shu will bring them back to the capital, and it can be considered that my Bai family has atoned for my son's mistake. Ha ha ha. Bai Xingzhang, don't worry. Leave this to me. I can still say a few words in front of the Emperor. Master Shu was very happy to hear this. Although Bai Zhengjuan's words were vague, he knew in his heart that when the time came, at least half of the level 8 and level 9 star core origins would be given to him. At the thought of this, even he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even he did not have level 8 or level 9 star core origins. Thinking of this, Master Shu exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, he took the opportunity to express his opinion. Bai Xingzhang, the matter of apprehending that murderer Yi Xian should not be delayed. In order to motivate the experts in the Tianhe Star region, I will express my opinion today. Bai Xingzhang, you can spread the news later. As long as you can capture that Yi Xian alive, I, Shu, promise to refine it twice, including the teleportation formation. What I am most proficient in is the spatial array Dao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been invited by the Heavenly Dust Emperor to deal with this black hole incident. With the arrival of Master Shu, Bai Zhengjun had successfully resolved his crisis. All this made Zhao Long very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh inwardly that the older the ginger, the wiser. He had never thought that Bai Zhengjun would be able to seize this opportunity. With Master Shu's promise to refine two-star cores for him, the news was widely spread by Bai Zhengjun. The entire Tianhe star and its surrounding star domains were in an uproar in an instant. Previously, whether it was the Bai family in private or the official bounty issued by Bai Zhengjun on behalf of the Heavenly River Star, the reward was only star coins, which was not enough to tempt all masters. However, this time, an artifact refining and array master had promised to help twice, so almost no one could resist the temptation. Before realizing that Yi Xian was also a weapon forging master and that his ability surpassed Master Shu's, even Shenyuan Ziying, who came from the heavenly nether imperial capital, had to ask Master Shu for help when she stayed in this star field. From this, it could be seen how prestigious and reputable he was. In an instant, a large number of experts poured into the depths of the graveyard star region, forming a large net that enveloped Yi Xian. Chapter 2640. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Scouts of the Heavenly Legacy clan. So far, they had discovered 3 universes: the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe. The third universe was occupied by the human race, and the second universe was filled with various races that were also members of the Wan Luo Federation. Only the first universe was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan. The Heavenly Legacy clan was actually made up of robots. Their leader was Yi, but they called themselves the Heavenly Legacy clan. In addition, there were also such robots in the third universe, but they had nothing to do with the Heavenly Legacy clan. They were called the Mechanical clan, and their leader was who was the imperial advisor of the Immortal Dynasty. There were 2 natural wormholes in the depths of the domain of the Buried Falling that connected the first universe and the second universe. From these 2 natural wormholes, there would often be guests from other realms crossing over, including the myriad races that had formed an alliance with the human race to form the Myriad Sift Federation. There were also members of the Tian's legacy race from the first universe, as well as experts from other slave races affiliated with the Tian's legacy race. Of course, very few Heavenly Legacy clan members had come to the domain of the Buried Falling, but there were quite a few experts of the other slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan. After all, even the Heavenly Legacy clan needed star core origins. Experts of the Wan Luo Federation were fighting the Heavenly Legacy clan members from the first universe or the slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan in the depths of the domain of the Buried Falling at every moment. Once they killed the enemy, they would be rewarded with Federation contribution points. If they could seize some special resources from the enemy, they would also be rewarded with different amounts of Federation contribution points according to their value. Right now, Yi Xian, who was close to the edge of the core area of the domain of the Buried Falling, had encountered such an opportunity. Ding! Demons discovered. Do you want to kill them? Just as Yi Xian had finished his cultivation and given up on the 9 heaven stars incantation to cultivate to the 7th level of the star core realm with the insightful void realm and opened his eyes, the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. Along the way, the notifications from the devouring system had been ringing from time to time. Most of them were notifications about the discovery of star core origins. However, since they were of average grades and there weren't many of them, Yi Xian wasn't even interested in stopping to mine them. This was the first time he had been reminded that he had found prey and asked if he had killed it. As such, Yi Xian's curiosity was piqued and he subconsciously made a detailed inquiry. Very quickly, he obtained all sorts of information regarding the demons from the devouring system, demonic tribe, originating from the first universe. They are a vassal and slave race of the Tianji tribe, the public enemy of the Myriad Luo Federation. They are also known as the Scouts of the Tianji tribe. All members of this race look no different from humans in terms of appearance. The only difference is that they have a demon core in their minds. This demon core was the cultivation source of the demon tribe. All demon tribe members are proficient in illusions and possess powerful psychic power. Therefore, even if an ordinary expert were to scan them with their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to discover their true identity. They would have to use the superbrain of the administrative planet to scan their soul fluctuations in order to successfully identify them. A large number of demon tribe members are active in the depths of the graveyard domain. It is impossible to tell them apart from the humans of the third universe. Because of this, they are often sent by the Tianji tribe as scouts to spy on the myriad Luo Federation in this domain. Killing an ordinary demon tribe member will earn 1,000 Federation contribution points. Small leaders will earn 10,000, big leaders will earn 100,000, and demon tribe commanders will earn 1 million. Note, the demon tribe has 10 major tribes. Each tribe has 1 million members and 1 commander. Above the 10 commanders is the demon tribe emperor. If you can kill him, you will earn 10 million Federation contribution point. Yi Xian's breathing immediately quickened. He didn't want to kill the demon tribe commanders and demon tribe emperors, which were worth 1 million and 10 million Federation contribution points. Existences at that level couldn't have come to the graveyard domain from the first universe. However, killing an ordinary demon tribe member would earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points. This made him very excited. Exchanging a tube of level 9 cultivation fluid from the myriad Luo Federation required 10 million Federation contribution points. In other words, he only needed to kill 10,000 ordinary demon tribe members. Now that he had encountered the first demon tribe member, would he be far from the 10,000th? This wasn't because Yi Xian was overconfident. It was because he had realized his advantage, and that advantage was the devouring system. Yi Xian had already realized this advantage when the notification of the devouring system had sounded. The contribution points of the myriad Luo Federation were not so easy to earn. Killing the experts of the other slave races of the Heaven's Legacy race, and if they were all ordinary clansmen, the highest reward would be 100 contribution points. Some would only be a few points, or even a few dozen points. The reason why killing an ordinary demon tribe member could earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points was because it was very difficult to distinguish between demon tribe members and demon tribe members. Unless one used the superbrain of an administrative planet to scan for demon tribe members' soul power fluctuations, even the myriad Luo Federation powerhouses wouldn't be able to find any clues with their divine sense. This was understandable. Demon tribe members had demon cores in their heads, so they generally had powerful spiritual power. However, where could one find the superbrain of an administrative planet in the depths of the graveyard domain? This directly led to situations where humans and demon tribe members would often travel in groups in this region. You wouldn't even know that the other party was a demon tribe member, so a lot of information about the myriad Luo Federation was unknowingly leaked out. There had been several major leaks in history, causing the human race and even the myriad Luo Federation to suffer heavy losses. However, this problem couldn't be solved. They couldn't order the Federation powerhouses to form groups in the depths of the graveyard domain and force them to fight alone to prevent information from being leaked, could they? If they really did that, it would be too harsh. Besides, it wasn't certain if the intergalactic mercenaries and Federation powerhouses would comply. It was because of this that the Federation contribution points awarded for killing demon tribe members were so terrifyingly high. Even so, very few demon tribe members were successfully killed every year. This was because the only way to determine whether a demon tribe member was a demon tribe member in the depths of the graveyard domain was to kill them and dig out their brains to see if there was a demon core inside. If there was, then contribution points would be awarded. Every Federation powerhouse or intergalactic mercenary had a virtual mercenary card that was tied to their identity, and it had the ability to identify and record the changes in contribution points. For others, it was easy to kill a demon tribe member, but there was no way to determine the demon tribe member's identity. They couldn't just kill a demon tribe member on sight, could they? If that were the case, then the human race would have been in chaos a long time ago. However, Yi Xian was different. He hadn't even seen where the demon tribe member was, but the devouring system had already given him a clear notification. This was practically cheating. If he couldn't successfully accumulate 10 million Federation contribution points in the depths of the graveyard domain, then he would be too weak. Chapter 2641. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Probe. A figure appeared in the void of the Milky Way ahead. It was a woman. She looked no different from a human. She even looked sweet and gave people a sense of intimacy. Seeing this, even though Yi Xian had received the exact notification from the devouring system, he was still a little shaken. With a doubtful expression, he checked with the devouring system again. The result was the same. His opponent was indeed a demon, but her cultivation was not very strong. She was only at the 5th rank core realm. However, since he couldn't confirm whether she was a demonkin or a 5th level star core realm cultivator, this woman could basically guarantee his safety in the domain of the buried falling star. Her sweet and friendly appearance was the best protection he could get. For the first time, Yi Xian had a clear understanding of the concept of a demon. At this moment, this demon cultivator woman was excavating the source of the star core on a planet that wasn't very big. Moreover, the location she chose was rather secretive. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian possessed the devouring system and was able to sense it indiscriminately within a certain distance, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover the other party just by flying past. Subconsciously, Yi Xian checked the star that the other party was excavating and discovered that there was no star core source within the star core. Thus, with a thought, he came out of the purple hidden shuttle and put away the battleship. After that, he concealed his cultivation to the level of a star core level 5 and soared towards the star below. There was one thing to be clear here. Normally, unless one's cultivation base was a whole realm higher than the opponent's, it was basically impossible to conceal one's cultivation base perfectly. This was why Zhao Long could see through the purplish warbler's cultivation base at a glance. Although the latter had concealed her cultivation base, they were in the same realm, so they could see through each other's cultivation base at a glance. However, Yi Xian was different. He had just discovered this difference not long ago. Not to mention those in the same realm, even those who were much stronger than him would not be able to see through his concealment of his cultivation base. Everything was because of Dong Shu. Even if this secret art only contained fragments of the first 8 realms, the devouring system had already identified it as a starry sky grade supreme treasure. As such, its original grade could only be imagined. Due to the fact that Yi Xian had changed his cultivation to Cosmic Void Realm, he had concealed his actual cultivation base at level 5. Even a black hole realm elite would not be able to see through his disguise. Yi Xian pretended not to notice the other party and also began to excavate the planet. However, the location he chose was not far away, and the commotion he created was large enough to alarm the other party. The reason why Yi Xian did this was to be safe. He wanted to test the other party before making a move. Otherwise, if the other party wasn't a devil cultivator and such a cute and friendly human fellow died in his hands, Yi Xian would feel a bit sad in his heart. He was afraid that it would affect his Dao heart to a certain extent. If the other party still attacked him after the test, then even if she was not a demon, Yi Xian would not have any qualms about killing her. The Dao heart was very important on the path of cultivation. Those who only pursued benefits and had no bottom line in their hearts might improve rapidly, but at the same time, after reaching a certain realm, the chances of encountering inner demons would also increase greatly. Yi Xian had experienced this before, so he always had his own principles. He was not being pretentious, but there really was karma in the unseen world, so he had to pay attention to it. Fellow Daoist, you seem to have crossed the line. I have been excavating for a long time. Don't you think it is a little inappropriate for you to suddenly interfere? Just as Yi Xian was about to activate the sword of meteorite essence to excavate the planet, an obviously displeased voice sounded in the air behind him. He immediately stopped and pretended to look in the direction of the voice. Then, he smiled and said somewhat awkwardly, "So there is already someone excavating this planet. I just didn't notice before. My apologies." However, changing the topic, Yi Xian pointed at the deep tunnel that he had excavated. "However, I obtained a top-grade offensive magical treasure half a year ago. I can excavate faster than you can. Just in case, why don't we work together? When the time comes, we will divide the large amount of star core origin equally. What do you think?" "What do you mean?" The other party's eyebrows twitched, but she forced herself to remain calm. Clearly, she was shocked by Yi Xian's words about the large amount of star core origin. "All right, then I will be frank. Actually, I have the bloodline of the Star Devourer beast. Back then, I accidentally hunted a young beast, so, at this point, Yi Xian saw the light in the other party's eyes. He knew that she had understood, so he did not continue. Instead, he changed the topic and said, under this planet, there are nearly 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals. There are also 3 level 8 black crystals the size of a fist. We will split the level 7 crystals in half, and I will take 2 of the level 8 crystals. What do you think? If we work together, we can get it as soon as possible. This is also the reason why I didn't move just now. Otherwise, once other powerhouses come, with my 5th level Star Core Realm cultivation base, I am afraid. In fact, you are the same. We are almost the same. We don't have to worry about who will take the things after we get it. Instead of attracting other powerhouses, why don't we each take our share and make a fortune silently? All of this was reasonable. The female demon was obviously tempted. After pondering for a while, she nodded and agreed. Well, my magical treasure can excavate faster. I will be the main force in the front, and you will be the back. You only need to use your magical treasure to assist. At the same time, keep an eye on the situation outside. If other people pass by, remember to remind me to stop at the first moment. I don't want to attract too much attention. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and revealed an impatient expression. He immediately raised the star essence sword and began to dig with a rumbling sound. As for the devil cultivator woman, she also pretended to activate her magic treasure outside to help, but her eyes flashed with a bright light from time to time. It was obvious that her state of mind was unstable. It was not that she didn't think of capturing Yi Xian alive. This was a living star core origin detector. But considering that the strength of both sides was about the same, and the sword in the opponent's hand was of the highest quality, she obviously didn't have the ability to do so. And it was too late to go back and call for help. The opponent would definitely be suspicious. After thinking about it, she finally decided to kill. No matter what, she had to get the 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals and 3 level 8 black crystals first. With these, it would be a great achievement when she returned. Thinking of this, the female demon took advantage of Yi Xian's inattention. The magical treasure that was originally excavating on the right side of Yi Xian's body suddenly changed direction and directly blasted toward the back of Yi Xian's head. Ari, really courting death. Chapter 2642. Harvest without restraint. Boom, swish. As Yi Xian completely released his previously concealed cultivation, a majestic pressure instantly enveloped the devil cultivator woman. Before it even reached her body, it had already caused her body to tremble uncontrollably, and her beautiful face turned pale. At the same time, the star essence sword that Yi Xian had been using to rapidly dig in front of him suddenly spun around, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the devil cultivator woman. The blade was cold and emitted a bone-piercing chill. The devil cultivator woman sensed the aura of death and screamed in shock. What? Level 7 star core stage? You're a late-stage expert? This is impossible. You found out too late. Yi Xian sneered, and as he chanted, he formed a hand seal, and the star essence sword that was whistling through the air instantly slashed down. Fart. A soft muffled sound rang out, and the devil dweller woman was beheaded on the spot. Her head flew into the sky, but her beautiful eyes that were filled with shock were still wide open, as if she was endlessly unwilling to accept everything that had happened before her eyes. At the same time, hot blood surged out from the neck of her headless body. Yi Xian frowned, and with a wave of his sleeve, he wrapped her up and brought her to the ground far away from the planet. Then, he walked towards the head of the devil cultivator woman that had rolled to the side. The devil cultivator clan and humans looked exactly the same, the only difference was that the former had a demon core in their heads. This demon core was equivalent to the sea of consciousness of a human expert. Not only was it the foundation of cultivation, it also had a certain effect on the amplitude of mental strength. The devil cultivator rankers had powerful mental strength, and even if human cultivators used their divine sense to scan their bodies, they would not be able to find any abnormalities. It was precisely because the demon core in their minds had vibrated their mental strength that they were able to block the detection and scanning of external divine sense. At this moment, Yi Xian held the star essence sword in his hand, and stood in front of the head of the devil cultivator woman who had died with her eyes wide open. For a moment, he actually felt a trace of hesitation. If this woman did not have the rumored monster core in her head, then this matter would be really awkward. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the star essence sword in his hand instantly slashed out a black blade, quietly cutting open the head of the devil cultivator woman. Of course, Yi Xian had considered the possibility of the demon's monster core in this skull, so he had been careful with his actions. He had used a lot of skill, so he didn't split the demon's head and the demon's monster core in one strike. Pu. With a muffled sound, the female demon's head split into two halves. In the middle of the red and white halves, there was a black prism the size of a peach pit that entered Yi Xian's line of sight. As expected, after secretly heaving a sigh of relief, Yi Xian waved his hand, and an invisible force swept out, wrapping around the black prism crystal in the skull. With a slight shake, the stains and blood were washed away, and when it landed on Yi Xian's palm, it was already incomparably clean. Although this object was only the size of a peach pit, it felt quite heavy in his palm. It could be seen that its density was not low. Yi Xian examined it a few times, but couldn't find any clues, so he subconsciously wrapped it with his divine sense. In the next moment, the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained 1,000 contribution points from the Myriad Luo Federation. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained the Devil Cultivator's brain. Do you wish to accept it? The two system prompts that suddenly sounded in his mind caused Yi Xian to be stunned. He was not surprised by the 1,000 contribution points from the Federation, but how could he accept the Devil Cultivator's brain? With doubts, Yi Xian immediately looked through the detailed introduction of the Devil Cultivator in the information data of the devouring system, and soon came to a realization. The Devil Cultivator's brain could indeed be absorbed, but other experts were obviously powerless because this object was the source of the Devil Cultivator's spiritual force. The Devil Cultivator did not cultivate his divine sense, but his spiritual force was very strong. From the birth crystal, there was a small crystal in his brain. After that, as the Devil Cultivator grew step by step, he cultivated his spiritual force and continuously refined the Devil core in his brain. When he reached adulthood, this Devil core was equivalent to his sea of consciousness, containing incomparably pure spiritual force. However, because its density was too high, and its structure was tight, it had the most complex genetic chain, so it could not be used by others. However, Yi Xian's devouring system could easily decompose this object, and then extract the spiritual force contained in the Devil core. After returning it to its source, it could be used to refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness. It was the most ideal. After understanding this situation, Yi Xian was immediately overjoyed. Cultivation methods that could refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness were extremely rare. Even Yi Xian had only heard of them and had never come into contact with them. If he could obtain a large amount of pure spiritual force through the Devil core in the brain of these Devil cultivators, he could refine his divine sense and expand his sea of consciousness. This was absolutely tantamount to a good fortune for any cultivator. I didn't expect the Devil core in the brain of the Devil cultivator to have such a wonderful use. It seems that not only can I obtain a large amount of Federation contribution points by hunting the Devil cultivator, but I can also obtain the Devil core and give it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual force contained in it. It's killing two birds with one stone. It couldn't be better. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system to devour the Devil core. Soon, the Devil core in his palm suddenly disappeared and was collected by the devouring system. It was just that this object was too dense, and it contained the most complex gene chain of the Devil cultivator clan. Even with the terrifying ability of the devouring system, it was not possible to completely extract the spiritual force in it in a short time. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He immediately jumped out of the hole he dug. After reaching the ground, he searched the Devil cultivator woman's body. After confirming that there was no other valuable thing, he waved his hand to summon the purple hidden shuttle. His figure had already stepped into the inner cabin of the battleship in a flash, and he soared into the sky. In the following time, Yi Xian almost didn't even have time to cultivate. He almost drove the purple hidden shuttle day and night to wander around the edge of the core area of the graveyard domain, looking for the devil cultivator. Every time the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian would follow the system's guidance and quickly approach, waiting for an opportunity to kill. Unknowingly, a full 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After nearly 100 days and nights, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be gratifying. The number of devil cultivators that he successfully hunted reached nearly 100 in a short period of time. Almost every day, there was a harvest. In addition to nearly 100 devil cores, Yi Xian also obtained nearly 100,000 Federation contribution points. Although he was still far away from the goal of 10 million points, at least he had taken a solid first step. Even for a powerful black hole realm cultivator, this kind of harvest was absolutely unimaginable. They couldn't be sure if their target was a devil cultivator or not. As for Yi Xian, with the help of the devouring system, he could be said to be invincible in hunting the devil cultivator. Chapter 2643. Casting the net and bait in Nibua Mountain. Over the past 3 months, Yi Xian had indeed encountered a large number of demonkin. On the surface, they looked no different from humans, but the targets he had chosen were all lone wolves. Sometimes, he would come across groups of demonkin. Out of caution, Yi Xian would not act rashly even if he was tempted. Stability was the most important thing. Making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. Unfortunately, after 3 months of continuous hunting, the demonkin tribes lingering in this starfield seemed to have become vigilant. At present, Yi Xian had been roaming the hidden purple shuttle for 4 or 5 days in a row in the starfield, but he had not come across a single demonkin. At the very least, they were in groups of 3 or 5. Under such circumstances, with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, he could not act at all. Otherwise, his whereabouts would be exposed. Obviously, the disappearance of hundreds of his clansmen had attracted the attention of some demonkin leader or commander in this area. Because of this, Yi Xian's hunting had become stagnant. At the same time, while Yi Xian was gloomily controlling the hidden purple shuttle to wander aimlessly around the periphery of the core of the graveyard starfield, somewhere in the depths of this starfield, a battlestar nearly 10,000 meters in diameter was quietly sailing through the vast starfield. The battlestar was shaped like a beehive, and its 10,000 meters in diameter made it look like a meteor. Although it was dim and lightless, it imperceptibly exuded an aura of desolation. This was the headquarters of the demonkin race in this starfield. The battlestar was a weapon of mass destruction that represented the highest level of human technology. In fact, it was not a monopoly of the human race in the third universe. There were also such things in the enemy camp of the human race. After all, the entire Tianji race was originally made up of intelligent robots with self-awareness. To a certain extent, the technological power they controlled was even more advanced than that of the human race. Because of this, warships and battlestars were extremely common in the first universe. As the frontline scouts of the Heaven's Legacy race and the Myriad Net Federation, it was very normal for the demon race to possess something like a space fortress. After all, they would have to enter wormholes to travel from the first universe to the third universe, which was occupied by the humans, other than the lengthy interstellar travel. Without a bastion, there was no way to jump through a wormhole. Of course, since this was the third universe occupied by the human race, the appearance of the bastion that the Tianji race gave to the demon race's scouts must have been specially designed. It was exactly the same as the ordinary bastions that were commonly seen in the human race's technological base. But in reality, this bastion wasn't just a base camp for the demonkin scouts, it was a mobile prison. Within the bastion's interior was a section of catacombs designed to imprison the strongest of the human race, or those from other races of the Federation. Whenever they set their eyes on something valuable in the domain of the graveyard, they would capture it alive and throw it into the 10,000 nets in their bastions. These experts of the human race all had special abilities in a certain field, or were the cream of the crop. The Tianji race's purpose in capturing these elites was the same as the Myriad Net Federation's call for all the experts of the Federation to hunt down their enemies and obtain important resources. A bastion that could rise to a height of 10,000 meters was at the galaxy level. Even the Sky River star didn't have one. However, in the boundless domain of the graveyard, the demon race had a total of 10 such bastions. Every bastion had 10,000 ordinary demons in it. Of course, there was a difference in strength between them. The one in charge of these 10,000 ordinary devil dwellers was a small leader of the devil dwellers. 10 planetary bastions, 10 squad leaders, and 100,000 demon experts. This was the vanguard of the Tianji race's scouts in the domain of the graveyard. Of course, apart from the small heads, there were also big heads. A big head was in charge of 10 small heads and 100,000 demon experts under their command. As for the commanders, they had 10 squad leaders and 1,000,000 demon experts under their command. They formed a tribe. 10 tribes and 10 commanders made up the entire demon race, which had a population of more than 10 million. However, among all the powerful demon experts who had been stationed in the domain of the buried fall all year round, there was only one who was the most powerful and had the highest status. All of the minor leaders who controlled the 10 star forts were under his command. This squad leader was the highest commander of the Tianji race's scouts in the third universe. His name was Bhi, and he was a late black hole realm expert. Among the 10 bastions of the demon race, the one Bhi personally commanded was the headquarters of the demon race's scouts. However, that bastion, which was similar to a flagship, had always been hidden in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard and wouldn't leave easily. As for the space fortress that was slowly approaching from the distance, the leader of the Devil Cultivator was called Mount Nibwa. The nearly 100 Devil Cultivator experts that Yi Xian had killed were all his subordinates. The entire bastion had only about 10,000 demon experts, and over 100 had gone missing in such a short time. This ratio had never happened before. If Nibwa Shan couldn't find out the truth, he wouldn't be able to answer to Bhi and would definitely be punished. Because of this, he had decided to come to this star field in person and do his best to find out the truth. The bastion was like a nest, divided into many levels. The lowest level was the Cataclysm, and the highest level was Mount Nibwa's private territory. At this moment, Nibwa Shan was sitting gloomily on a luxurious ferocious beast leather sofa in the inner cabin of the bastion's top floor, surrounded by demon guards. Not far away from him, there were a few cautious devil cultivator rankers standing respectfully with their hands clasped behind their backs. These guys had just finished reporting the general situation of the missing devil cultivator scouts, and their hearts were currently filled with apprehension. Specifically targeting our clansmen who are alone. If that's the case, the guy hiding in the dark shouldn't be too strong. Humph, I'd like to see who dares to treat my demon race as prey. A cold light flashed in Nibwa Shan's eyes as he let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to vent all the suffocation and annoyance in his chest. After a long time, he turned his head and glanced at several of his trusted subordinates beside him, and ordered, "Set the bait. All clansmen, those who can be mobilized, take action and set an inescapable net in this star field. No matter what, we must find that demon hunter. Remember, we must catch him alive." Chapter 2644. Demon Dwellers Trap. For an entire month, Yi Xian had yet to encounter a single demon dweller. During this period of time, the demon dwellers he had encountered had at least 3 to 5 people. Although ordinary demon dwellers were generally in the Star Core realm, when there were too many of them, Yi Xian did not dare to rashly make a move in a situation where he could not guarantee that he would be able to kill all of them. He had been waiting for the right time the entire time. The Devil Cultivator was obviously on guard, but as time passed, their tensed minds would slowly relax. At that time, it would be the time for Yi Xian to attack again and hunt. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. For a cultivator, a few months really passed in the blink of an eye. Many times, a single closed-door cultivation session would take several years or even longer. A few months was really nothing. However, in these few months, Yi Xian felt rather tormented. In his boredom, he even urged the purple hidden shuttle to go to a remote part of the star field, mining the star core sources in the center of the stars to pass the time. Until this day, when Yi Xian had basically dug out all the star core sources in a small part of the void, the assassin system's notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding, discovered a demon dweller, location, star field in front left. A demon dweller? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, His entire person instantly became excited. For an entire half a year, the assassin system's occasional notifications were basically about small demon dweller groups. For a situation like this, where a demon dweller was discovered alone, Yi Xian even felt that it was somewhat distant and unfamiliar. It had only appeared in the first 3 months. For an entire half a year, they had not killed a single demon dweller, presumably their vigilance had gradually relaxed. Otherwise, a situation like this where a demon dweller acted alone would basically not have occurred in the past half a year. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the hidden purple shuttle. He silently but quickly chased after the direction indicated by the assassin system. The figure of a demon dweller appeared in the void of the star field in front of him very quickly. Its body looked extremely sturdy. Although it was only its back view, it was basically possible to determine that the demon dweller was in the prime of his life. Its cultivation was not bad, actually the same as Yi Xian, at the 7th level core realm. Although they were experts of the same level, Yi Xian didn't take them to heart at all. In the first 3 months, among the over 100 devil cultivator experts he'd killed, there were even a few at the 8th level of the star core realm. As for the 7th level core realm, there were more than 10 of them. Ever since Yi Xian stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had grown up killing all the way. Whether it was battle experience or willpower, he was far from an ordinary powerhouse. In addition, with the purple hidden shuttle that could conceal his presence, if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, he was confident that he could kill even a 9th level core realm demon dweller. At this moment, the demon in front of them seemed to have encountered some kind of situation. He had been burying his head in his journey. Under the full power of his late star core realm cultivation base, his body had almost turned into a shooting star arrow, rapidly flying towards the vast star field in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it could not be compared to the purple hidden shuttle. Yi Xian used less than half a cup of tea's time to get close to the demon dweller. This was the result of him following behind the demon dweller for a long time out of caution. Otherwise, if Yi Xian fully urged the purple hidden shuttle, he could have blocked the demon dweller's path in a few breaths' time. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. After confirming that everything was normal around him, Yi Xian made a prompt decision and attacked at the first possible moment. His figure shot out of the purple hidden shuttle, and the star essence sword turned into a black light. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had already slashed towards the back of the demon cultivator's neck. Wang! It was also at this moment that a buzzing sound suddenly appeared, and the surrounding space of the galaxy suddenly trembled violently. Caught off guard, Yi Xian only felt his divine sense shake, and he instantly felt dizzy. This scene was similar to the feeling he had when he had rushed out of the Black Star after killing Bai Shuli. The 10 standard warships of the Planetary Federation under the latter's command had activated their space oscillators at the same time, disturbing the space around them. Rumble! Before he could react in time, in the originally empty space in front of him, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the void of the galaxy. A beehive-shaped battleship as huge as a meteor with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly descended. This was clearly a space fortress, and it was even a Star River Level 1. It was more than 5,000 meters in diameter. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and his entire heart sank to the bottom. In his line of sight, the demon cultivator in front of him, who was rushing forward, turned into a ray of light the moment the star essence sword was about to cut off his head. He was instantly taken away by a black beam of light from the space fortress that suddenly appeared. Bait! Trap! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and waved, wanting to take out the purple hidden shuttle and escape immediately. Since you're here, don't leave. The human race is really full of talents. I didn't expect there to be someone who can accurately distinguish the difference between us demons and humans. I'm really curious how you did it. With a sneer, the figure of Niboshan appeared in the space of the galaxy to his right. He seemed to be calm when he took a step, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Xian. His expression was fierce and ferocious. He didn't even bother to take out his magic weapon. He raised his hand and his right palm turned into a giant peak. With a rumbling sound of thunder, it covered Yi Xian's head. Black hole state. Yi Xian exclaimed softly. His eyes were gloomy to the extreme, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. He had already taken out the purple hidden shuttle. His figure flashed into it, and he turned around to escape with all his strength. Unfortunately, because the Star River-class space fortress in the distance had already activated the space oscillator in advance, a large area around it was shrouded. The concealment array engraved on the purple hidden shuttle was completely ineffective, revealing its trace. Even its speed was greatly affected. At this moment, it was like a small boat in the raging waves. It was bobbing up and down. Before breaking through this turbulent space of the galaxy, it couldn't enter a normal sailing state. The space oscillator was also activated, but the combined effect of the 10 planetary-level battleships was far inferior to this Star River-class space fortress. They were not on the same level at all. A little star core state ant, so what if you have a super-quality small battleship? Facing the space-sealing power of the Star River-class space fortress, you can't escape today. Chapter 2645. That battleship looks familiar, young miss. That purple battleship in front of us looks very familiar. Could that be the guy we're looking for? Inside the Shen Yuan Ark, Luluor, who was in charge of operating the ship, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was filled with confusion. Strange, where did this guy come from? Someone actually used a Star River-class bastion to kill him. This isn't just using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, it's... Before she could finish, the purplish warbler, who had been cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her gaze swept across the Shen Yuan Ark's screen and her expression changed drastically. The scene on the big screen was extremely dangerous. The entire galaxy in front of them was showing a very strange high-frequency vibration. Even the starry sky screen of the Shen Yuan boat seemed to be shaking, and the picture was very unstable. The other party had obviously activated a large space oscillator, otherwise it wouldn't be able to cover such a vast area of space. Since they were willing to pay such a huge price, the owner of that Star River bastion was determined to get Yi Xian. Realizing this, even the purplish warbler was a little speechless. Her first thought was the same as Luluor's. Who did this guy offend? The purplish warbler was no stranger to space bastions. As a direct descendant of the Shenyuan family, one of the 3 great families of the heavenly underworld empire, the purplish warbler could enter and leave their Star River bastions at will. But it was also because of this that she understood the terror of a Star River-class Star River bastion better than the average powerhouse. Her Shen Yuan Ark couldn't withstand a single blast from that Star River bastion's main cannon. A Star River bastion's main cannon was far superior to the star cannons installed on Star River battleships. It was known as the ultimate weapon of destruction. A single blast from it could reduce a small planet to nothing. Young miss, you're not thinking of saving him, are you? Seeing the purplish warbler's uncertain expression, Luluor curled her lips and said, "That's a Star River-class Star River bastion we're talking about. Not to mention we don't have the ability, even if we did. I'm afraid it's too late." Boom! A burst of surging chi suddenly exploded in the void in front of them. It was obvious that the sound could not be transmitted from the endless distance, but through the monitoring screen of the Shenyuan boat in front of them, the surging and frenzied scene in their line of sight clearly gave them the illusion that they had heard a monstrous explosion. On the screen, the grey-robed middle-aged man had blocked Yi Xian's path in a flash. With just one blow, the mountainous palm formed by his supernatural power had slapped the purple battleship out of the void like a small boat in a stormy sea. The battleship was completely out of control. It spun around and headed toward the void where the space fortress was located further away. An unparalleled expert in the black hole realm could even destroy a small meteor that was speeding through space with a single punch. Right now, it was only a small private battleship that was sent flying. Naturally, it would not be a problem for them. Swish! A black light beam shot out from below the space fortress and completely enveloped the purple battleship that was spinning toward it. Then, as the black light beam suddenly shrank, the purple battleship disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that the black light beam had absorbed the purple battleship into the space fortress. Seeing this scene, the purplish warbler's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed again. Unfortunately, before she could do anything, The black hole realm expert in the void in front of her had already shot into the space fortress in a flash and entered it. Whong! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the void around the space fortress seemed to become blurry. In less than 3 seconds, the huge space fortress had completely disappeared without a trace. This kind of space jump technology was impossible for ordinary battleships. Only this kind of beehive-type space fortress, due to its extremely stable structure, could barely resist the tearing force of space jump. Once the space fortress disappeared after a space jump, it was basically impossible to find it in a short period of time. The purplish warbler was naturally aware of this. Therefore, when she realized that Yi Xian had been taken away by the other party from the empty monitoring screen of the Shen Yuan Ark, a strong sense of loss immediately surged in her heart. She sighed faintly. What a pity. Fellow Yi is also extraordinary, but his luck is really too bad. He actually provoked such an existence. Sigh, miss, what should we do now? Should we return to the capital of the Tianchen country, the Tianchen Star? Master Shu can't stay there for too long, in my opinion. On the side, Luluor took over the conversation and asked, in my opinion, we should hurry back immediately. Let's go back to the Tianhe Star first and use the small man-made wormhole there to get back as quickly as possible. If Master Shu leaves, we'll miss him. Hearing this, the purplish warbler, who was obviously in a bad mood, nodded and decided on this matter. Soon, under the control of Luluor, the Shen Yuan Ark turned into a pale golden light and streaked across the void, speeding towards the Tianhe Star at the edge of the graveyard starfield. Yi Xian knew that the black hole realm was very powerful, but he never thought that it could be to this extent. This guy, who was suspected to be the leader of the demons, actually slapped his purple hidden shuttle back, causing it to spin uncontrollably and crash into the bastion in the distance. As the purple hidden shuttle went out of control, Yi Xian's figure also staggered in the inner cabin of the battleship. Then, before he could react, a huge black beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the bastion in front of him and directly enveloped the purple hidden shuttle. It was unknown what kind of mystery this black pillar of light had, but it inexplicably emitted an extremely powerful suction force. Yi Xian even had an illusion, as if the hidden purple shuttle was about to be controlled by this suction force and be passively thrown out of the cabin. Instead of this, Yi Xian simply took the initiative to escape from the purple hidden shuttle and at the same time put it into his immortal world. This was the only safe way. After all, this battleship was a treasure that he had painstakingly merged with 3 times. There was a lot of room for growth and he could not afford to lose it. As the purple hidden shuttle was put away, Yi Xian's figure was directly exposed to the power of the enormous black pillar of light. He was unable to resist at all, and like a leaf in a hurricane, he was directly sucked into the bottom of the space fortress by the terrifying suction force from the black pillar of light. He entered an extremely strange space that was filled with a cold and despairing aura. When the black beam of light disappeared and Yi Xian's dizzy consciousness gradually recovered, he looked around and found that he was in a huge cage more than 100 square meters in size. He was the only one in the cage, but looking through the gaps of the cage, Yi Xian was shocked to find that all around him were similar cages, and almost all of them held a figure. Chapter 2646. Eons of 10,000 nets. Yi Xian didn't know that he was being held captive in the bastion's lowest level, the eons of 10,000 nets. In order to gather information about the human race in the third universe and obtain the most abundant star core origin in the graveyard of meteorite, the Tianji clan had built 10 special star river-class space fortresses for the demon tribe. The 10 bastions were equipped with cutting-edge technology that surpassed the technology of the human race in the third universe. After all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race had evolved from sentient robots. In terms of technological research and innovation, the robots had an innate advantage over the humans. The black beam of light that had trapped Yi Xian in this bastion was one of the Celestial Legacy clan's most advanced technologies. In addition, the Celestial Legacy clan's geniuses who were proficient in warship construction had even used spacefolding technology in these bastions. Although the bastions looked like a giant beehive 10,000 meters in diameter, the space inside was far more than that. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate 10,000 demonkin scouts. In fact, the bastion that used the most spacefolding technology was the bastion's lowest level, the eons of 10,000 nets. As the name implied, the Eons of 10,000 Nets were prisons used to imprison the elites of the 10,000 Nets Federation. The bastions the Celestial Legacy clan had bestowed upon the Demonkin scouts each had Eons of 10,000 Nets. Every one of these bastions was a prisoner of the 10,000 Nets Federation they'd captured in the domain of the Fallen. The entire Myriad Heaven prison was vast. There were at least tens of thousands of independent cages like the one that Yi Xian was currently imprisoned in. If it wasn't for the spatial folding technology, then these tens of thousands of cages that were like sealed houses wouldn't be able to fit into the space fortress. The space was far from enough. Each of the 10,000 cages was 100 meters in size. They were scattered throughout the eons of 10,000 nets. Some were close to each other, others were farther apart. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. Of course, this was also because the bottom cabin of the Myriad Heaven prison was extremely dark and gloomy. This kind of darkness seemed to be somewhat similar to the aura of the black pillar of light that imprisoned Yi Xian. It emitted a strange feeling. In reality, the entire Myriad Luo Hell was clearly shrouded in a faint black mist. It was this mist that blocked Yi Xian's vision, preventing him from prying too far. Even extending his spiritual sense had become strenuous, as if he had fallen into a swamp. This was clearly caused by the black fog. Its purpose should be to prevent the experts of the Federation who were imprisoned in the Myriad Hell from communicating with each other using their consciousness. After clearing his thoughts, Yi Xian immediately started to spin around the cage. He even tried to study the pillars of the cage, but unfortunately, he couldn't move them at all. Not only were they abnormally hard, they seemed to be one with the entire space fortress, making it difficult to destroy. After trying to no avail, Yi Xian temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Even if he had a chance to escape, now was not the best time. After sitting down cross-legged, Yi Xian tried to extend his spiritual sense. He found that as soon as he left the cage and encountered the faint black fog floating in the space outside, his extended spiritual sense immediately lost its connection. This strange black fog had the terrifying effect of swallowing a cultivator's spiritual sense. It seemed that even if it didn't have any blocking effect on a cultivator's spiritual sense, the average expert wouldn't dare to act rashly. The loss outweighed the gain. Fortunately, although he couldn't extend his spiritual sense and couldn't see too far, Yi Xian could still see the situation within a kilometer radius around him. Although the black fog was strange, it wasn't very dense. Everything within a kilometer radius could still be seen clearly. After counting carefully, Yi Xian found that there were a total of 45 cages distributed around this kilometer radius. In each cage, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. They were completely unmoved by Yi Xian's arrival. There were men and women, old and young. Most of them were humans, but there were also experts of the Federation from other races. Their auras were all restrained, so Yi Xian couldn't see their cultivation. They sat there like dead people. Chapter 2647. Condensing a monster core. Although Yi Xian had dabbled in the Devour formations in the past and had gained quite a bit of experience, after entering the starry sky of the universe, the laws of heaven and earth were completely different. The Devour formations he had grasped before was no longer suitable, so Yi Xian was unable to start with the damaged teleportation formation engraved on the battleship. His only hope was to find a formation master in the future and ask him to repair it for him. Formation masters were not easy to invite. They were all from the Tenju celestial palaces of the Immortal faction. In the Everlasting Empire of the Science and Technology faction, any formation master was of high status. Yi Xian originally thought that the repair of the star shifting would take a long time. He didn't expect to meet a formation master when he was casually thrown into a cage by the Demonkin. From the tone of the green-bearded old man's voice, his knowledge of formations was extraordinary. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair Yi Xian's star shifting. Now that he was in a cage, the old man wouldn't lie about such things. There was a 60% chance that he was telling the truth. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. There were several types of teleportation arrays. For example, the one engraved on the hull of a battleship could be divided into two types. The first type could be activated to transport both the person and the ship. The other was less satisfactory. Once the teleportation array on the battleship was activated, only the controller of the battleship could be teleported away. As for the battleship itself, it was equivalent to abandoning the battleship. Although Yi Xian didn't know what kind of array was engraved on the hull of the Starshifting, he was certain of one thing. That was, as long as he could repair the array engraved on the hull of the Starshifting, then he could at least guarantee his escape from this bastion. As important as the hidden purple shuttle was, it couldn't compare to his own safety. Besides, it was entirely up to Yi Xian to decide whether or not to integrate Starshift into the hidden purple shuttle after it was repaired. If the teleportation formation engraved on the ship was the type that could only teleport the ship's controller, then he could directly activate the teleportation formation, abandon SS Shifting Star, and leave on his own. In the future, it was not like he would not have the opportunity to encounter such a small warship with a teleportation array engraved on it. There was still plenty of time. However, even though Yi Xian's plan was good, there was still a crucial prerequisite for him to realize all this. That was, the green-bearded old man in the cage 100 meters away would agree to Yi Xian's request and help him repair the transmission array engraved on the Starshift. Apart from this premise, everything was just empty talk. With this in mind, Yi Xian didn't want to casually mention this matter to the other party. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After carefully calculating for a while, he asked tentatively, "Senior, since you're a Formation Dao Grandmaster, I wonder if you can repair the damaged teleportation array? I have a warship with a teleportation formation engraved on it. However, it is damaged. If it can be repaired, it might be able to teleport us away from this place." Ha ha ha. What a joke. The green-bearded old man immediately raised his head and laughed. As a top Formation Dao Grandmaster, how could this old man not have some treasures engraved with teleportation formations? If not, it shouldn't be a problem for me to prepare some formation flags and talismans for emergencies, right? However, if you want to leave this myriad hells in this way, this old man advises you to give up as soon as possible. This black prison should have been set up by a Formation Dao genius of the Tianji clan, using the space-folding technique. In this environment, the effect of the teleportation formation is greatly reduced. Even if this old man has a few good items, they can only help me get out of this cage. But what's the point? After leaving the small cage, I'm still in the big cage of this myriad hells. Once I'm discovered by the wardens here, I'm afraid it will lead to more unpredictable dangers. The loss outweighs the gain. What's more, the entire myriad hells outside the cage is filled with this strange black fog. It's impossible to extend one's divine sense, and it's difficult to move even an inch after leaving this place. What's the point? As he spoke, the green-bearded old man shook his head and sighed. He waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of despair. Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. The situation was more troublesome than he had expected. If he couldn't leave with the teleportation formation and could only be teleported out of the small cage, he would still be in the myriad hells. This was indeed meaningless. It was no wonder that the nearly 10,000 powerhouses imprisoned in the myriad hells were so depressed and desperate. If they couldn't even count on the teleportation formation, what better way could they find to leave this place alive? A great sense of loss surged in Yi Xian's heart, and his mood gradually fell. It was at this moment that the notification of the devouring system rang out in his mind again. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. You have obtained a large amount of mind power origin. Do you want to start condensing a mind power source core? Mind power source core? Condense. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was stunned on the spot. Based on the literal meaning of the devouring system's notification, it was clear that it wanted him to use the mental energy origin cores extracted from over 100 demonic people's monster cores to condense a mental energy source core in his sea of consciousness, just like the demonic peoples. Wouldn't he be no different from the demon core if he did that? Would he still be considered a pure human? As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He seemed to be a little too pedantic and rigid on this point. So what if he condensed a mind power source core in his knowledge sea? He was still himself. As long as he guarded his Dao heart, Why should he be too conflicted about anything else? The most important thing was that if Yi Xian was able to condense a spirit core in his sea of consciousness, then Yi Xian would most likely be able to be like those devil cultivator jailers that could be faintly seen from time to time, no longer being affected by the strange black fog in the Myriad Heaven prison. In this way, as long as Yi Xian was able to walk out of the cage, he would definitely have a chance to walk out of the Myriad Heaven prison. Everything could be said to have taken a turn for the better. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian didn't waste any more time. He immediately ordered the devouring system to condense a mind power source core. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the cage, looked inside himself, and entered a state of cultivation. Whoosh, a voice that was like a tide sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. The instant he entered the state, the devouring system released a large amount of mental energy that was extracted from the 100 or so demon cores. It transformed into a torrent that was like a large river that surged and surged within Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it caused his mind to tremble violently and he almost lost his mind. Chapter 2648. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation repairing shifting star. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the entire Myriad Cataclysm was peaceful. Apart from the occasional appearance of the demon prison guards in charge of patrolling, no one else had graced this place with their presence. The leader of this space fortress, Niboshan, seemed to have long forgotten about Yi Xian. After throwing him into the Myriad Cataclysm, he didn't intend to pay any attention to him. In fact, this was normal. The entire Myriad Cataclysm at the bottom of the space fortress imprisoned nearly 10,000 powerhouses from various races of the Federation. All of them had astonishing talents or were unique in a certain field. Yi Xian was just a small human at the core realm. He was indeed too insignificant to attract the attention of Niboshan. However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian was able to enter a small closed-door cultivation without any interference. After an entire month, he had finally completely absorbed the large amount of spiritual energy released by the devouring system. At this moment, when Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, there was an extremely bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. The powerful spiritual energy made him seem like he had been reborn. His temperament and aura were completely different. During this month, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be huge. Not only had his consciousness been tempered to become more solid and stable, but even his knowledge sea had expanded a lot. However, this was not the main point. The most important thing was that Yi Xian had successfully condensed a spiritual source core in his knowledge sea that belonged solely to him. Unlike the demon cores in the brains of other demons, the spiritual source core that Yi Xian had condensed was smaller. It was only the size of a soybean. Moreover, its color was not dark black. Instead, it was black with hints of purple. It gave off a more compact and complex feeling of mystery. This difference was actually reasonable. After all, the spiritual source core in Yi Xian's knowledge sea was formed by condensing the brain crystals of more than 100 demon powerhouses. When the quantitative changes accumulated to a certain extent, it would naturally lead to a qualitative chain. Stinking brat, you have a big heart. At a time like this, you've just entered a dangerous place, yet you can still immediately calm down and cultivate. This old man was anxious for more than a month before gradually accepting his fate. Before Yi Xian could speak, the green-bearded old man in the cage nearest to him took the initiative to ridicule him. However, as he spoke, he seemed to recall the situation in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, it's a pity. How? It's a pity as. How come? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He took advantage of this opportunity to formally propose the matter of repairing the shifting star formation. As he spoke, he secretly activated the purple-black spiritual source core that had just condensed in his knowledge sea. He extended a wisp of spiritual power out of the cage like a divine sense. As long as the teleportation formation can be repaired, we might still have a chance of survival. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian's face had already bloomed with a relieved smile. Sure enough, the strange black fog that pervaded the vast space of the myriad hell outside the cage had no effect on the demon's spiritual power at all. In fact, Yi Xian even faintly felt that the wisp of spiritual power that he extended out seemed to be slightly more solid. This gave him an illusion that this strange black fog had some kind of unique nourishing effect on the demon's spiritual power. It was the same principle as human powerhouses absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world through breathing exercises. Brat, stop dreaming. Even if you can walk out of the cage, it's meaningless. Cultivators can't use their divine sense, which is equivalent to ordinary people crippling their limbs. In such a situation, you won't be able to walk out of the myriad hell. The green-bearded old man was extremely disapproving of Yi Xian's words. He unceremoniously poured cold water on him once again. What if I don't fear this strange black fog outside the cage? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slowly curled into a playful smile. As he spoke, he directly extended his spiritual power and directly entered the cage 100 meters away. It circled around the green-bearded old man's body once before retracting. The entire process was extremely fast, without the slightest delay. Although it was not affected by the strange black fog outside the cage at all, it was as if it was ignored. This. Oh my God, Brat, how did you do it? The green-bearded old man's eyes widened and he gasped. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his expression suddenly changed. No, the power you extended just now was clearly not the divine sense of a human cultivator, but the spiritual power of a demon powerhouse. Could it be that you, don't tell me you suspect that I'm a demon? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just hunted some demons, collected some of their brain cores, and absorbed their spiritual power for my own use. If not, I wouldn't be locked up here now. You actually have the spiritual power of a demon? Doesn't that mean, as long as you find the opportunity, you can completely disguise yourself as a demon and infiltrate the enemy's camp? The green-bearded old man's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Even his body was slightly trembling with excitement. Then, he changed the topic and actually took the initiative to urge Yi Xian. Then what are you waiting for? Brat, hurry up and use your spiritual power to send that warship over here. This old man will quickly repair the teleportation formation so that you can get out of this cage as soon as possible. Since you are not afraid of the strange black fog outside the cage and can even disguise yourself as a demon and infiltrate the enemy's camp, this is a very good thing. At a time like this, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. He faintly smiled, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the space box that contained the small battleship from the undying world within his body. He wrapped it with his mental energy and directly sent it out of the cage, handing it over to the green-bearded old man 100 meters away. This old man will definitely return you a warship with a complete formation in 3 days and 10 days if you are slow. Brat, just you wait. Raising his hand to receive the space box, the green-bearded old man's face was flushed with excitement. He confidently patted his chest to prove to Yi Xian, then turned around and returned to the corner of the cage to sit cross-legged. 3 days later, the space box returned to Yi Xian's hands. Before he could check the condition of the warship, the green-bearded old man had already spoken. The teleportation formation engraved on this warship is not bad. The proportion of damaged parts is not very large. Now that it has been repaired, you can use it without worry. However, the green-bearded old man suddenly changed the topic and sighed softly. However, this teleportation formation originally had 2 shortcomings. Although it does not affect the teleportation, it can't teleport your entire warship away at the same time. It will be quite troublesome to use it in the future. Chapter 2649. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Escape? Insufficient materials? Yi Xian furrowed his eyebrows and glanced meaningfully at the cage 100 meters away, but he did not expose the old man. The green-bearded elder was clearly worried that Yi Xian would abandon him after he escaped, which was why he did this on purpose. It was a little petty, but it was understandable. Yi Xian immediately extended his mental energy once again, wrapping it around the small spatial box that contained the starshift and returning it to his palm. After pondering for a while, he gave up on the idea of handing the starshift to the system and merging it with the purple invisible shuttle. Since the teleportation formation engraved on the warship's body was flawed, it could teleport Yi Xian out, but the warship itself could only be trapped in the cage. In that case, he had to be more careful. After all, Yi Xian could barely accept the loss of the starshift, but if the purple invisible shuttle was lost as well, he would really be depressed. Yi Xian extended his hand and opened the small spatial box. A small silver battleship entered his eyes. Yi Xian sent his divine sense into the small box and directly took out the repaired starshift. However, he immediately put it into his body. The space inside the cage was only about 100 square meters, and while the starshift was only a small warship, it could not fit inside it. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to refine the starshift so that it could be as big or as small as he wanted. The entire process was very fast. In just a few minutes, the starshift was successfully refined by Yi Xian. Then, with a wave of his hand, the starshift battleship appeared on the ground of the cage, and its body shrunk to a length of several tens of meters. Yi Xian didn't delay any longer and directly activated the teleportation formation engraved on the hull of the starshift battleship. Buzz, a faint buzzing sound was heard as the densely packed teleportation formation runes engraved on the starshift's body lit up and emitted a faint white light. It immediately attracted the attention of the prisoners in the nearby cages. There were nearly 10,000 cages in the myriad hells, and more than 80% of them were prisoners. It was impossible that all of them did not have a teleportation formation treasure. Before Yi Xian came here, many people had probably tried to do so, but the final result should be the same as what the green-bearded elder said. While the teleportation formation could allow him to escape the cage, he could not leave the myriad hells. Once he was discovered by the patrolling translation formation devils, he would probably suffer some physical pain. Because of this, almost all of the gazes directed at Yi Xian were full of mockery, and it was obvious that they did not think Yi Xian's chances. Some of them even cackled in Schadenfreude. This scene annoyed Yi Xian quite a bit. He glanced at the cages coldly, paying special attention to the cages that were cackling, and secretly memorizing their locations. Didn't the green-bearded elder say that he lacked the materials to completely repair the starshift? Sure, no problem. If you lack the materials, I'll help you gather them. With so many Federation powerhouses imprisoned in the myriad hells, Yi Xian did not believe that they could not even gather the materials to repair the starshift's teleportation formation. If it was before, Yi Xian might have been too embarrassed to make a move, but now... Hehe, you asked for it. With this thought in mind, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth immediately curled into a mysterious smile that caused others to ponder. Then, he stepped into the white light that lit up the hull of the starshift. Swish! The light of teleportation flashed, and the cages were instantly restored to their original state. However, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. Only the starshift was docked on the ground of the cages. Almost at the same time, in an area several hundred meters away from Yi Xian's cage, the space that was filled with mysterious black fog suddenly rippled like a ripple on the surface of water. Then, Yi Xian stepped out of the ripple, with a hint of excitement on his face. In any case, at least he had walked out of the cages and made a good start. He was not far away from escaping this defense in space. Yi Xian turned his head and looked around. He quickly discovered that the location he'd teleported to wasn't too far away from his cage, and the green-bearded old man's cage was even closer. It was just over 200 meters away. He immediately walked over and stopped in front of the elder's cage. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for repairing the starshift, elder. If this Yi has a way to get out of this myriad hells, I will definitely not abandon you. It's rare for you to be so considerate." This old man really didn't misjudge you. The green-bearded elder nodded with a smile. He then looked around and said in a serious tone, "But although you don't fear the mysterious black fog outside the cage, the demon wardens patrolling this myriad hells are not simple. Always be cautious. If you don't have absolute confidence, it's best not to make a move. Remember, you only have one chance. Watch carefully before you make a move." Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and fled to an area where the cages were relatively sparse. He immediately found a corner and hid there. The demon wardens patrolling this myriad hells were actually ordinary demons. Their cultivation was not high. After all the captives were imprisoned in the cages. Even if there were a few who could leave the cages through the teleportation formation, They could not leave this myriad hells. They did not dare to cause trouble. Otherwise, they would only end up dead. Because of this, the entire myriad hells was extremely safe for the demon wardens on patrol. There was no need for them to send experts to guard this place. There were a total of 100 demonkin wardens patrolling the myriad cataclysm. Their cultivation bases were all around the 5th level of the core realm. There was only one warden commander who was a few levels higher, at the 8th level of the core realm. Compared to Yeshuan, he was only a small level stronger. Yi Xian had always relied on killing to pave the way. Fighting above his level was already a common occurrence for him. As long as he found the opportunity, killing this demon warden commander would be a piece of cake. However, as a commander, it was impossible for him to walk around the myriad hells alone. Even if he occasionally came out to investigate, there would be many wardens following behind him. The only way to kill this person was to first kill one of the demon wardens and disguise himself as the warden. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to provoke and kill the warden. Only in this way would the other devil prison guards not interfere too much when Yi Xian made his move. After all, in the devil world, it was natural for the strong to prey on the weak. It was not uncommon for subordinates to challenge their superiors. Chapter 2650. Hundreds respond to a calling. WN Luo prison. The patrol duty of the demon prison guards was very relaxed. They only needed to come out and wander around every day. Even the number of patrol members was not particularly strict. Although a patrol team had 5 people, if anyone wanted to slack off or something like that, they didn't even need to inform them. And now, the patrol team of demon prison guards that was walking towards Yi Xian's hiding place was even smaller. There were only 3 demon prison guards. With Yi Xian's 7th level core realm cultivation, he was completely confident that he could kill them all if they were caught off guard. The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. The 3 demon prison guards were finally approaching. At this moment, they were only 20 meters away from Yi Xian. Shoo! Along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, when the demon patrol team passed by, a black light suddenly rushed out from the left without any warning. It was extremely fast, and after a quick circle, the heads of the 3 demon prison guards fell to the ground silently. This black waterfall was formed from Yi Xian's astral essence sword. At this moment, after killing the 3 devil cultivator jailers with a thunderous roar, Yi Xian immediately raised his hand and withdrew it back into his body. Then, he quickly rushed out and cut open the 3 heads of the demons that had rolled on the ground. He took out the brain cores and took off the black robe of the prison guard that one of them was wearing. He then searched the 3 corpses and made sure that there was no such thing as an identity token. He then raised his hand and shot out a firework. Soon, the corpses on the ground were burned to ashes. After doing all this, Yi Xian put on the prison guard's robe that he peeled off, lowered his head a few times, and then swaggered to the other areas of WN Luo prison. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yi Xian bumped into a patrolling group of devil cultivator jailers. There were only 4 of them, and after a moment of hesitation, he nervously walked up to them and enthusiastically took the initiative to raise his hand and make a sound. Sure enough, when the 4 demon prison guards saw Yi Xian, they didn't have any abnormal reaction at all. They even grinned and exchanged pleasantries with him. The reason for this strange situation was actually because Yi Xian had fully activated the spiritual source core in his brain, so his body was constantly emitting the unique spiritual aura of a demon. In fact, from the moment Yi Xian condensed that small spirit core in his sea of consciousness, his aura was completely different from that of the other devil cultivators. Even a devil cultivator with a high cultivation base would not be able to see anything wrong with it. After a few words, Yi Xian and the 4 demon prison guards were already extremely familiar with each other, so they decided to join their group. As they chatted, they strolled around the myriad heaven prison. Following Yi Xian's deliberate persuasion, the 4 demon prison guards immediately had a good impression of him. The 5 of them walked in the 10,000 nets prison, chatting and laughing as if they were best friends who had known each other for many years. During this process, Yi Xian used indirect methods to get a basic understanding of the situation of the prison guards in WN Luo prison. There was an unwritten rule in the myriad cataclysm: all patrolling wardens, as long as they had the ability to obtain resources from the captives in the cages, would only have to hand over 70% of the items they obtained. The remaining 30% would belong to them. The 4 demon prison guards that Yi Xian met at this moment had already discussed that they were going to attack one of the prisoners in one of the cages. Yi Xian happened to be there at the right time. In addition, the 4 prison guards felt that Yi Xian was quite congenial with him, so they warmly invited him to go with them. They even expressed that they would share the final harvest with Yi Xian equally. Everyone would be good brothers in the future. This time, Yi Xian had coincidentally picked up a ready-made bargain, so he treated it as a form of bonding. What made him completely speechless was that the 4 of them were leading him in the direction of the cages where he and the green-bearded old man were imprisoned. Yi Xian was a little nervous. Could it be that the target of these 4 fellows was coincidentally him? A quarter of an hour later, when the 4 prison guards who were leading the way were standing outside the cages where the green-bearded old man was imprisoned, Yi Xian did not know how to describe his current feelings. His face was full of embarrassment. In fact, the green-bearded old man in the cage was even more dumbfounded than Yi Xian. Calculating the time, it had only been 4 to 6 hours since Yi Xian left this place. Who would have thought that when he appeared again, it was to torture him? Brother Yi, this green-bearded old geezer is not simple. Don't be fooled by his pitiful appearance. He has a lot of good things in his hands. This old geezer is the famous array master Lu Wenshuan of the human race. It wasn't easy for us to capture him. Just as Yi Xian and the green-bearded old man in the cage were staring at each other awkwardly, one of the 4 prison guards looked at Yi Xian with a grin. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands non-stop, appearing to be extremely excited. Some fellows have already served this old man before, but in the end, they didn't get anything out of here. You're new here, so perhaps you don't know that there is actually a rule in our Myriad Nets prison. Every prison guard team can only attack once. If they fail, they won't have another chance in the future. So this time, we brothers must use all our skills. This old man is a tough nut to crack. In a moment, the 4 of us will take turns attacking. With our methods, this old man most likely won't be able to withstand. If there are any good treasures, we'll obediently take them out and offer them to him. Of course, if the 4 of us don't succeed, Brother Yi can also give it a try if you're itchy. Just treat it as accumulating experience. In a moment, this old brother will attack first. You can learn from the side. When it comes to torturing prisoners, this old brother's methods are ranked at the forefront in the entire Myriad Nets prison. After saying that, the tall and thin man turned to look at the green-bearded old man in the cage. His eyes widened as he laughed sinisterly. Old man, I know you're a tough nut to crack, but today is different from the past. This old man is the 3rd-ranked torturer in Myriad Nets prison. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you'd better obediently hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Pa. After saying that, the tall and thin man waved his right hand. A long red whip that seemed to be refined from the tendons of some kind of star beast suddenly slashed through the void, making a crisp and ear-piercing sound. Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. If he really allowed this tall and thin man to torture old man Lu in front of him, he would either not be able to hold back and directly attack, or he would be too ashamed to face anyone. Neither of these situations was what Yi Xian wanted to see. Why don't you let me try first? I'm good at a kind of mental charm technique that attacks the heart. If I can make this old man surrender without shedding a drop of blood, we can save some energy, right? Chapter 2651. Chapter 2651, Chapter 2651, Chapter 2651. Hundreds respond to a single call. Are you really confident? The tall and skinny man hesitated for a moment, then sized up Yi Xian a few more times before nodding. All right, since Brother Yi is interested, we'll let you try first. If it doesn't work, then we'll make a move. As for whether or not he's at the end of his life, you don't have to worry about that. If he dies, then he dies. With that, the tall and skinny man signaled to Yi Xian with his eyes and retreated to the side with the other 3 demon prison guards. This was clearly a signal for Yi Xian to make his move now. Cough, cough. Yi Xian coughed twice and braced himself to glare at old man Lu, who was in the cage. While he pretended to release a burst of mental power that turned into a storm at old man Lu, he slowly said in a strange tone, Old man, I know you're tough, but you're unlucky to have met me today. You better hand over the treasure, or I'll make you cut off your green beard and stick it to your head so that you can crawl on the ground like a turtle. Do you believe me? These words were really too vicious. If that was really the case, wouldn't he become a green-haired turtle? Even the 4 demonkin wardens who had retreated to the side jumped in fright when they thought of that satisfying scene. The way they looked at Yi Xian immediately changed. He could even think of such a sinister and shameless method. This brat was really ruthless. However, in a place like Myriad Cataclysm, ruthlessness and viciousness were required. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had a whole new level of respect for Yi Xian. To be able to have such a temperament as soon as he arrived, his future was limitless. In fact, apart from the 4 men, even Old Man Lu in the cage was shocked. His old face turned green in an instant. Although he knew that Yi Xian didn't have the ability to do so, the situation was in front of him now. He could only fold his arms and quit, fall out with Yi Xian on the spot, and go their separate ways. Otherwise, they could only play along with him and allow this brat to quickly gain influence in the circle of demon prison guards. Since that was the case, if he chose the latter, and if he still didn't express his stance, wouldn't he have no choice but to clench his teeth and bend over to learn how to crawl on the ground like a tortoise if this Yi brat was really forced into a corner? Thinking of this, Lu Wenshuan's expression instantly changed. Without thinking, he quickly said, "Wait, I won't lower myself to your level. Isn't it just some worldly possessions? I'll give it to you. Hurry up and scram. Don't bother me again." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a small space box. With a cold snort, he directly threw it out of the cage. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations, but even so, he still put on an act and said a bunch of empty words. In short, he was very proud of himself. On the other hand, the 4 men who had already retreated to the side were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw that the matter was so simple. After being stunned for a long time, the 4 of them trembled and came back to their senses. When they looked at Yi Xian again, there was nothing but admiration in their eyes. The demon wardens of the Myriad Hell were all brawn and no brains to begin with. In order to reap the benefits from the captives in the cages, they would often do their best every time. Only after a great deal of effort would they be able to reap the rewards. Moreover, not every time could they get what they wanted. More often than not, it was actually a waste of effort. But Yi Xian in front of them only moved his lips a few times, and almost without any effort, he directly took down the old man in the cage who was famous for his stubbornness. If they hadn't seen all this with their own eyes, the 4 men would have never believed it. This newcomer in front of them seemed to have inadvertently opened a door, allowing them to see a new world. So the so-called interrogation by torture can be played like this. As long as you grasp the opponent's mentality and grasp their weakness, you can achieve your goal by just moving your lips. This so-called psychological attack is actually so magical. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 4 men were completely convinced by Yi Xian. Or rather, what they were amazed by was actually Yi Xian's way of handling things. Soon, the treasures and various rare materials in the small space box handed over by Old Man Lu were directly divided among the 5 of them. After tasting the sweetness, the tall and thin man seemed to be unsatisfied and took the initiative to suggest that they should strike while the iron was hot and try another cage. At the same time, Brother Yi could also familiarize himself with the tactics of psychological attacks on these prisoners. The latter secretly complained in his heart, but he couldn't refuse. In desperation, he could only find a cage nearby and repeat the same trick. Fortunately, the person being held in this cage was clearly an understanding person. He had indeed seen everything that had happened before. Moreover, this person was clearly surprised and shocked that Yi Xian was able to successfully infiltrate the devil cultivator jailer. At the same time, he understood the severity of the matter. Therefore, after Yi Xian secretly used his divine sense to ask the other party to cooperate and promised that if there was a chance to escape, he would find a way to help him escape, this person only hesitated for a moment, and then silently cooperated as if he had accepted his fate. Of course, when dealing with this guy, Yi Xian used a different set of words. Basically, after examining the other party, he directly picked out a ready-made outstanding characteristic. The result was without suspense. After succeeding twice in a row, the tall and thin four people were completely convinced by Yi Xian, and simply regarded him as a celestial being. In the next 10 days or so, Yi Xian gradually found the feeling. Using the same method, he succeeded time and time again. As for the devil cultivator jailers that followed behind him, from the initial 4 thin and tall people, gradually increased to 20 to 30 people. Every time Yi Xian walked out of the edge of the black prison, where the prison guards lived, there would always be a large group of demon cultivator experts behind him. Unknowingly, his reputation had already spread throughout the myriad heaven prison, and for a moment, his reputation was boundless. Even among the entire group of devil prison guards, his words already had a certain level of prestige. Not to mention that 100 people would respond to his call, at least on the surface. When the other prison guards saw Yi Xian, they would basically greet him with a smile, and flatter him with the intention of flattering him. After all, from the beginning until now, every time he made a move, he would more or less be able to achieve something, and had never failed. The significance of all this, in addition to the specific benefits, was more so that the other devil prison guards unknowingly developed a sense of fear and dread towards Yi Xian from the bottom of their hearts. However, this kind of recent situation did not make Yi Xian conceited. In fact, for the past 10 days, he had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the prison guard commander who rarely showed himself. Right now, he could be considered to be quite famous among the entire group of devil prison guards. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian made a move against the prison guard commander, he was confident that the other prison guards would not react too violently. Chapter 2652. Level 8 Star Core Realm. The warden commander of Myriad Luo Prison was called He Ta. As his name suggested, his skin was dark, and he was as tall as a tower. He was a strength-type demon expert, and his cultivation was at the Level 8 Star Core Realm. Although the cultivation realms of demon experts were the same as that of the Myriad Luo Federation, their cultivation methods were different. They were not like the human race's technology faction, which used gene cultivation fluids to unlock the potential of the human body and cause mutations in the genes to increase their cultivation. They were also not like the human world's cultivation faction, which had all kinds of cultivation methods that focused on the divine sense and body tempering as support. Demon experts did not have divine sense, but they had powerful mental energy that was similar to divine sense. Their cultivation was mainly focused on condensing mental energy and body tempering as support. Of course, there were many demon experts who focused on body tempering and used condensing mental energy as support. For example, the warden commander of Myriad Luo Prison, He Ta, was one of them. Although He Ta mainly focused on body tempering and looked like a boorish man, his temperament was the exact opposite. Not only did he not belong to the bold and straightforward type, he was incomparably feminine. It had been more than 10 days since Yi Xian had snuck into the demon prison guards, but he had only seen him 2 or 3 times from afar. Moreover, every time he saw him, it was a hurried glance. Not to mention chatting with each other, he hadn't even come into close contact with him. As the commander, it was naturally impossible for the Black Tower's residents to be together with all the other devil cultivator jailers. It was an independent hut that was quite far away from the area where the jailers lived. The middle was empty, and if Yi Xian wanted to go over, he would be discovered the first time. At the moment, he could not find a suitable reason to approach He Ta. Helpless, Yi Xian could only choose to let He Ta come to him. The method was very simple. He just had to take all the spoils of war from the Federation experts. According to the rules of Myriad Luo Prison, 70% of the spoils had to be handed over. He Ta had a trusted aide who would take the initiative to collect the spoils every time a patrol squad of demon experts reaped some spoils. Yi Xian's plan was to use this guy to force the Black Tower Council to take the initiative to find him. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he decided to raise his cultivation base to the 8th level of the core realm first. In order to succeed, he didn't care if his foundation wasn't stable enough for now. On this day, after returning from his patrol, Yi Xian greeted the more than 30 demon dwellers and then entered his own hut to begin his closed-door training. This time, in order to save time, he directly threw out a pile of level 7 purple star core origin. Then, with the help of the devouring system, he quickly began to absorb the star core origin energy in them. After nearly a day and a half, When an entire cube of level 7 purple planetary core had been drained, Yi Xian finally heard the notification of the devouring system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, level 8 core state. In just one day, he had directly stepped into the 8th level from the 7th level of the core realm. This speed was something that even the genius disciples of the great clans in the capital planet could only look up to. Feeling the majestic power in his body that had increased by at least several times, Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. Soon, after concealing his aura once again, Yi Xian stood up and waved his hand to remove the simple isolation formation that he had set up before he started his training. He then stepped out of the hut. When the 30 demon cultivator followers had all arrived, Yi Xian waved his hand and led the group of fellows towards the cage area outside. This time, he purposely picked a few more targets, so the harvest was much better than before. The more than 30 demon dwellers who followed him were all grinning from ear to ear. It was only 30%, and they were already satisfied with it. The key was that such a good thing did not happen every day. Before Yi Xian came, they could only get it once or twice a month. While these people were laughing foolishly and looking at the treasures in their hands, Yi Xian had a thoughtful look on his face as he played with a small space box in his hand. Inside was the 70% of the harvest that had to be handed over to the tower. Brothers, I heard that the tax collected from our myriad prison is only 50%, right? As for the other 30%, it was all taken by the Black Tower? Yi Xian suddenly asked tentatively and turned to look at the more than 30 demon dwellers. These words obviously surprised them, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. They even looked around carefully to make sure that there were no Black Tower subordinates nearby. Then, they lowered their voices and quietly reminded Yi Xian, "Boss, it's fine as long as you keep this in your heart. Don't talk about it." That's right. Not only is the Black Tower's face black, but his heart is even blacker. We can only swallow this matter. Who told him to be the Warden Commander? The key is that he's also very strong. He's an 8th level core realm cultivator. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if we fight side by side, we won't be his match. Hearing these words, Yi Xian knew what was going on. He did not continue to say anything. Nodding, he led these people back to the tower. As soon as he returned to the warden's area, 2 Black Tower subordinates swaggered up to him. They had gotten used to it recently. Every time Yi Xian returned from his patrol, these 2 fellows would be waiting for him for a long time. After all, they could more or less get a share of the 20% tax that the Black Tower deducted. Give it to me. When they got close, one of them stretched out his hand in front of Yi Xian and said with a slightly arrogant tone, "How's today's harvest?" I say, kid, don't be lazy. If you have this ability, you have to make good use of it. Who knows? Maybe one day Lord Black will promote you to be his confidant and nurture you. In other words, he was clearly saying that he was superior to others. Not to mention Yi Xian and the 30 prison guards behind him, even the other prison guards who were strolling nearby had expressions of displeasure on their faces after hearing this. However, they didn't dare to say anything despite being angry. Yi Xian saw all of this and sneered in his heart. However, his face suddenly darkened. He opened his mouth and scolded, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I change my mind, you won't have the chance to get out of here." The Black Tower subordinate was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Yi Xian, unable to recover his senses for a moment. The other wardens around them all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in surprise. They were all shocked. As for the 30 wardens who had taken advantage of Yi Xian's benefits, after a moment of hesitation, they gritted their teeth and stepped forward to stand behind Yi Xian. Chapter 2653. Superior good, Yu Yi, your wings have hardened and you want to fly, right? The 2 Black Tower's subordinates gritted their teeth in anger, but in the end, they didn't dare to make a move. They turned around and ran towards Black Tower's small house. Just you wait, Lord Black will definitely skin you alive. As soon as the 2 guys left, the 30 or so prison guards behind Yi Xian all swarmed over with worried expressions. "Boss, are you really planning to go against Black Tower?" It's not that I'm discouraging, but the chances of success are practically zero. That's right, it's not that we're afraid of death, but the problem is that we know there's no hope yet we're still blindly trying. I'm really unwilling. If there's a chance, then it's fine, but Black Tower is an 8th stage powerhouse, and we're all 3rd stage and 4th stage powerhouses here. Even if we fight with our lives on the line, we won't have a chance. Just leave Black Tower to me. Don't worry, I basically won't need you guys to make a move. Faced with these tactful words of advice, Yi Xian only smiled mysteriously, then turned to look in the direction of Black Tower's small house. In his line of sight, a muscular black man who was at least 2-3 meters tall was striding over with a ferocious expression on his face. Behind him were the 2 trusted devil cultivators. At this moment, the 2 fellows seemed to feel that they had found a backer, and their faces were full of pride. I heard that you refused to pay the 70% tax. As he walked closer, Black Tower crossed his arms and stood several meters away. Due to him being an entire head taller than Yi Xian, his gaze was completely condescending as he examined Yi Xian from above. His expression was filled with ridicule and ridicule. It's not that I refuse to pay the tax, but 70% is a bit of a problem. I heard that the higher-ups clearly take 50% from Myriad Hell. Yi Xian didn't back down, and made Black Tower lose face on the spot. As the leader of the prison guards, it's fine if you don't seek benefits for your brothers, but you actually secretly take away 20% of the profit. Isn't this too evil? You really live up to your name. You're courting death. Puny 3rd stage ant, what right do you have to question this leader? The Black Tower was humiliated and immediately flew into a rage. With a roar, it swung its fist towards Yi Xian's chest. As expected of a body-tempering demon cultivator who pursued the pinnacle of strength. This punch appeared to be simple, but it clearly carried with it the rumbling of thunder, and even ripples and waves appeared in the space, as if it was a force that could break through all techniques with one blow. It must be known that the myriad cataclysmic hell had been constructed by the Heaven's Legacy race through the use of spatial folding technology, so the space within was extremely complex and stable. Even the green-bearded old man's treasure with the function of teleportation could not help him break through the binding power of this folded space. Just this alone was enough to show how terrifyingly stable this space was. And now, with just a casual punch from the Black Tower, even such a stable hell prison was faintly shaken. Even Yi Xian was rather surprised by this. However, he was merely a little surprised. It was impossible for him to be intimidated by the might of his opponent's punch. A 3rd-order ant. I think you're just a blind dog. With a sudden roar, Yi Xian's figure retreated, and at the same time, his concealed cultivation completely erupted. A majestic pressure that was comparable to the Black Tower's instantly spread out from his body, shocking the surrounding demon cultivator prison guards who were watching the battle and causing them to cry out in surprise. Even the expression of the Black Tower on the other side slightly changed under the pressure of the realm that suddenly spread out. After its punch missed, it immediately withdrew its attack and stood several meters away. It sized Yi Xian up from head to toe. You really did conceal your cultivation. But so what if you're 8th order? Do you know why this commander chose the path of body tempering? Humph. We demons are not only born with powerful mental strength, but more importantly, we have a strong resistance to this kind of power. So, the battle between demons is basically a battle of strength. Although you're also 8th order, you're not a body tempering cultivator, so you can't shake me with just your mental strength. Die. With the last roar, the expression on the Black Tower's face became malevolent again. His shoulders shook slightly, and another fierce punch came flying towards Yi Xian. You're simply hopelessly stupid. Hearing that the other party had chosen the path of body tempering because of this, Yi Xian was speechless. He curled his lips and sneered, Today, I'll let you see how strong the profound changes of mental strength are when it's cultivated to a high level. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a vast and invisible mental strength surged out from Yi Xian's body, turning into a tornado-like mental storm. It also stirred up the sound of thunder, and rumbled towards the Black Tower. Pu. With the sudden arrival of this mental storm, the Black Tower who was punching out suddenly paused. With a miserable expression, he actually opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Then, with his eyes wide open, he fell straight on his back. His body smashed onto the ground with a loud bang. After that, there was no more movement. It was as if there was no aura, and he had already fallen. This is the terrifying part of mental strength that has been cultivated to a high level. Even a demon cultivator can't be completely immune. Their entire brain will be destroyed in an instant. It would be strange if they didn't die. Seeing the Black Tower fall, Yi Xian's heart relaxed, but he still covered up some things in his words. The reason why the Black Tower was killed by his one blow was obviously not because Yi Xian's mental strength was so strong, but because he secretly wrapped a strand of a human cultivator's divine sense in this vast mental storm. Although the demon cultivator's mental strength was so strong that it could block the detection of a human powerhouse's divine sense and couldn't enter their brain at all, with the cover of the mental strength wrapped outside, Yi Xian's strand of divine sense easily entered the Black Tower's brain. After running around for a while, it instantly turned the Black Tower's brain into a pile of paste. If he still didn't die like that, it would really be unreasonable. Of course, this method was useless against human cultivators. After all, human powerhouses still had their primordial spirits. If their brain was damaged, they could just leave their primordial spirits and take over another body to cultivate again. After casually covering up a few words, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the demon cultivator prison guards around him. At this moment, all of them were in a petrified state without exception. They stood there with their mouths wide open, staring straight at the Black Tower lying on the ground. A powerful devil cultivator of the 8th step actually died so easily. Even if they saw all this with their own eyes, they still couldn't accept it in a short time. It was too shocking, and they didn't dare to imagine it. Cough cough. Everyone, don't worry. Now that the Black Tower is dead, although we still have to pay the taxes in the future, it's impossible for us to pay 70%. Chapter 2654. Settling accounts after autumn. This was a clear indication that Yi Xian was going to take over. Though the hundreds of guards around him were weak, they weren't stupid. One of them raised his arms and shouted, "What else is there to choose from? Brother Yi is the best choice. I'll be the first to beat the shit out of anyone who dares fight." The other guards chimed in, and for a time, a wave of cheers erupted in support of Yi Xian. In the end, there was no suspense. Yi Xian had become the commander of all the prison guards in the Myriad Heaven prison. From this moment onwards, he was fully deserving of being in control of the entire Myriad Heaven prison, enough to cover the sky with one hand. However, this power was only effective within the confines of the prison. It was only effective to the prisoners and guards within the confines of the prison. Forget leaving all heaven, there was no way they could go anywhere else. Even the devil cultivator experts that occasionally entered the Myriad Heaven prison from other regions wouldn't be too interested in Yi Xian's so-called status as a prison guard commander when facing him. But none of that mattered to him. For Yi Xian, the only thing left to do was to scavenge for materials for the formation. Then he'd ask Lu Wenshuan to help him repair the portal he'd carved into Starshift's hull. Once that was done, he had to leave all heaven. No matter what, he had to leave this folded space where even the portals couldn't break through. Only then would he have a chance to escape this space fortress. Very quickly, when the news of Yi Xian successfully killing the Black Tower and becoming the controller of the Myriad Heaven prison spread, the entire Myriad Heaven prison was completely shaken. The Federation experts in the nearly 10,000 cages were all extremely excited. The person who controlled the Black Prison had become one of the Federation's own people, and the hope of leaving this place finally saw a glimmer of hope. That afternoon, Yi Xian came alone to Lu Wenshuan's cage. He was clearly excited. "Senior, how was it? I didn't disappoint you, did I? I said I'd take you out, and I'll do it. Where are we now? Don't celebrate too early." Old man Lu was not as happy as young Kai expected and instead seemed a little indifferent, his expression indifferent as he continued, "You came here this time to ask this old master about the various materials needed to repair the starship, right? I've already made a list. You've also gathered a lot of good things recently. See if you can get them all." After speaking, Old Man Lu handed out a jade slip used to imprint spiritual energy information. After Yi Xian received it, he immediately released his spiritual energy to examine it. There weren't many things inside, but among all the treasures he and the group of demon prison guards had recently collected, there weren't many kinds of refining materials. He could barely gather about half of what he needed. After returning to the prison guard captain's cabin in the Black Tower, Yi Xian rummaged through it and finally found a few small spatial boxes. Inside were all kinds of treasures and rare materials. It seemed like this guy was really rich, but now, all of it had benefited Yi Xian. All the treasures and materials were stored in the undying world within his body. From the Black Tower's secret stash, Old Man Lu had gathered about half of the list. In the end, there were only 7 or 8 materials left. Helpless, Yi Xian could only gather all the demon prison guards and directly ask them if they had the materials. Needless to say, he was just trying his luck. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually be able to obtain 2 of the materials? At this point, there were only 5 materials left on the entire list. The demon prison guards had already cleaned out everything, so there was absolutely no hope. Since that was the case, it seemed like he could only think of a solution from the Federation powerhouses imprisoned in the cages. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly left the cabin. He returned to the area where Old Man Lu's cages were and directly walked towards a cage not far to the east. When Yi Xian was preparing to walk out of his cage, there were many people in the surrounding cages who didn't hide their ridicule and mockery. The person in the cage in front of him was one of them. When it came to extortion, one naturally had to pick on those who were not pleasing to the eye. The person in the cage was a middle-aged human male. His strength wasn't bad, as he was actually at the 5th major realm, the 8th order planet realm. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian directly walking towards him, he immediately stood up and forced a smile. He then cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, that day, don't mention that day. It's not a good thing to be ridiculed by others. This Yi has long forgotten." Yi Xian directly interrupted him. Not only was his face expressionless, but his tone was also quite unfriendly. It was obvious that he was being sarcastic. Even a fool could tell. The middle-aged man in the cage immediately felt awkward. He smiled awkwardly but didn't dare to continue explaining. Although Yi Xian's cultivation and strength weren't up to his standards, he was now the actual ruler of the Myriad Hell after all. Not to mention that if there was any hope of escaping in the future, it would most likely fall on him. Just based on his identity as a prison guard commander, if he really had a grudge against him, he only had to give the order, and those demon prison guards would definitely come to serve him every day. This wasn't a good thing. Because of this, even though he knew that Yi Xian must have come to settle scores with him, the middle-aged man could only pinch his nose and accept it. At this moment, he smiled apologetically and reached out to hand a small space box to Yi Xian. "This Su was indeed in the wrong before. I didn't recognize you. I hope fellow Daoist you won't bear a grudge. This is a small token of my appreciation. If fellow Daoist you doesn't accept it, then you won't forgive this Su." In other words, if Yi Xian were to accept this small spatial box, then the matter from before would be written off. If he were to make things difficult for him in the future, then it would be a bit too shameless. Yi Xian glanced at the other party with a playful look in his eyes, then quietly received the small spatial box. He immediately sent his divine sense into check, and after seeing that the various treasures and materials inside were indeed not bad, and the amount was also quite shocking, he nodded his head in satisfaction, then turned around and left. For half an afternoon, Yi Xian went around the dozen or so cages where the mocking voice came from. These guys were quite tactful and took out a lot of good things to show their respect to Yi Xian. They only wanted to spend money to avoid disaster and have a few more days of peace. After counting all the treasures in the dozen or so small spatial boxes, the last 5 materials missing from Old Man Lu's list were finally gathered. Yi Xian let out a long breath and placed all the materials into a small spatial box. Then, he returned to Old Man Lu's cage and handed the small spatial box over to him along with the battleship that he had put away earlier. "Fortunately, all the materials have been gathered. Senior, may I ask when you can start repairing it?" When the middle-aged man reached out to take the small space box, Yi Xian politely cupped his hands. "This warship is very important to me. Please take care of it." Yi Xian is very grateful. Chapter 2655. Crazy Fusion Brat, You're not thinking of using it to escape from Myriad Prison, are you? Old Man Lu stared at Yi Xian strangely before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Didn't I tell you before? This black prison uses space folding technology, making it like an independent world. Teleportation arrays are useless, you can only wander around inside, there's no way you can break out. You'd better give up. Regarding this, Yi Xian didn't explain much and just laughed it off. What surprised him was that this time, the repair took a full 3 days. Fortunately, this old man Lu really did have some ability. 3 days later, when the small space box containing Shifting Star was returned to Yi Xian, the teleportation array engraved on the battleship's hull was completely completed. Once the teleportation array was activated, the battleship would be teleported away with Yi Xian, unlike before, when he left but the battleship was left behind. After thanking Old Man Lu, Yi Xian immediately returned to his commander's cabin and stored the battleship into his body. Then, he took out the hidden purple shuttle from his undying world and placed them together before issuing the command to the system for the fourth fusion. Ding! Discovered fusion treasures, hidden purple shuttle, shifting star. Ding! Beginning the fourth fusion, progress 1, with the system's prompt in his mind, the fourth fusion of the hidden purple shuttle had finally begun. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed, as if a knot in his heart had been removed. After this fusion, not only would the previously exposed hidden purple shuttle's appearance change again, but it would also have a perfect teleportation array in addition to the energy shield and speed array. When the time came, it would be equivalent to having the ability to teleport. Even in the interior of an administrative planet like Sky River Star, in case of a great crisis, Yi Xian could directly teleport away, which was very significant. Compared to the previous 3 fusions, this fourth fusion obviously took more time. Yi Xian waited anxiously for a full 4 days before the long-awaited prompt of the devouring system finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Yi Xian, the fourth fusion is a success. Warship obtained, Purple Star Shuttle. Yi Xian instantly became excited. He immediately sent out his divine sense and excitedly examined the Purple Star Shuttle that had changed its name again. Although the new battleship was still light purple in color, its appearance was completely different from the previous purple hidden shuttle. However, the smooth lines from before were still preserved. In addition, the obscure array runes engraved on the hull of the battleship were more detailed and complicated, revealing a simple and heavy mysterious aura. As for the performance index of the battleship, besides the perfect teleportation function, the level of the energy shield had also been slightly improved, and the speed had also been increased. Even the 2-star cannons at the bow and stern of the battleship had been integrated into one. The diameter of the cannon muzzle had been increased by 50%, from 10 m before to 15 m now. With the cannon muzzle wider, the power of the star cannons had obviously increased by a large margin. Even the planetary-grade battleships of the Federation military would not be a match for Yi Xian's Purple Star Shuttle. Although they were both star cannons, one had a diameter of 10 m, while the other had a diameter of 10 m, and the other had a diameter of 15 m. The difference in power was obvious. After putting away the Purple Star Shuttle, Yi Xian quickly took out his weapon and armor, the Meteorite Essence Sword and the Glazed Starlight Armor. The Purple Star Shuttle had now been successfully fused for the 4th time, but Yi Xian's weapon and armor had only been fused twice. Previously, Yi Xian did not have the time to fuse them, and he also lacked suitable treasures to fuse them with. However, things were different now. Recently, Yi Xian had collected a large number of treasures and rare materials from the Myriad Hells, so he had enough to fuse them a few more times. As for the weapon for the 3rd fusion, Yi Xian chose a red mineral called the Demonic Blood Heavenly Crystal. It was about the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent, and gave off a demonic aura. As for the armor, Yi Xian chose a special metal called the Indestructible Purple Phoenix Gold. It was slightly purple in color, and although it was not very hard, this metal had a miraculous self-healing ability. This was where the name Indestructible came from. If this metal was fused into the armor, once it was damaged in battle, there was no need for Yi Xian to refine it after the battle. The armor would quickly repair itself while the battle was still going on. After choosing these 2 minerals and metals, Yi Xian once again returned his divine sense to the undying world in his body and carefully selected from the pile of treasures. In the end, he took out an offensive artifact and a special armor. He planned to use these two treasures for the fourth fusion. The offensive artifact was not a sword, but a small and exquisite green chisel called the barrier-breaking shuttle. It had the miraculous effect of ignoring space, and had an extremely strong penetrative ability towards all kinds of array formations and barriers. If it was fused into the meteoric essence sword, there was a high possibility that it would have the effect of teleportation. This made Yi Xian feel a rush of excitement. As for the armor to be used for the fourth fusion, it was actually a light purple veil called the Misty Jade Smoke Net. This item was originally not part of the category of armor, but was a veil-like defensive artifact. After it was used, it would transform into a light purple veil. Not only did it have the ability to defend, it could also emit a faint purple mist to achieve the effect of concealment. After fusing it into the armor, Yi Xian could summon the purple mist to wrap around his body. It was the most suitable item for concealment in certain special situations. After choosing the 4 treasures and materials to be used for the fusion, Yi Xian immediately began the frenzied fusion. The large sword and the armor were still fused at the same time. The third fusion took a total of 4 days. After it was completed, Yi Xian did not stop and immediately began the fourth fusion. This time, it took a total of 8 days to complete. Following that, the devouring system's notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the fourth fusion success. Obtained weapon, Demonic Bloodstar Essence Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the fourth fusion success. Obtained armor, Purple Phoenix Glass Armor. Yi Xian's spirits were lifted and he immediately began to check the results of the fusion. The Demonic Bloodstar Essence Sword's appearance was roughly the same as the Meteoric Essence Sword from before. It was just that the black sword body was covered with a layer of blood-red vein-like patterns, revealing a strange feeling. Because of the existence of this layer of demonic blood veins, when this sword was used to kill in the future, it could absorb the blood essence of the enemy and slowly increase its quality. It could already be considered a growth-type attack artifact. Chapter 2656. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan escaping from the Black Mosquito. After spending a period of time, Yi Xian finally completed the fourth fusion of the battleship, weapon, and armor, these 3 extremely important treasures. During the 4 consecutive fusions, not only did the 3 treasures devour or absorb several treasures and rare materials of the same type, but the amount of star core origin consumed during the fusions was already a terrifying number. Normal cultivators couldn't bear such a terrifying consumption. As for people like Zhao Long and Bai Zhangying, who had extraordinary status and wealth, they could be considered as starry sky level nouveau riche. Even if they were rich, they did not have such an ability. The ability to fuse treasures that came with the Devour system was something that most of the top refiners in the cultivation camp couldn't do. At the very least, they couldn't do it so casually and easily. It was obvious how precious the treasures in Yi Xian's hands were after 4 fusions. Even the treasures of the same type in the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution point exchange vault couldn't compare to these 3 treasures, not to mention that they had only completed the 4th fusion. If Yi Xian came across suitable treasures and materials in the future, he could fuse them again and again at any time. In fact, even now, among the various treasures in his hands, there were many treasures that could be selected for fusion, but now, these 3 treasures had all completed the 4th fusion and become superb starry sky level treasures. Their value was already different from before. In addition, Yi Xian's standards were also high. Normal treasures of the same type couldn't move him anymore. If he chose some treasures with mediocre attributes and forcibly fused with them for the 5th time, he was afraid that the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. For now, the attributes of these 3 treasures were enough for him to use for a while. At least, it was enough for him in the core origin stage. Therefore, Yi Xian decided not to fuse with them for the time being. He would consider it again after he reached the core origin stage. He had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation before he killed Black Tower. It wouldn't be good to force another breakthrough in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would leave behind an unstable hidden danger. Since he couldn't fuse with the treasures, His cultivation couldn't continue to break through. For a time, Yi Xian suddenly felt relaxed. It had been more than a month since he was captured in this myriad Luo hell. To avoid any unexpected changes, Yi Xian decided to try and see if he could find a way to escape. Regarding the internal situation of this space defense fortress, he had already learned about it by beating around the bush while leading the group of demon prison guards to search for treasures. There were a total of 10 space fortresses in the demon cultivator race, and the one Yi Xian was in was called the Black Mosquito. The highest commander was a small leader of the demon cultivator race, called Mount Nibwa. He was the one who captured Yi Xian into the myriad black prison. His cultivation was extraordinary, and he was a supreme expert at the black hole realm. Black Mosquito ship had 4 areas. The lowest level was the myriad Luo hell where Yi Xian was now. The middle part of the space fortress above the myriad Luo hell was where the demon scouts lived. The third level from the bottom was where the energy cabin, engine room and so on of this space fortress were located. At the same time, the warehouse for food and the warehouse for all kinds of treasures and rare materials that the demon scouts had collected in the graveyard starfield were also located there. This level was a forbidden area. Except for the direct subordinates of Nibwa Mountain, other demons were not allowed to set foot in it. As for the top level, it was where the control center of the black-striped ship was located. That level was also the exclusive territory of Nibwa Mountain. Even his direct subordinates couldn't go there at will unless they were summoned. There were about 10,000 demon scouts in the entire black-striped ship under the command of Nibwa Mountain. But in fact, unless they were about to return to the ancestral starfield of the demons at the edge of the first universe, there were only about 1,000 or 2,000 demon scouts in the black-striped ship under normal circumstances. After all, they didn't cross the wormhole to the graveyard starfield to play. They had a mission, so almost all of them spent most of their time in the graveyard starfield around the black-striped ship. They either gathered all kinds of information about the Myriad Luo Federation or excavated the star core origin. Of course, trapping some valuable experts of the Federation was also part of their mission. The nearly 10,000 experts imprisoned in the Myriad Luo Hell were all captured by them one after another. If Yi Xian wanted to leave the Black Mosquito ship, he had to enter the second level where the demon scouts lived. There were only 2 passages in the Myriad Luo Hell. One was at the bottom. When Yi Xian was sucked into the Myriad Luo Hell by the mysterious black beam of light, he had taken the main passage. However, this main passage could only be opened and closed by the control center of the top level where Nibwa Mountain was. Although one could leave the Black Mosquito ship directly through this passage and enter the outer universe, there was basically no hope of success. The second passage was a secondary passage. It didn't lead directly to the outer universe, but it was connected to the second level of the Black Mosquito ship where the demon scouts lived. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to leave the Black Mosquito ship, he had to enter the second level first and then leave through the passage on the second level. Among the wardens in the entire Myriad Luo Hell, only the warden commander, Black Tower, had the authority to open this secondary passage. However, Yi Xian threw the demon core in his brain to the devouring system for it to be decomposed and devoured. From it, Yi Xian not only obtained a considerable amount of spirit power origin, but also unexpectedly obtained a rune imprint. This rune imprint was the key to opening the second secondary passage. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could open the Myriad Luo Hell at any time and enter the second level where the demon scouts lived. After everything was ready, Yi Xian immediately went to Old Man Lu's cage and told him everything. The latter fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a long time, he sighed faintly and shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, this old man won't play with you. If that passage leads directly to the outer universe, it's fine. Since it leads to the base camp of the demon people, although this old man's cultivation isn't weak, the inner space of the Black Mosquito ship is filled with a strange black fog. We human cultivators don't even dare to use our divine sense. If I really go with you and meet other demons on the way, it's a small matter if your identity is exposed, but I'm afraid I'll suffer physical pain and be sent back to the Myriad Luo Hell in the end. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Chapter 2657. Chapter 2657. Chapter 2657. The wolf enters the sheep's den. We're different from you. If we want to escape, we'll either have to enter space from the main passage of Tartarus, or we'll have to make the strange black fog disappear. Otherwise, we'll die if we try to force our way through the side passage. Old Man Lu had heard from Yi Xian about the internal situation of the Black Mosquito ship, so he was more or less familiar with it. Thus, he quickly analyzed the situation. Unfortunately, you are only the prison guard commander of this Myriad Heaven prison, and you are not the controller of the entire Black Mosquito ship. You are unable to do either of the two things I just said. All right, brat, you can go. This old man will stay. Seeing as you didn't leave on your own, and even have the heart to keep your promise and take this old man with you, I can't be too selfish. I know I don't stand a chance, and yet I'm willing to risk it all by following you. This old man can't do that. As he spoke, Old Man Lu produced a small spatial box with a flip of his hand and handed it to Yi Xian. This contains all the treasures and savings this old man has. Keeping it with me will only benefit the demons in the future. To put it bluntly, it's helping the enemy. So take it with you. Remember, if you have the chance in the future, kill as many demons as you can to avenge me. Think of it as a reward for this old man's gift. Yi Xian felt ill at ease when he heard these words. If Old Man Lu really did as he said, knowing full well that the chances were slim, and that Yi Xian would be dragged into this mess, he would still decide to go with him in the end for the sake of a gamble. Then when they reached the second level of the Black Mosquito ship, Yi Xian would definitely abandon him and leave on his own if they ran into other demons and their whereabouts were exposed. After all, he only promised to take Old Man Lu with him. He never said he could guarantee the old man's safety. Since he'd already fulfilled his promise, what could he do if his luck was bad and he failed? I can't stay and die with you, right? However, Old Man Lu obviously didn't intend to do that. Not only did he speak sincerely and directly point out this point, he even planned to give all his treasures and savings to Yi Xian for free. This kind of magnanimity made Yi Xian feel uneasy. If he really took the small space box and turned to leave, what happened today would affect his Dao heart. In fact, even if he didn't take the other party's things, Yi Xian would still hold a grudge. After all, he did receive Old Man Lu's favor, but the promise he made before was not fulfilled. Even if Old Man Lu took the initiative to give up, the fact that Yi Xian owed him could not be erased. Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. You old man have bad intentions. Aren't you trying to make me shake my Dao heart? Forget it, forget it. In order to not be disturbed by the inner demons in the future, I might as well fight to the death today and fight for my life. After saying that, Yi Xian grinned at Old Man Lu with a strange expression, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Damn old man, wait for me. I'll leave Myriad Hell now, but it won't be long before I come back to save you. It's just that I don't know how long it will take. Don't die first, that would really be a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's back had already disappeared into the black fog in the distance. As his figure disappeared into the distance, sighs could be heard from the cages nearby. There was even a hint of disdain mixed in. Obviously, none of the Federation experts imprisoned in these cages believed that Yi Xian would come back. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they would do such a stupid thing. The green-bearded old man, Lu Wenshuan, was obviously aware of this as well. He also let out a long sigh. Sigh. Stinking brat is so stupid that it makes one's hair stand on end. Bastard who doesn't take advantage of others. For the sake of face, he doesn't even want cultivation resources. This temperament. Sigh, he's still too inexperienced. He needs to be sharpened. Amidst the sigh, the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenshuan, flipped his hand and put the small space box back into his body. He turned around and walked back into the cage and sat down cross-legged. Although his face was rather lonely, there was clearly a faint sense of gratification. He grinned and muttered to himself in a self-deprecating manner, but this is also good. At least this old man has something to comfort himself with. I'll use it to deceive myself. Yi Xian obviously didn't know that the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenshuan, had completely regarded his words as a white lie. At this moment, he had already returned to the demon prison at the edge of Myriad Hell. All of the devil cultivator jailers were summoned. After everyone was gathered, Yi Xian immediately announced something, indicating that he would be leaving for a few days to attend to some important matters on the second floor of the Myriad Heaven prison. He repeatedly warned these fellows not to cause trouble, or else he would be severely punished when he returned. This wasn't the first time this had happened. In fact, the prison guards were rotated out every year or so. As the leader of the prison guards, the Black Pagoda was often away. As such, when Yi Xian finished, the other prison guards immediately responded in unison. None of them felt that there was anything wrong with this arrangement. After giving his instructions, Yi Xian immediately moved. As he thought about it, his figure transformed into a wisp of light as he shot towards the edge of the deepest part of the prison guards area. A few minutes later, Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped. He raised his head to look at the empty space in front of him that was about 100 meters tall. He stood there alone, and with a cold glance, it was as if he was looking at the location of a memorial arch. This archway, glowing with a metallic luster, was actually a portal. It was the so-called secondary passage that led from Myriad Hell to the second level of the bastion. Shio. A faint black light flashed and swiftly sank into the pillar of the archway. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. A demon's psychic energy was like the consciousness of a human cultivator. It could be divided into strands of psychic energy, branded with one's own unique aura, and then shot out. However, the strand of mental energy that Yi Xian had just sent out was imprinted with the aura of the rune imprint that he'd obtained from the Black Tower's demon cultivator's brain. It was as if he'd used the mother key to create a one-time use child key. As the child key drilled into the pillar of the portal, the archway, nearly 100 meters tall, suddenly lit up with a dark light. There was even a humming sound. The dark light quickly surged and converged. In the space of 2 or 3 breaths, the arched area under the archway was completely filled. The originally empty arched area seemed to have an additional layer of black light. Behind this layer of light was the exit of the teleportation gate. What a miraculous spatial technique. Little lambs, Grandpa Wolf is coming. Chapter 2658. Chapter 2658. Chapter 2658. The hunt begins. Yi Xian had indeed changed his mind and decided not to leave for the time being. The reason for this decision was not entirely to take the green-bearded old man Lu Wenshuan with him, but more for himself. But the old man's words did remind Yi Xian, otherwise he may not have made the decision he did now. The old man sighed, saying that Yi Xian was only a warden of the 10,000 nets, not the leader of the entire Black Mosquito Bastion. So whether it was opening the main passage below the 10,000 nets, or clearing out the strange black fog that pervaded the interior of the Black Mosquito Bastion, he couldn't do either. It was these words that made Yi Xian's heart jump. An extremely bold, extremely dangerous plan appeared in his mind, but if it succeeded, the rewards would be unimaginable. Just like how he replaced the warden in the Black Tower, he would find a way to get rid of the captive leader, Niboshan. Then he would replace him and take the entire Black Mosquito Bastion for himself. When this thought popped up in his mind, even Yi Xian himself was shocked. However, after calmly deducing and pondering, Yi Xian finally clenched his teeth and made a decision. In his opinion, although this matter was extremely dangerous, it wasn't completely impossible. He even thought that the chances of success were at least 40 to 50%. So it was worth a try. After all, if he succeeded, the benefits he would reap would be unimaginable. The temptation was too great. As Yi Xian's feet planted firmly on the ground and he stepped out of the black light, a large open square appeared in front of him. The square was a regular square, with sides several kilometers long. This alone was more than the diameter of the Black Mosquito Bastion. This indicated that the second layer of space he was in was also constructed using spacefolding technology. In other words, Yi Xian could not directly teleport away and return to the void outside. He was now standing in the center of the square. When he turned around, 3 enormous portals appeared behind him, each one like a 100-meter-long memorial arch. On the other hand, the one that Yi Xian had just walked out of was at the edge of the spatial door. It was the same as the spatial door on the other side. On the other hand, the spatial door in the middle was clearly different. The yin runes on the pillars and beams were even more ancient and complicated. After a moment's thought, Yi Xian roughly guessed where the other two portals led. Of the two on the outside, one led to the lower 10,000 nets, and the other led directly to the void outside of the bastion. In other words, the portal on the other side was the escape route. However, Yi Xian didn't plan on trying it out so easily. On one hand, he'd already decided not to leave for the time being, and on the other hand, it was because he wasn't sure if the rune imprint he obtained from the Black Tower's demon core could also open the spatial door that led to the outside of the fortress. If he couldn't, then it would truly be troublesome if he alarmed some existences that he was unable to deal with right now. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to make some inquiries. He had to figure this out before making any plans. As for the portal in the middle, which was more ancient and complex, according to Yi Xian's estimation, it led to the third layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion above. If that was the case, then Yi Xian could not touch this portal. At least not now. After examining the three portals in a row, Yi Xian found the key points to distinguish the other two portals. After memorizing them, he chose a direction at random and stepped forward. Apart from the three portals, there was nothing else in the large square. It was completely empty. But at the edges of the square, there was a straight and extremely wide passageway, several hundred meters long. None of them had an end in sight. Judging from the width of these four passageways, there must be other forked passageways in the middle that extended out one by one. If that was the case, then the second layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion was actually a labyrinth-like area divided by a large number of crisscrossing straight passageways. The center of the entire labyrinth should be the large square where Yi Xian was now. As for the living quarters of those demon scouts, there was no doubt that they should be on the left and right sides of the crisscrossing passageways in the labyrinth. In such a vast and huge labyrinth, there were countless passageways of different sizes. On the left and right sides of each passageway, there could be a secluded cave dwelling. In this way, it was not a problem for the entire second layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion to accommodate more than 10,000 demon scouts. A few minutes later, Yi Xian left the central square where the portals were and entered the main passageway on the right side of the square. After walking for a few miles, another straight passageway appeared on the left and right. These two level 2 passageways were obviously much narrower, but they were still about 200 meters wide. Yi Xian continued to walk forward until the sixth pair of level 2 passageways appeared. He then turned around and walked to the right. It was the same for the level 2 passageways. Every 2 kilometers, there would be 2 level 3 passageways with a width of about 100 meters. In the previous level 1 and level 2 passageways, there were only crossroads. After reaching the level 3 passageway that was 100 meters wide, although there were still 2 narrower level 4 passageways appearing not far away, along the way, there were already no less than the number of secluded cave mansions on both sides of the passageway. None of the cave dwellings had doors. They were just huge arched entrances on the walls of the passageways. The space inside should be very wide and seemed to be divided into small compartments. Yi Xian did not stop there. Instead, he turned around and left at the entrance of a level 4 passageway that was about 50 meters wide. There were clearly more cave dwellings on both sides of the level 4 passageway. The arched entrances were densely packed and would appear every 30 to 40 meters. Yi Xian randomly picked a cave dwelling and walked in with a calm expression. Along the way, Yi Xian would occasionally see a few demon experts when he passed by some cave dwellings. They also saw him, but none of them noticed anything wrong. They all treated Yi Xian as one of their own. Therefore, he did not need to be nervous at all. There were more than 10,000 demon scouts in the entire Black Mosquito ship. They were all in a hurry, so who could recognize each other? The reason why he chose this cave abode was actually very simple. This cave abode had the least number of demons he had encountered in the entire Class 4 passageway. There were only 6 demon experts, and their cultivation was not very high. They were all between the first and second levels of the core realm. Yi Xian was very confident that he could kill them instantly when they reacted. Chapter 2659. Slave Seal. If it was said that every cave abode in the level 3 passageway was a small room, then the cave abodes in the level 4 passageway could only be considered as a large shop. This was a reflection of one's strength and rank. The demon dweller scouts who lived in the small rooms in the level 3 passageway were clearly of higher status and strength. The fourth-level tunnels, on the other hand, could only live in a single room. Naturally, their status was lower and their strength weaker. The cave that Yi Xian entered was about 200 square meters in size. It was empty in the middle, and there was only a huge platform with teleportation runes on it. It should be used to hand in the spoils of war, as well as to receive rewards and daily consumables. Around the walls, there were some metal partitions that extended out from the walls. The space between every two partitions was a semi-open, independent small space. In addition to a bed, there was also a small table and a chair. There were a total of 40 or so of these semi-open rooms scattered along the walls of the cave abode, but they were all basically empty. Only the area furthest away from the entrance of the cave abode was occupied by 6 demon scouts. At this time, some of the 6 devil cultivators were lying on the bed, some were sitting cross-legged on the bed with their eyes closed, and some were sitting on a small stool beside the bed, taking inventory of some items. Seeing Yi Xian enter, the 6 demons only raised their eyes to glance at him before ignoring him. They were still doing what they were supposed to do. Yi Xian had long since suppressed his power to second-level core, similar to these 6. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of an 8th-level demon in the 4th-level tunnels would have caused an uproar. It was clear that anyone who wanted to live in these bunks was free to do as they pleased. Most of the demonkin scouts were out on missions or mining, and didn't spend much time on the Black Mosquito Bastion. Who would have the time or energy to remember where their bunks were? Yi Xian didn't bat an eyelid as he walked towards the inner area of the cave where the 6 fellows were. They didn't pay him any attention. After all, this was normal. If there was space inside, who would want to choose a place near the entrance? Although it was half open, as long as it was possible, anyone would subconsciously try to make their personal space as private and quiet as possible. Perhaps these 6 fellows were still dreaming that they would be able to enter the level 3 passageway and live in the level 3 cave abodes with small compartments after their strength increased. Unfortunately, they would never have that chance. A weak buzzing sound rang out. When Yi Xian was only a dozen meters away from the 6, he made his move without warning. As he activated the spirit source core in his head with all his might, a wave of majestic spirit energy suddenly gushed out from his body. It was like a rolling river, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it completely enveloped the 6 demon dweller scouts. This time, Yi Xian didn't even bother to include a few strands of the human cultivator's consciousness in his psychic power. They were just 6 weaklings. With his strength as a level 8 core ream, he could easily crush them with just the mental strength of the demonkin. In fact, it was indeed so. In the face of Yi Xian's psychic storm, the 6 demon scouts, who were only 1st or 2nd level core realm, were instantly obliterated. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they completely lost all signs of life. Seems like I used too much force. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was speechless. He was a little worried that the psychic power would shatter the 6 demon scouts' heads. Fortunately, this worry was completely unnecessary. A minute later, 6 small black prismatic crystals appeared in Yi Xian's palm. They were taken from the 6 demon scouts' heads. As for the corpses, with his current strength, although he couldn't put a starry sky rank powerhouse into the undying world in his body, he didn't have any restrictions on corpses that had no signs of life. Yi Xian had already secretly experimented with this after killing the Black Tower Warden. If it wasn't for this, he might not have dared to make such a decision. He actually treated the 2nd floor of the Black Mosquito ship, the Demon Dweller's Cave, as his own hunting paradise. Ding! Discovered a psychic power core. Would you like to decompose it and extract its source? As Yi Xian put the 6 demon cores into his body, the notification from the devouring system sounded immediately. After giving a confirmation, Yi Xian turned and left the cave, beginning to search for the next batch of prey. Time passed slowly. 3 days had passed without him noticing. In these 3 days, Yi Xian rejoiced countless times that he finally decided to stay on the Black Mosquito ship and enter the 2nd level of the Demonkin's cave to hunt. Compared to the time when he was searching for demon scouts outside, even the most fruitful time he'd ever been, he'd only killed 3 demon powerhouses. For Yi Xian, these 3 days were like a beggar who'd suddenly fallen into a bountiful gold mine. In these 3 days, The total number of demon cores he'd collected was a terrifying 947. On average, it was more than 300 cores a day. In other words, over 300 demon scouts had disappeared from the cave every day, dying at the hands of Yi Xian. Their brains were cut open, and Yi Xian tossed to the devouring system to extract their source of psychic power. As for their corpses, they were all thrown into his undying world. Nearly 1,000 demon scouts. This was already a tenth of the total number of demons guarding the Black Mosquito ship. Although there were many demons entering and exiting the second level of the cave every day, no one could find out who had died or left. However, with a tenth of the demon scouts suddenly gone, if one paid attention, one could more or less see that something was amiss. Usually, there were around 2,000 demon dwellers in this area. Sometimes, there would be more, and sometimes less. But now, after Yi Zhuan's frenzied hunt, there were at most 1,000 demon scouts left here. More than 70% of the level 4 caves were empty, and they couldn't find a single demon after going through several level 4 tunnels. This situation caused even Yi Xian to faintly feel that something was wrong. If this continued, and some demons sensed that something was wrong, they'd report it to their superiors. When that happened, they'd be in real trouble. With all this in mind, Yi Xian decided to stop for now and wait a few days to see what would happen. At the very least, he'd have to wait for the demon population in this area to slowly recover a little. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. Spiritual power source has begun to feed back. Progress 1. Progress 10. Chapter 2660. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations The Life and Death Crushing Talisman Slave Imprint. When the devouring system's notification rang out in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned at first. Then, he suddenly felt a strong sense of joy in his heart. Other things aside, just the fact that the mind source core in his brain could be upgraded was enough to surprise him. Yi Xian had never thought about this before. Now that he had absorbed the vast and boundless source of mind power that had been extracted from the thousands of demon brain nuclei, his mind source core had unexpectedly upgraded. When the system's notification rang out, Yi Xian realized that the demon's mind source core actually had this kind of benefit. If that was the case, then in the future, if he were to kill even more powerful demon scouts, the grade of the demon cores he would obtain from their brains should also increase accordingly. This way, Yi Xian's cultivation speed in terms of the demon's mind power would not decrease continuously as his own level of mind power increased. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough demon brain nuclei to extract and decompose them. However, this wasn't something that Yi Xian planned to ponder over right now. His curiosity had been completely attracted by the new slave imprint ability that had appeared after the upgrade of his mind source core. The so-called slave imprint, as its name implied, was a kind of spiritual imprint used to achieve enslavement. At first, this had just been Yi Xian's subconscious understanding and strong subjective expectations. However, this understanding was quickly verified. Although Yi Xian's mind source core and the devouring system weren't one, the former had already taken root in Yi Xian's mind and was already inseparable from him. The same was true for the devouring system. In fact, its authority was obviously higher, so it was practically equivalent to the general manager of Yi Xian's entire body and spirit. Even the treasures that had been absorbed into Yi Xian's body could be used and manipulated by the devouring system at will. This mind source core, which had already fused with Yi Xian's body, flesh, and spirit, was no exception. In fact, every time he dissected a demon's brain, the large amount of mental power source extracted was automatically fed to the mental power source core in his sea of consciousness by the devouring system. On this point, Yi Xian had already issued a clear authorization to the system. It could be said that all the changes in the mind source core in his brain were monitored and controlled by the engulfing system. Because of this, Yi Xian was able to easily understand the specific information about the slave mark through the engulfing system. The so-called slave seal, simply put, was something similar to Tong Laro's life and death talisman. The only difference was that the former's life and death talisman was a thin layer of ice formed by absorbing the water vapor in the air. Yi Xian's newly obtained ability to condense a slave imprint was directly condensed from the mind source core in his brain. In the end, it was condensed into a spiritual imprint with his own unique aura. It was just like the talisman imprint he had obtained from the head core of the Warden Commander's Black Tower. That talisman imprint was the key used to activate the space gate, while Yi Xian's slave imprint was used to enslave demons. Once this kind of slave seal entered the Devil Cultivator's body, it would automatically sense the aura of the Devil Cultivator's brain, approach it, and finally fuse with it. After that, the Devil Cultivator would become Yi Xian's servant because the spirit core in his brain would be assimilated by the aura of Yi Xian's slave seal. Moreover, it would be extremely loyal, and it was impossible for him to have a rebellious heart. In order to be freed, the demon would have to die or Yi Xian would have to take back the slave imprint that had fused with the demon's mind source core. Based on this, Yi Xian's slave imprint was simply superior to Tong Laro's life and death talisman. They were on completely different levels. It's like a pillow falling from the sky when I'm sleeping. After understanding the specific effects of the slave imprint and the method to condense it, Yi Xian was so excited that he wanted to roar at the sky. However, when the words reached his mouth, they turned into a low-key murmur. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to continue hunting. I'm afraid that the next few days will be very uncomfortable. With this slave imprint, all the problems will be solved instantly. If I can't kill them for the time being, then I'll just directly enslave them. If I can plant a slave imprint on all the demon scouts here, then the entire second layer of the Black Mosquito ship will undoubtedly fall under my control, just like the first layer of the myriad hells below. The more Yi Xian spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he stopped thinking about it and found a demon cultivator's cave that was located in a level 4 passageway. After strolling in, he immediately sat down cross-legged in a corner of the cave, dispelling the chaos in his mind. He focused his mind and activated the power of the spirit core in his sea of consciousness. According to the condensation method that he had long understood, he began to condense the first slave seal. After about 10 minutes, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and filled with uncontrollable joy. The process of condensing the slave imprint was very smooth and could be said to be completed in one go. The reason why the first slave imprint took nearly 10 minutes was entirely because he was overly cautious. He had been very careful and only wanted to be safe, not caring about efficiency. According to the normal speed, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level in terms of mental power, it would take him about 6 minutes to condense a slave imprint. If he was more familiar with the process to a certain extent, the time could be shortened again. He should be able to succeed in 3 to 4 minutes. In that case, after Yi Xian was familiar with the process, if he did not sleep at all, Yi Xian could condense nearly 400 slave imprints a day. Normally, there would only be a little more than 2,000 demon scouts stationed in the second level of the Black Mosquito ship. In other words, Yi Xian only needed 5 days of continuous condensing to obtain enough spiritual slave imprints to enslave and control all the demon scouts in the second layer of the Black Mosquito ship. However, he obviously did not plan to start now. Since the first slave imprint had been successfully condensed, Yi Xian could not calm down if he did not immediately test its true effect. He was eager to try and was already impatient. After thinking about it for a while, he finally could not restrain himself and got up to leave the demon cave. He searched the surrounding level 4 passageways, and after a while, he finally saw the figures of 2 demon scouts in a cave. These 2 fellows' cultivation levels were still unbearable to look at. They were only at the second level of the Star Core realm. They were so weak that Yi Xian did not even have the interest to hide it. As soon as he stepped into the cave, he immediately activated the spirit source core in his mind. Whong, whoosh. In the next moment, a powerful spiritual storm surged out, mixed with a small, blackish-purple spiritual imprint that was as small as a hair. Bang! Chapter 2661. Demon Beast Black Mosquito Poof. The saber light flashed, and the head of the demon cultivator on the ground was split into 2 without any suspense. In the mix of red and white things, a small black prismatic crystal was impressively revealed. Then, Yi Xian raised his hand and it fell into his palm. Even the little bit of blood on its surface was silently removed as the black crystal floated to Yi Xian's palm. With a flip of his hand, the The black demon's brain disappeared in Yi Xian's palm and was sent into his body to be decomposed by the devouring system to extract the source of its spiritual power. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and the corpse of the demon cultivator scout that had its head cut open strangely disappeared, and was absorbed into the undying world within his body. Not even a drop of blood was left on the ground. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, the entire process only took 3 to 4 seconds. By now, Yi Xian had killed more than 1,000 demon scouts in the second layer of the Black Mosquito ship. He was already familiar with all the steps. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned his head and swept his gaze to the left. Tu Zhong to the left, a demon dweller scout could be seen. He stood respectfully with his hands clasped behind his back. His head was lowered at a 30-degree angle. His entire person exuded a sense of respect and modesty. This demon scout was the demon slave that Yi Xian had planted the first slave seal to control. Yi Xian coldly glanced at the demon and immediately reminded him, if there are other demons present in the future, you don't have to be so respectful. Don't expose the relationship between you and me. Do you understand? My lord, Barker understands. The demon scout nodded, but his eyes were lowered. He didn't even dare to look straight at Yi Xian. His tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable sense of obedience in his voice. That's good. You're called Barker, right? I have to say that you're quite lucky. As my first demon slave, when I control the entire Black Mosquito ship in the future, you'll be under one and above all. Seeing that the demon's mind wasn't affected by the slave seal in his spiritual power source core, Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the demon up and down and threw him a sweet date. Then, he continued, now, tell me everything you know about the Black Mosquito ship. Thank you, my lord. Barker's face didn't show any surprise. He appeared to be indifferent. He immediately bowed his head slightly again and thanked him respectfully. It wasn't that his temperament was mature and steady, but because of the slave seal's influence, he was now loyal to Yi Xian. Under these circumstances, whether he was a general manager or a small warden, it made no difference to him. Immediately, Barker followed Yi Xian's instructions and told Yi Xian everything he knew about the Black Mosquito Star Fortress. He told Yi Xian everything he knew, no matter how big or small. Although most of the information was obtained by Yi Xian from the demon wardens in the Cataclysm, there was still some information that Yi Xian didn't know or couldn't be sure of. For example, although Yi Xian guessed that the 3 portals in the central square of the second floor of the Black Mosquito ship were connected to different areas, he couldn't be sure of the authority to use the other 2 portals. When he'd killed the 1,000 demon scouts earlier, he'd acted quickly and finished everything in the shortest amount of time. He hadn't had the time to ask about these things. Now that Barker had finished speaking, Yi Xian was reassured. The 3 spatial gates did indeed have different activation methods. Yi Xian already had authority over the one that led to the lower level of the Myriad Abyss. As for the spatial gate in the middle that led to the 3rd level, none of the devil cultivators in the 2nd level actually had the authority to activate it. To have this kind of authority, one had to be at least a demon expert on the 3rd floor or above. Basically, those fellows on the 3rd floor and above could come down at any time. However, it was completely impossible for the demons on the 2nd floor to go up to the 3rd floor through the spatial door. Unless someone came from above to take you with them. In this Black Mosquito Bastion, the 1st floor of the Cataclysm and the 2nd floor of the Black Mosquito Bastion were like commoner areas. The 1st floor was used to hold captives, and the 2nd floor housed large numbers of low-level demons like coolies and salesmen. Relatively speaking, the 3rd and 4th levels were the upper echelons of the bastion. Only the best of the best were allowed to enter. They were the most trusted of the bastion's leader, Niboshan. There were only a few hundred of them on the first 2 floors. These few hundred elites of the Black Mosquito Bastion would not normally go to the 1st and 2nd floors. Because the 3rd floor was the engine room and storage area, the demons there all had their own duties and responsibilities, and had to stick to their posts. There were even fewer demon elites on the 4th floor. They were either the right-hand men of the leader, Niboshan, or some demon think tanks that he had recruited. They had no contact with the ordinary demons on the lower 2 floors, and they would not take the initiative to come to this slum for no reason. Only one person was an exception. This person was called Mosquito Butcher. It was said that he had an unspeakable special relationship with the Black Mosquito, the guardian beast of the Black Mosquito Bastion. He held the position of supervisor under Niboshan. In addition, this Mosquito Butcher was arrogant and loved to show off. Because of his unclear relationship with the Black Mosquito, he was despised by the other demons on the first 2 floors. Because of this guy could only go to the commoner areas below to show off his power. Usually, he would come once or twice a month. Calculating the time, if nothing unexpected happened, he should come in the next 3 to 5 days at most. As for this Mosquito Butcher's cultivation, it was neither high nor low, only 4th level satellite realm. 4th level satellite realm? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately frowned. Right now, he was only in the 8th level of the core state. After the core state was the meteor state, and after the meteor state was the satellite state. In other words, the Mosquito Butcher, who was disliked on the first 2 floors, was almost 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, if the Mosquito Butcher really came to the 2nd floor in the next 3 to 5 days, it would undoubtedly be a huge crisis for Yi Xian. After all, there were so few demon scouts on the 2nd floor, and this person was fond of showing off, so he would naturally wander around showing off. How could he not see the abnormality? Chapter 2662. Yi Xian's plan. The Black Mosquito is this bastion's guardian beast. The Black Mosquito is named after it. The other 9 bastions are the same. They all have their own guardian beasts, and they're named after them. Barker bowed to Yi Xian again, then continued to explain patiently. The ancestral land of the demon kin is at the edge of the first universe. There is a star field that is rich in magical beasts. Some of the demonic energy emitted by the magical beasts is beneficial to our psychic powers. It can increase the rate at which our psychic powers grow. That's why there is a magical beast in every bastion. The black fog that pervades the interior of the Black Mosquito is emitted by the Black Mosquito. We demonkin cultivate and live in this black fog for a long time. It's very beneficial to our psychic powers. In addition, the Black Mosquito isn't only useful for the black fog. It's also very strong. Like the leader of the Black Mosquito Bastion, Niboshan, it's in the black hole realm. It's even stronger than Niboshan. At the very least, Niboshan doesn't dare to provoke it. However, the Black Mosquito was subdued after it was captured. The leader of our ancestral land used psychic powers to control it and branded it with a psychic imprint. There are 2 of these imprints, one mother and one son. The son seal is sealed in the Black Mosquito's body, while the mother seal is in the hands of Niboshan, the leader of the Black Mosquito Bastion. However, he can't just use the mother seal to control the Black Mosquito because it will consume a lot of his psychic powers. There's also the possibility that the Black Mosquito will devour him. Only when the bastion is in a special emergency will it be used to defend against the enemy. At this point, Barker retreated to the side and didn't continue speaking. It was clear that this was all he knew about the Black Mosquito magic beast. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, the information he'd said was more than enough. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian seemed to remember something. He asked, "That's right, where is the Black Mosquito? Is it imprisoned, or can it move freely? No one dares to imprison a guardian beast." Barker was aware of this, so he explained, "The Black Mosquito magical beast lives in the beast nest. The beast nest is located on the 3rd level above, and it occupies a space all by itself. There is a special space door in the central square of the 3rd level, but other than the Black Mosquito magical beast, there are only 2 people who have the authority to enter. One is the small leader Niboshan, and the other is Mosquito Butcher. The Black Mosquito demonic beast basically doesn't come out of the beast nest space, but the Mosquito Butcher will go in once in a while to serve it." Serve? Hearing this strange word, Yi Xian frowned. At the very least, demons looked like humans from the outside. He found it a little inconceivable that a human would actually serve a magical beast. Yes, to serve. The expression on Barker's face was a little strange, but he still explained in detail, the reason why the Mosquito Butcher is despised by the upper circle of demons in the 2 levels above is because of this. The black mosquito demonic beast is born with a sexual nature. It has to do that kind of thing every once in a while, but ordinary demons can't satisfy it. Before the mosquito butcher, one would die almost every year. Then, Naibwa Shan would choose a suitable replacement from the demons in the second level. Only the mosquito butcher was chosen from the second level 3 years ago. I didn't expect him to be a third-year realm demon beast. Obviously, the black mosquito demonic beast is very satisfied with him. It is also because of this reason that Naibwa Shan will accommodate him to a certain extent and let him be arrogant and despotic. So that's how it is. Yi Xian immediately came to a realization. With the mosquito butcher, Mount Naibwa would be able to avoid losing a demon cultivator subordinate every year. In this kind of situation, it wasn't unacceptable to let this fellow go. It was just that the mosquito butcher was actually willing to do such a disgusting thing and seemed to be enjoying it. This character and temperament were really filthy. No wonder he was despised and rejected by the upper 2 levels of this space fortress. Okay, you will guard the central square for the next few days. Once the mosquito butcher arrives, inform me immediately. Yi Xian waved his hand and gave Barker an order. The other party quickly left. Yi Xian's slave mark had been left in the magic core in his brain. Within a certain distance, the master and servant could use spiritual power to communicate with each other. Therefore, Yi Xian was not afraid that this guy would not be able to find him and pass on the information. After Barker left, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. The mosquito butcher's arrival was definitely a huge crisis for him. Previously, Yi Xian just wanted to see if he could hide and lie low until the wind blew over. However, it was different now. He vaguely felt that the black mosquito beast was of great use to him. Since that was the case, he had to get the key mark in the mosquito butcher's hand that could allow him to enter the demon nest. In other words, even if the mosquito butcher did not come looking for him, he would have to take the initiative to provoke him. However, the other party was a satellite state expert, which was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. With his current strength, even if he launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to kill the other party. As for the key mark in the mosquito butcher's magic core, he did not even need to think about it. However, besides killing the mosquito butcher, Yi Xian now had another option, which was to use the slave mark to subdue the mosquito butcher, just like how he had enslaved Barker. Of course, this method was also dangerous. After all, Barker was only a second-order core state expert, while the mosquito butcher was a satellite state expert. The same slave mark would definitely have different effects on the 2 of them. Even if he succeeded in using the slave mark on the other party's body, there was still a possibility of failure. No matter what, I have to give it a try. However, in order to be safe, it would be best to take advantage of the chaos and launch a sneak attack. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian finally made up his mind. As he muttered to himself, he immediately closed his eyes and started to condense a large number of slave marks in a frenzy. After almost a day, Yi Xian opened his eyes. After a day of continuous condensing, there were now a total of 100 slave marks in the mind source core in his brain. Among them, 99 were ordinary slave marks, just like the one in Barker's brain. The last one had been specially strengthened by Yi Xian. Just condensing this strengthened version of the slave mark had taken him a full 2 hours. He intended to use this strengthened version of the slave mark to deal with the mosquito butcher. However, before that, there was one more thing that he had to do. Chapter 2663. Arrival of the mosquito slayer. This time, Yi Xian didn't search for his target in the level 4 cave dwellings in the level 4 passageway. Instead, he came to the level 3 passageway. Of course, in order to not attract too much attention, he adjusted his cultivation base to level 4 core star realm. In the level 3 cave dwellings in the level 3 passageway, there were basically demon scouts of level 4 core star realm and above. There were even level 6 demon scouts. Although the strength of the demon scouts in the level 1 passageway had increased compared to the previous level 4 cave dwellings, and the increase wasn't small either. It was at least 2 levels higher. However, to Yi Xian, this wasn't a problem at all. In the beginning, he only searched for demon scouts who were alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Later on, with the protection of other demon slaves and sentries around him, Yi Xian's courage gradually grew. Later on, even if there were 7 or 8 demon scouts together, he still didn't hesitate to attack. 99 slave seals had all been successfully planted. As for Yi Xian's demonic slaves, they had gone from Barker alone to 100. The entire process only took half a day. Such a huge harvest and efficiency made Yi Xian very excited. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the perverse ability of the slave seal. Under such circumstances, he was naturally more confident that he could use the same method to enslave the mosquito slayer. He even felt that if he had the opportunity to implant the slave seal into the body of the demon's leader, Neboshan, he might be able to directly enslave and subdue that guy. However, this was just a thought in his heart. Even if the slave seal he condensed now had the ability to do so, Yi Xian wouldn't make a move before he was sure. After all, if there was a failure, the consequences would be severe. It was simply unbearable. After all, the current situation was simply extremely good to him, and under such circumstances, there was utterly no need to rush forward rashly. After subduing the 99 demon slaves, Yi Xian immediately ordered them to head to the central plaza of the second level where Barker was and spread out in groups of 2s and 3s. Of course, they could also hide in the main passageways around the plaza. After all, there were usually not many demon dwellers in the plaza. If 100 demon dwellers suddenly appeared there, the mosquito butcher would be suspicious and it would backfire. Apart from that, Yi Xian also passed down the detailed plan to deal with the mosquito butcher. Basically, when the mosquito butcher arrived, the nearby demonic slaves would have to think of a way to create conflict and then escalate the situation. This would give the surrounding demonic slaves a legitimate reason to approach. In the end, everyone would be enraged and attack together, dragging the situation into a state of chaos as much as possible. Although the number of demonic slaves had now reached a full 100, Yi Xian only needed to communicate with them using his mental power when transmitting these orders. It was similar to mass messaging, so it was not very strenuous or time-consuming. Otherwise, if the number of demonic slaves increased in the future and they did not gather together, just transmitting orders would cause Yi Xian a lot of trouble. After giving out all the instructions, the 99 newly subdued demonic slaves left one after another. Yi Xian randomly found a demon dweller's cave residence in one of the third-level passageways. After entering, he chose a single room and began to condense the slave seals. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Yi Xian had condensed more than 300 slave seals. The efficiency had already surpassed the previous time when he condensed a large number of them. This was naturally because he was gradually becoming more familiar with the process. Among these 300 slave seals, Yi Xian had specially condensed 2 strengthened versions. In other words, he now had a total of 3 strengthened versions of the slave seals in his hands. One of them was prepared to be used directly on the mosquito butcher after he arrived. As for the other 2, Yi Xian had only prepared them in advance. These 2 slave seals would be strengthened a 3rd or even a 4th time after he successfully subdued the mosquito butcher. In short, the more strengthened the better. This was because Yi Xian planned to use them to deal with the demon dweller's leader, Neboshan. The other party was a supreme existence in the black hole realm, so Yi Xian had to give it his all. In front of an official opponent, the slave seals used to deal with him would never be the best, only better. At this moment, he had only condensed for 2 days before opening his eyes and temporarily ending this time's full power condensation. This was because Yi Xian had just received a simple signal from Barker's mental power right before he opened his eyes. In other words, the mosquito butcher had finally arrived. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and adjusted his aura. After confirming that there was no obvious murderous intent leaking out, he got up and left the cave dwelling. He quickly rushed to the central square of the second level. At the same time, in the central square of the second level of the demon dweller's cave dwelling area, in the middle of the 3 spatial portals standing in the middle of the square, the pillar and beam suddenly glowed, and then converged into a layer of black light film inside the spatial portal. Seeing this, Barker immediately sent a signal. Although he had not seen the person, he knew that it was the mosquito butcher who had arrived. On one hand, it was because the time was close. This guy would usually arrive in 1 or 2 days. On the other hand, it was because except for him, the elites of the demon dwellers on the upper 2 levels would not come here. At this moment, there were about 20 to 30 demon dwellers scattered in the huge central square. Some were walking toward the first-level main passageways, and some were walking in the opposite direction. They were walking toward the central area of the square where the 3 space portals were located. All of this was normal, so when Mosquito Butcher stepped out of the space door, he glanced around proudly and didn't find anything unusual. This person was quite tall and thin. He looked about 30 years old. He had a mustache and triangular eyes. There was a strong wretched aura all over his body. As he stepped forward, the black light film in the space portal behind him had disappeared in a flash in just a short breath. As for Mosquito Butcher, after looking around, he put his hands behind his back and walked unsteadily toward the entrance of the level 1 main tunnel in front of him. His only purpose for coming to the slums on the 2nd floor was to show off and show off. After all, serving the black mosquito beast was not a very comfortable thing. He had to find a way to vent the pressure and depression that had accumulated in his heart, or at least to resolve it. Chapter 2664. Enough ants could kill an elephant in the 2nd layer of the demon dweller's slums. There had never been a demon dweller scout who dared to be disrespectful to him. Basically, after seeing him from afar, whether they were willing or not, they would take the initiative to greet him with a smile. To Mosquito Butcher, this was a kind of enjoyment, and this kind of enjoyment could slowly dissolve the pressure and depression that had accumulated in his heart, causing it to dissipate and dissipate. It had to be said that this guy's survival instinct was actually very strong. He was doing such a disgusting thing, but he still lived well. He could even think of a way to relieve pressure and adjust his state of mind and state. He was indeed a genius. But from another point of view, this person was too sad. In order to survive, he had already lost everything else. Stop. You 2 damn lowly commoners, I'm talking about you. As such a situation had never happened before, Mosquito Butcher was immediately stunned. By the time he regained his senses, the 2 demons had already passed by him and were walking behind him. There was even a faint snicker coming from behind him. Mosquito Butcher immediately flew into a rage and turned around to scold them. It was this scolding that made the 2 demon dwellers stop in their tracks. The other demon dwellers around the square were also alarmed by this scolding, and they all turned to look at Mosquito Butcher. Under such circumstances, he had to show off his prestige even more. Otherwise, once this matter spread out, he was afraid that all the devil dwellers in the 2nd layer of the slums would follow suit in the future. Gradually, all the devil dwellers would no longer listen to him. If that really happened, not only would the accumulated pressure and resentment in his heart not be able to be dispelled, it would even make things worse because of this matter. For Mosquito Butcher, at that time, he would not be far from death or a complete mental breakdown. Therefore, in his eyes, this matter was not a small matter that could be casually brushed aside. This was a matter of life and death, so he had to take it seriously. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Mosquito Butcher's triangular eyes instantly burst out with a fierce light. Since these 2 lowly people in front of him did not know how to appreciate his kindness, then it was just right to use them as an example to fiercely establish his authority in this 2nd floor of the demon slum area. You're the ones who asked for it. No wonder you, Lord Mosquito Butcher, are so vicious. With a cold glint in his eyes, Mosquito Butcher gritted his teeth and said this. Then his figure flashed and he raised his hand to smash the 2 demon slaves in front of him. The gap between their realms was too great. With a gap of more than 2 major realms, this was a complete suppression. Catcher, catcher. 2 crisp sounds of bones cracking could be heard. The 2 demon slaves didn't even have the chance to react before their chests completely caved in. Blood spurted out of their mouths as their bodies flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. Before he could even land, he had already died. This scene caused a large number of exclamations and gasps of cold air to erupt from the surroundings. The Mosquito Butcher was very satisfied with all this. It was good that they knew to be afraid. If they knew to be afraid, they would be more respectful in the future. That would make me feel even better. With this thought in mind, when he retreated after 1 strike and once again put his hands behind his back, he turned his head proudly to look at the other demons around him. The smile on his face suddenly froze again. In his line of sight, The expressions on the faces of the 20 or 30 demon slaves around him seemed to be a little out of his expectations. Although they were also shocked, there was no fear. Instead, they were all angry, extremely angry, giving people a feeling that they were about to explode. The mosquito butcher was stunned, and then a light flashed in his mind. He suddenly understood what was going on. Compared to him, could it be that the demon slaves on the second floor didn't feel the pressure? Didn't they have accumulated resentment in their hearts? As the lowest level of the Black Mosquito Bastion, they excavated mineral resources day and night outside, even risking their lives. Only once they completed a certain amount of tasks could they return once, holed up in the slums of the second floor for a few days to adjust and recuperate. But when the time was up, they immediately had to leave again. This cycle repeated, year after year. The mosquito butcher could at least vent his presence in front of this group of demon slaves to resolve the accumulated resentment and pressure in his heart. But what about them? Not only did they have no way to vent, but they also had to brew more resentment because of the mosquito butcher's bullying. In this way, if he really wanted to compare, these guys were clearly worse than him. And now, because of what had just happened, the demons around him were obviously all enraged. The resentment and pressure that had been accumulating in their hearts for a long time were on the verge of exploding. These guys were going crazy. Thinking of this, the mosquito butcher's face changed in an instant. He was powerful, and the demons around him were just ants in his eyes. But with his status, killing 2 or 3 of them was not a big deal. If he killed too many, more than 10, Mount Nibwa would definitely not let him go. Since he couldn't kill them, and these guys were crazy, wouldn't that mean he could only be beaten up? These guys were weak, but the key was that there were so many of them. Once they went crazy, each of them could swallow him alive in one bite. You, don't mess around. I'm telling you, I'll go crazy. Seeing that the demons around him were all gathering here with ferocious expressions, and even some demons were rushing over from the 4 entrances of the first-level main passageways around the square, the mosquito butcher was completely scared. He stuttered a warning and wanted to retreat from the path he came from. He was clearly planning to escape through the space door. Kill him. Kill this bastard. I've had enough, I'm going to fight it out with him. After realizing the mosquito butcher's intention, the dozen demon slaves closest to him immediately roared and rushed over without fear of death, directly cutting off the mosquito butcher's path of retreat. This scene was like a fuse that was lit, and in an instant, the other demon slaves further away in the square also erupted. All the figures that could be seen were running wildly, murderous, and converging. By the time Yi Xian arrived, the scene was already in complete chaos. About 7 or 8 demon slaves' corpses were lying on the ground, and the mosquito butcher was still besieged by a large number of agitated demons. There were more than 100 of them, and they had already surpassed the number of Yi Xian's demon slaves. Obviously, some of the demon slave scouts that had not been subdued by him were affected and took the initiative to join in because of their emotions. This scene surprised even Yi Xian. The expression on his face gradually became strange, and he suddenly had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Don't come over, you bunch of lunatics, don't come over. Chapter 2665. Demon Bloodstar Essence Sword Tonic Whoosh. 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 The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. At least 100 invisible blades formed by the Demon Slayer's mental strength shot towards the Mosquito Slayer from different directions. These invisible blades formed by mental strength were only the attacks of low-level Demon Slayer. To the Mosquito Slayer, who had reached the 3rd major realm, the Satellite Realm, he did not care at all. With the strength of his body, even if he was hit, it would only hurt a little. Therefore, in the face of these invisible blades, the Mosquito Slayer did not care at all. He had already planned to take them head-on. The key was that the few demon slayers who had rushed to the front and sides of him were all grimacing. Their cold teeth made him feel extremely disgusted. In order to prevent these lunatics from biting him, the Mosquito Slayer's attention was all on them. Sometimes he dodged, sometimes he retracted his strength, raised his hand, and sent one flying. During this process, he would occasionally feel a slight pain on his body. The pain was caused by the invisible blades that shot towards him. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the invisible wind blades had landed on his body. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was mixed in with the demon slayers, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. This was because the invisible wind blade that he shot out with the slave seal was already in front of the mosquito slayer and would hit his body soon. However, it was also very likely that the other party would dodge it. The difference between the gains and losses was too great, and he could not remain calm. Whoosh! Fortunately, the mosquito slayer ignored it in the end and treated this invisible wind blade as the same as the previous ones. As the faint sound of something tearing through the air disappeared, the invisible wind blade hit the side of the mosquito slayer's neck and the slave seal wrapped within it and instantly drilled in. Ouch! As a sharp pain suddenly came from his neck, the mosquito slayer, who was busy dodging the bites of the demon slayers, reflexively let out a soft cry and raised his hand to touch the side of his neck. Previously, the invisible wind blades could not even break through the skin of his body. After being hit, it would not even turn red. However, at this moment, he clearly felt as if something had drilled through his exposed neck. This was definitely not normal. As Mosquito Butcher raised his hand to stroke the side of his neck, a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, this vigilance was quickly replaced by an increasingly intense feeling of bewilderment and sluggishness. It was obvious that the slave imprint had rapidly invaded the mind source core in his brain and was currently enslaving it. At this moment, the Mosquito Butcher's hands stopped moving. He allowed the demons to bite him without any reaction. He just stood there in a daze, like a robot that suddenly ran out of battery. "All right, stop." Yi Xian was completely relieved. He stopped and shouted coldly. Following his shout, nearly 80% of the demon soldiers that were madly attacking the mosquito slayers suddenly stopped at the same time. The frenzy from before disappeared in the blink of an eye, and they became cold and indifferent. This scene was far too strange. Even the other 20% of the devil people, who were in a berserk state at this moment, were greatly shocked by this strange scene. Their hearts shook violently, and their originally berserk state of mind actually regained its clarity. Almost subconsciously, these 20 or so demons looked at Yi Xian at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with suspicion. Then, they all started to shout at Yi Xian, something's wrong, something's wrong. This seems to be a trap. Who exactly are you? All right, you guys go to the first-level main passageways around the plaza and wait. Don't let the other demons come over. I need some time here." Yi Xian did not pay attention to the demons that were shouting at him. Instead, he calmly gave another order. In an instant, more than 90 demon slaves were divided into 5 groups. 4 groups rushed to the first-level main passageways around the central plaza, while the other group rushed to the 3 spatial doors in the center of the plaza. After all, from time to time, there would be some demons that would suddenly enter through the spatial door from the outside. Originally, it had nothing to do with you guys. Since you have nothing better to do than to join in the fun, then I'll just take you guys in advance. Just as all the demon slaves were about to leave, Yi Xian's gaze swept across the 20 or so demons that had shouted at him. As he spoke, he raised his hand and a series of slave seals shot out. Swish, swish. The faint sound of something tearing through the air continued to ring out. Before these fellows could react, they had all struck their bodies and entered them. Compared to the Mosquito Butcher, who had a strong cultivation base of the satellite realm, this group of fellows clearly reacted faster. They immediately fell into a daze and stood there motionless. "Greetings, my lord." It was also at this moment that Mosquito Butcher, who was more than 10 meters to the right, suddenly spoke respectfully. He humbly bowed towards Yi Xian. It was unknown if it was because he was controlled by the slave seal, but this fellow didn't even have the dense wretched aura from before. He revealed an unprecedented calmness. That's strange, when you're not being wretched, you're even more annoying. "I simply want to slap your face." Looking at the serious Mosquito Butcher, Yi Xian frowned, then continued, "Forget it, you should be as wretched as before. Otherwise, it's hard to be sure that I won't suddenly act impulsively and directly slap you to death on the spot." With that, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Devil Bloodstar Essence sword. It turned into a blood-red light and shot towards the 7 or 8 corpses of the demon cultivator scouts not far away. Fart, fart. Several muffled sounds rang out, and the heads of the 7 or 8 demon cultivator scouts were instantly cut open, revealing the red and white objects and a small black monster core inside. What was even stranger was that as their heads were cut open, the corpses of the 7 or 8 demon cultivator scouts withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they turned into withered corpses. On the other hand, after doing all of this, it turned into a ray of light and circled around before shooting back. In the blink of an eye, the demonic bloodstar essence sword that entered Yi Xian's body was a little brighter than when it was shot out earlier. It was as if the essence of the flesh and blood in the corpses of the demon cultivator scouts had all been absorbed by it in an instant, turning into flesh and blood that aided the growth of the blood demon star essence sword. Towards all of this, Yi Xian was not surprised, because he had already tried it before and had already discovered it. It was also because of this that when he killed the demon cultivator and obtained the brain cores, he almost always used this devil bloodstar essence sword. Since the demon cultivator's flesh and blood could be used as its food, then it obviously could not be wasted. Chapter 2666. A false alarm. Yi Xian was indeed disgusted by people like Mosquito Butcher. He always had the urge to kill him. If not for the fact that he was not confident that he could kill this guy, Yi Xian would not have planted a slave imprint on him. This kind of trash did not even have the qualifications to be his slave. But now, out of helplessness, he had already taken him in as a slave. Although Yi Xian was unwilling, he could only reluctantly accept this fact. Of course, he could also kill Mosquito Butcher now, but that would obviously do more harm than good. After all, even if he could obtain the key imprint to activate the spatial door in the middle from the demon core in Mosquito Butcher's brain, as well as the key imprint to enter the 3rd level of the demon nest. However, if Yi Xian didn't have the Mosquito Butcher by his side and entered the 3rd floor by himself, it was extremely likely that something unexpected would happen. After all, in the 3rd and 4th levels above, all the demon dwellers added together numbered no more than 1,000. With such a small population density, most of the demon dwellers in the same area would know each other. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for Yi Xian not to arouse suspicion when an unfamiliar face suddenly appeared. So, after some consideration, Yi Xian decided to temporarily let this guy live for a while. When he was no longer useful in the future, he would kill him. Alright, let's talk about the Black Mosquito Demon Beast. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, Yi Xian coldly glanced at Mosquito Butcher, who had recovered his wretched aura, but at least seemed to be quite obedient. Yes, my lord. Seeing that Yi Xian had finally turned his attention to him, Mosquito Butcher grinned wretchedly. He immediately ran over with his arms around his neck and bent his waist. He stood about 10 feet away from Yi Xian and then stood respectfully with both hands. Suddenly, an expression of grief and indignation appeared on his face. It was so fast that it was as if he was changing his face. Even his words revealed an extremely obvious whimper. My lord, I'm so pitiful. Not only is that female mosquito extremely smelly, she's also very interested in that matter. She's extremely passionate and is simply addicted to it. What's more, it likes to be on top. Instead, I'm like a woman. It's so sad. The most important thing is that the beast is sick. It likes to stab me with its sharp mouthpart while doing it. The more I screamed, the happier it laughed. I was tortured to death every time. Basically, when I came out of the devil's nest, my throat was hoarse. Woo! I don't want to live anymore. Woo! As he spoke, he actually began to cry, wiping his tears pitifully. All of this happened too quickly, in less than a minute. But in this short period of time, Yi Xian was completely stunned. At this moment, his mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were fixed on Mosquito Butcher, who was wiping his tears. His entire mind was rumbling like thunder, and even the white hairs on his back were instantly covered in sweat. A huge sense of crisis made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Acting. This guy is definitely acting. He's not controlled by the slave seal at all. Otherwise, why is he acting so strangely when the other demons are normal? He was clearly asked to explain the situation of the black mosquito beast, but this guy was actually talking about the disgusting matter between him and the female mosquito. He's definitely doing it on purpose. He actually gave Yi Xian a feeling that he was more wretched, more cunning, and more neurotic than before. He was clearly going with the flow, taking advantage of this opportunity to make a fool of him before making his move. "What's wrong, my lord? Did you say it too quickly? Do you want more details?" Just as Yi Xian's heart was rumbling, and his entire body was trembling with fear, Mosquito Butcher, who was wiping his tears, turned to look at Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's abnormal expression, he was stunned for a moment before asking. Then, he automatically took Yi Xian's silence as a tacit agreement. He sighed faintly, and a pitiful and indignant expression appeared on his face again. "Sigh, all right. Although the past is really unbearable to look back on, but since my lord likes to hear the details, I'll sacrifice again." Cough, cough, cough. Speaking of that female mosquito, it's indeed not the usual kind of coquettish. This time, I'm not referring to the stench on its body, but the coquettishness. The first time, she didn't have the bad habit of killing people with her mouth weapon while playing, so at that time, I really enjoyed it. Shut up. Even though his mind was rumbling and his entire body was enveloped by a huge sense of danger, at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't take it anymore. He steeled his heart and suddenly roared. Plop. What surprised him was that as he roared, Mosquito Butcher, who was talking with a smile on his face, was so scared that his entire body trembled. His knees went soft and he knelt down on the spot. He even stuttered. His face was pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. My lord, please calm down. Did I say something wrong?" Yi Xian was stunned again. Could it be that he wasn't pretending? Otherwise, wasn't he too good at pretending? He didn't even hesitate to kneel down in front of him. Was he addicted to pretending? Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, it was immediately rejected by Yi Xian. This fellow belonged to the type of person who was proud of his achievements and looked at Yang Xing seductively. He definitely wouldn't torture himself for fun. The two were exactly the opposite. That means, I'm thinking too much. This guy was indeed controlled by the slave seal. Was the strangeness just now just a probability difference between individuals? Although this speculation was a little far-fetched, it seemed that there was no more reasonable explanation. Yi Xian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he understood that it was just a false alarm. Scram, you can hide wherever you want, but you can't leave the second floor without permission. After such a fuss, Yi Xian didn't have the mood to continue listening to this guy's detailed description of the various situations of the black mosquito demonic beast. Just looking at his face made him angry, so after coldly reprimanding him, he immediately waved his hand in disgust. No matter what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Later on, he would summon him for more details. Very quickly, the Mosquito Butcher jogged towards the first-level main passage on the north side of the plaza. After the Mosquito Butcher's figure disappeared, Yi Xian calmed himself down before walking away. At the same time, through the connection with the slave seal, he used his mental power to issue a new order. He ordered all the demon slaves to spread out and hide in the caves of the demons. At the same time, he secretly paid attention to see if there was any special information. After a short while, Yi Xian chose a cave in the third-level passage. After entering, he found a single room and began to condense the slave seal. Chapter 2667. The master of the second floor. This time, Yi Xian went into seclusion for an entire 4 days. Only when the number of slave seals in his possession had reached more than 1,400, including the previous 300 or so, did Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. He ended the refinement and opened his eyes. Among these 1,400 plus slave seals, there were a total of 52 of them that were enhanced versions of the elemental attribute. The so-called strengthened version was, in fact, a slave seal that had been repeatedly refined and nurtured with the power of the spirit origin. These enhanced versions of the slave seals had been refined with more psychic power and could last longer. They were more condensed, their runes more stable, their density higher, and they contained more psychic power. Therefore, the effect was also better. 50 of the 52 enhanced versions were the same as the ones on Mosquito Butcher. They had only been refined twice. The other 2 had been refined a total of 4 times. Yi Xian would continue to refine and temper these 2 seals until they were ready to attack Mount Naibua. As for the 50 strengthened slave seals that had only been condensed twice, Yi Xian would be using them soon. These were prepared for the elites of the Devil Cultivator on the 3rd floor. Of course, there were more than 50 of them on the 3rd floor. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to take all of them as demon slaves. If he could kill a portion of them, he would kill them and cut open their brains to retrieve their cores. After all, his own spiritual energy cultivation couldn't stop, and there was still the final boss to deal with. Yi Xian had to improve his cultivation in terms of the Devil Cultivator's spiritual energy, but these were all for later. What was important now was to gain full control of the entire 2nd floor. Once that was done, half of the Black Mosquito Bastion would be under Yi Xian's control. Even if it was the weaker half, it was still a measure of confidence. What's more, Yi Xian couldn't rest assured that he would continue to nibble away at the lower levels until he had complete control of the lower levels. If he wanted to rush forward, at least the rear had to be stable and peaceful. Then he wouldn't have to worry about the rear. When he thought about how the entire 2nd level of the Demon Cultivator Cave would soon fall into his control, Yi Xian immediately felt incomparably excited when he thought about how the entire 2nd level of the Demon Cultivator Cave would soon fall into his control. At that time, he would become the supreme ruler of this place, just like when he was in the 1st level of the Myriad Heaven prison. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the room where he'd been in seclusion for the past 4 days. He headed straight for the other 2 rooms in the same room. From now on, he decided not to choose his targets. Instead, he would slowly spread out his hunting circle. In short, wherever he went, he would attack the demon dwellers as soon as he saw them. The 2 demon scouts who were in the same cave as him were not weak either. They were both at the 5th level of the core realm. But even so, they still didn't have the chance to resist Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Star Core realm. In less than a minute, the 2 demon cultivator scouts had become Yi Xian's new demon slaves. When all was done, Yi Xian walked out of the room and headed straight for the room on the other side of the passage. This time, Yi Xian walked out of the cave 2 minutes later. Behind him, there were 4 demon slaves following him. "All right, go about your business. I'll summon you when I need you." Waving his hand, Yi Xian didn't even look at the 6 new demon slaves that were respectfully standing at the entrance of the 2 caves. He walked towards the 2 caves that were closest to him on the same passageway. Time passed slowly. Just like that, Yi Xian didn't stop for even a moment. He walked out of one room and immediately went to the next. After an entire day and a half, he had practically walked through all the caves in the 2nd level of the Demon Dweller's Cave. When he only had 66 of the 1400 slave seals left, Yi Xian suddenly realized that he'd been walking around for nearly 2 hours, but he still hadn't found his next target. Could it be that it's really gone? With a strange expression on his face, Yi Xian muttered a few words. Then, he activated the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness. Like a mass text message, he sent the latest order to all the slaves within his sensing range. The demons in the 4 level 1 main passages at the edge of the central square all converged toward the central square. Under the leadership of Barker, they guarded the 3 space portals. Any demon scouts that entered were immediately subdued. The rest of the slaves in the other areas spread out and formed small teams to search for the fish in the net. Following Yi Xian's orders, more than half of the 1,400 slaves in the 2nd layer immediately began to move. The other half, who were a little further away and weren't within the range of Yi Xian's sensing range, also received the news and moved out. In an instant, the entire 2nd layer of the demon cave area was in a complete uproar. With so many slaves searching with all their might, it took less than half an hour for them to search every nook and cranny of the 2nd layer. Needless to say, they really did find a dozen or so fish that had slipped through the net. These dozen or so fellows keenly noticed the abnormality, so they hid themselves without batting an eyelid. However, after being found out, they were still unable to escape the fate of being subdued by Yi Xian's slave seal and becoming a demon slave. In addition, during this time, there were also many demon scouts who had entered the 2nd layer through the portals outside the Black Mosquito Bastion. Nearly 40 of them. This portion was also planted with slave seals by Yi Xian, who had rushed to the central plaza. At last Yi Xian completely cleared out the 2nd layer. The number of slaves he had reached 1,567. In other words, Nearly a sixth of the Black Mosquito Bastion's 10,000 members were now under Yi Xian's control without anyone noticing. Counting the 1,000 he'd killed before, the total number of reliable demons in the Black Mosquito Bastion's hands was less than 7,000. Of these 7,000, there were nearly 1,000 elites in the first 2 layers. The remaining 6,000 were ordinary scouts, all of whom were now carrying out missions outside the bastion. They were bound to return one by one to fall into the hands of Yi Xian. So long as nothing unexpected happened, in the end they would be nibbled away at little by Yi Xian. Now that the entire second layer was thoroughly cleaned out, Yi Xian immediately issued a summons to all the slaves through his psychic powers. He ordered them to gather at the central plaza within half an hour. In less than 20 minutes, all 1,567 slaves were assembled in the plaza. Among them was the wretched mosquito slayer from the 3rd layer above. "From now on, you will only serve me, and obey my rules,"